As Code is in to bowl to Northeast, who will get the first runs of the day. He's played that one away nice. Pressure on Yorkshire. As Northeast is given LBW. Pushing half forward. I thought initially from the sound there was a little bit of Code round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who is up and running first ball, punching it through the offside.
Really, over the years, with one injury or another, Matthew Fisher in. It's ball short of length. Bess is chasing down.
As Code is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives and gets an edge for 4 down to third man.
Hello. Fisher in. It's up there. The drive, driven and gone. And that is a very good catch by Adam Lyth at second. That's a good catch though by Adam Lyth. Here's Fisher then. Oh, got him again. First ball this time to George Hill at first slip. Fisher runs away to celebrate towards the pavilion. And I thought the Welsh cakes might have been in the back of the box today.
As Ingram drives nicely through the offside. It's
dry because he comes in again. Up there to drive. Invitation accepted. A push really rather than a full-blooded drive.
In from the River Taff end. Bowls, and that is caught out. There is a glance off the bat of Ben Callaway, and Glamorgan have lost 4 wickets there. The bowler's taken 4 already. Here's Hill. Ingram flashes, and that's a fine cover drive. And Hill that time. Here he comes. Right arm over. That's driven that time. That'll evade mid-off, and that's
rolling on a sixpence, as it were. And he comes again. Hill short this time, having said that, and he's going to get 4 runs. This is what something Glamorgan, I'm afraid, haven't done.
Thompson round the wicket, and that's
here's Code in past the umpire and bowls, and that's pulled away towards mid-wicket. Nick is in dire straits.
Yeah, not feeling so good. Fisher in. Oh, has he got a nick on this one? He has. Fisher, the change has worked. Very good catch indeed by Johnny Bairstow, diving to his right across George Hill.
Sorry state of affairs.
Fisher in again, a bit edgy, played it with an open face. It wasn't
making his debut.
Fisher in again as an appeal for LBW and gone. That is the end of Tim van der Hoogten, who was stepping across and trying to work it to leg, and I think that's possibly the key. When we see the replay, we'll have more.
Pick of the bowlers with 4 for 18 comes in from the Cathedral Road end. Lovely cover drive, and that will and it's a kind of iron that's nicked away through the slip court.
Turning at the River Taff end and making his way into bowl round the wicket now, and that's just a beautiful drive through the covers for 4. As you know.
Fisher continues from the Cathedral Road end, full and creamed away by Colin Ingram, and that will be the South Africans' 50, a much needed one for Glamorgan. Fisher is in, and that's short. They're asking for, well, that's missed.
3 slips waiting for an opportunity along with keeper Johnny Bairstow, but that's a bit short and wide. And
around Ingram takes guard, and he's pulled that on it like
Thompson in. Crane flicks off the legs.
Oblige if
gets 4 through back towards over the wicket. Crane, ball short of length again. Not much in the way of foot movement. Watched it all the way onto the way Yorkshire have gone. Thompson coming round the wicket to Ingram, but he's going to get 4 here through fine leg.
Bowl. In comes Thompson. Bowls. Yeah, it is a small one, and he's caught him. Oh. Well, it worked. He put it. Here's Jordan Thompson in bowls. So Ingram pulls out the mid-wicket and he'll get 4 runs. Yes, from the river end here at Cardiff. Short. Oh, caught in the wicket. Bowled. Or bowled him. Yeah, bowled him. And a good bowling check.
He's going to be allowed to leave at the end of his contract. Now then, he's got underneath this one. A short ball might take some turn.
But he's striving on, comes in, bowls, and that is driven backward as square.
Has it fallen already?
Shot. Yeah, and that was Guy. Starts his run-up coming in, and that's a full, and that's played through mid-wicket. Nice stroke, it won't go. Coming in and bowls, and that's guided down to the third man area, which is vacant, and will go all the way for 4. Another boundary for James Harris, who's as Code continues from the River Taff end, and there's a big appeal, and Harris is given. Now there was a big thud, and Harris looks at his back. Code starts his run up, comes in, bowls in, and that is the end of Ben Morris and the end of Glamorgan's innings. Bowled out for the River Taff end of the ground. 3 slips in for Van Hoogten. That's creamed through the offside for 4.
James Harris runs away from us and bowls. And this is a half volley. 4 through cover. Harris to the left-handed bean. Bowls to him now. Just a better delivery, pushed away, but they'll get a single out to a mid-wicket. Bowl or gleaned from people who were there. Harris bowls to Bean. Bean plays it out towards. This is all happening. In comes Harris and bowls. Lovely looking shot. That surely before. Beautiful. And that's another boundary. There is Govin bowls. Flicks that down towards fine leg, and that's 4 more.
Van Hoogten bowls, and that's creamed into the offside. The River Taff end bowling, and that's flashed too much width, and that's cut.
Bean. In he comes and bowls the first ball. That's short and pulled away. That'll be 4 runs, I think.
6. Not sure actually. I haven't checked their score for a little while. As Lyther's danger signs when they want to win it, as Lythe steps back and hammers this.
Bowls to Lythe. Lythe again gets away, and the ball.
But they've still been intent to kick on, and there you go. Short ball hammered away, and Carlson is in again and rocking back. Lythe cuts that away into the off,
which is not too far from Sophia Gardens. That's pushed into the offside. They'll take a quick single, and that is 50 up for Bean. I don't think we'll have to wait long until Lythe's 50, and there it is. That's just guided down to the third man area. They've come back for 2, and that's 50.
H. Hampshire made 6. All edged and short of Jim Love 50. Graham Stevenson 46 in the second inning. Big shout here for LBW meanwhile, and Lythe doesn't want to look at David Milnes, but unfortunately he has to, and sees the finger raised.
Firstly, very good morning to our match umpires, David Milnes and Naeem Ashraf. Good morning to the Glamorgan team who are taking the field under captain Sam Wills.
a very good morning to you from Safari Gardens here in Cardiff, where it's a breezy morning, quite a strong wind, but dry. And as yesterday, it looks as if the clouds are breaking, and then we'll have a full day's cricket. Yorkshire in a very strong position. They lead Glamorgan by 238 runs. This after they'd gained a first innings lead of 122. Just a 1 wicket to fall last night. An excellent opening partnership of 115 between Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean, before Lyth went in the penultimate over of the day, LBW to Harris, James Harris, for 55. Finlay Bean still there, and he was joined last night by the night watchman Matthew Fisher. Players are out in the middle, and we're about to start the first over, which will be bowled by James Harris. Alongside me, Jonathan Doyce. Very good morning to you, Jonathan.
Good morning.
Pleasant evening in Cardiff.
Very much so, yeah.
Good.
Three pleasant evenings in Cardiff so far, and looking to complete the set with another one to finish things off this evening.
Yes, and talking about finishing things off, as I mentioned at the start, Yorkshire in a very strong position. They'll need to press on and think of a declaration to see how well they'll go this morning, because the forecast for tomorrow, weather forecast, is a little bit dodgy. You never know whether to trust the forecasts, but there is a drop of rain about. And here is Harris then from the Cathedral Road end to bowl the first ball. Comes in and bowls, and it's left by Bean outside the off stump, goes through to wicket-keeper Cook.
Yeah, I did a chat with one or two of the lads last night on the way out of the ground to try and gauge what's what. Of course, as you'd expect, nobody's completely committed to sticking the neck out in terms of declarations at this stage. You've just got to see how you go. Exactly. Who knows, the runs may dry up, they might be naturally bowled out anyway.
Harris turns, comes in past the umpire, bowls. Bean nudges that down to the vacant third man boundary and will get 4 runs. So the first boundary of the morning coming.
Yep, nicely played, angled bat.
Yes.
Yeah, so they know that they need to allow themselves enough time to have a chance of winning the match. But I think still, I'd probably be forgiven for repeating this throughout the day. But first and foremost, they must not lose this match. And then when they have got to a situation where they feel Glamorgan can't win it, then they can try and win it themselves. And that's the only sensible course of action at this stage when you're in second place in the table.
Thoroughly agree. As Harris bowls again, Bean is off the back foot, plays it into the covers, where it's fielded by Carlson.
So it'd be interesting to see what sort of pace they play at. I mean, there was a feeling, I think, last night that they scored quickly in the early part of the innings, and people were getting excited that this was some sort of team decision, that they were going to whack it around. It wasn't. It was just that Glamorgan didn't bowl so well, and they took their opportunities to score, really. It's just naturally how it worked out.
Here's Harris again then, running away from us on this breezy morning, and bowls through the left-handed Bean, a good length ball which is played defensively up to mid-on. Finlay Bean in the corresponding game at the start of the season made 173 against Glamorgan, so obviously very fond of a Glamorgan attack. And Glamorgan, as far as they're concerned, we have seen it many times here on this benign pitch. They they withstand the barrage for the day and a half or so, but there's a lot of work to do. As Harris bowls, an appeal for LBW, and he's out. So Harris gains his second wicket, and Bean goes LBW, second victim for James Harris. They seem to do a bit off the pitch there. We'll have a look in a moment. But a blow for Yorkshire there, as Bean was well set, and he has to go.
Yep. Obviously not managed to get himself back in this morning. Ran that 4 down through third man earlier in the over, but that one is jagging back in towards Finlay Bean, and it's a good shout. It probably hits him in front of middle stump, and he's tailing down towards leg. But again, I think in that respect, in this match so far, we've not seen a decision from the umpires for either team where you'd say that's an absolute howler.
No.
On viewing that, shaping back in towards him, and yeah, just not able to get bat on ball and hadn't got forward, had he? So he'll be disappointed, having set himself up for a potential 3-figure score today on a pitch that was playing well, of course, in the back end of the day yesterday. 57, just that 4 runs added to his overnight score, but the game moves on, Ed.
It certainly does. The game moves on, as you say, talking about decisions, and I'm not one to criticise umpires, but we do criticise umpires' decision. I don't know if you had a look at social media last night, and the run out, which was not given by a former Lancashire player in the game against Somerset, where Jack Leach bowled the ball. It's a big appeal for LBW, went up in the air. Wicketkeeper deflected it. Craig Overton at first slip. The batsman turned round, Overton hit the pitch, and then you saw the batsman going like that. And dear old Shaughnessy, the former Lancashire player, said not out. So, worth having a look at that. But it's raised a few eyebrows and a lot of talk. Anyway, here at Cardiff, we've got a new batsman. Wharton is coming to join Fisher. And just blow that for Yorkshire, because Bean was looking good even this morning. He middled everything until he got the one that went through him. Here's Harris to bowl to the right-handed Wharton and leaves outside the off stump as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. 3 slips now in attendance. It's the end of a useful over. 4 runs off it, 1 wicket, 120 for 2.
Our co-commentator Richard Ray just messaged me saying you'll be glad to hear that Chahal is going back to India after this game and therefore won't be available to Northants at Headingley next week.
Very good signing, that.
Moving from the river end, Andy Gorvin.
You probably heard that. Andy Gorvin is going to bowl at the river end, who took 4 wickets in the first inning. Easily the pick of the Glamorgan attack. He ended with 4 for 67 off 22 overs and 1 ball. Gorvin's over will be described by Jonathan.
Yeah, Chahal has a couple of wickets in the Leicestershire second innings to go with 4 in the first. Here's Gorvin bowling to the right-handed Fisher, who of course went in as night watchman last night.
He got runs last week, didn't he? Fisher coming in late.
Yep, 88.
That's right.
Highest first-class score. Played really well, actually. He's always, shaped as though he's got a pretty good technique. When you've seen him walk to the wicket right from the first time I saw him back in 2019. But the runs have never really been commensurate with that look, if you know what I'm saying. And other players have come in and got more in the tail. And he's been frustrated quite a lot of times. He played a nice little push into the offside to get him off the mark. Parried by Kieran Carlson. But he showed much more of his capabilities last week with that 88, and not the easiest of conditions down at Grace Road. 2 right-handers in now. Both lefties have gone. Adam Lyth, of course, out last night for 55. And both openers have gone the same way. LBW to James Harris, 55 and 57 respectively. Finlay Bean, by the way, faced 93 balls and hit 7 fours in that 57. His first half century since June. Wharton opens the face, runs this one down to third man. Will he have the legs to make the boundary? No, it's going to hold up naturally anyway, and they're thinking about running 4, and they're going to run all 4. So same result, just a little bit more energy expended in getting to it.
I'm back to my old champion of third man. Surely Glamorgan should have one here, because they want to keep the deficit down as much, and instead of having 4, it would have been a single. Easily take 1 out of there, probably the gully or a slip, but he's going to have 3 slips. Might probably prove me wrong.
Gorvin in, past umpire Ashraf, wide of off stump, and Wharton does the leaving. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address, or on X. I'm on there as at Sporting Lives 1. And Neil Allison has been in touch that latter way, saying hopefully a win today. Bent Nielsen, good morning to you. Lots of runs, followed by wickets. Ought to be the order of the day. Looks doubtful for much play tomorrow, about 20 overs or so early on, and maybe that will be it. With a pessimistic view of tomorrow's forecast as Wharton draws the bat out of the way.
Don't look at the forecast, that's my thing.
Well, I watched the local television forecast this morning, and it seemed like, yeah, there might be a bit of rain drift, and it didn't look terrible.
I'm telling you, I've looked at, for obvious reasons, for Sunday's forecast that Nottingham and Glamorgan will be playing Somerset in the final of the Metro Cup.
Govin in, or walking into it, then leaving.
And I saw
end of the over, 125 for 2.
Thundery showers for most of the day. Oh no. And then I've gone yesterday and today in the Met Office, which shows sunny periods for most of the day. Who do you believe?
You would think, if it's typical Trent Bridge, nice flat deck for a high-scoring final, really.
It was a good deck a couple of years ago when Glamorgan beat Durham. Very good deck, and I think batting, well, they batted first, they were put in, but got a good substantial score. So I don't think what happens there, bat or bowl, I think it'll be a good game. I'm Edward Bevan, Jonathan Doidge representing Yorkshire, and they've asked the Broadacres of Yorkshire. Kenny Davis is with me. Nick Webb again absent through injury. Well, not injury, he's got this throat problem. But he's going to be all right in a day or two. As Harris comes in and bowls, and this is driven nicely up to mid-on. They go for a single, and it's well judged, and indeed they will. No, they think of a second, and Van der Gooten threw in, and that would have been catastrophe had they taken that run, because it was right into Cook's hands. But it's a single, which moves Fisher on to 2. Wharton is on 6, and he will be facing with again 3 slips. So northeast attacking. In comes Harris, bowls. Wharton gets well behind that tall young man and pushes it back down the pitch.
Howard Ray, good morning to you. He'd sent us a message in the end of yesterday, which I didn't see until after the day's play, but he said, I reckon your conversation with your Welsh colleague was up there with the old Test match special reminiscences from years ago. Well done, brought back many happy memories of years gone by. I forgot about the play for a few minutes. Thanks, Howard. Bang that one ahead, because getting praise from Howard. He's very strict on the praise front. It's a bit like a batter being given out LBW and thanking an umpire. Doesn't happen very often.
Yes, the next ball, it's going down to the 3rd man boundary. So we've seen 2 boundaries down to 3rd man, and well, could have 6 runs, but there we are. I shan't talk more about it, but played it nicely. Very thick edge all along the ground, and already Yorkshire moving along. Well, a lot of people used to say that they thoroughly enjoyed Test match special, not so much for the cricket but for the chat. Well, it was a good chat we had, reminiscing of old times. As in comes Harris, bowls to Wharton, who drives back to the bowler, and there is no run.
But I think it's quite nice to just look back on pick certain games. I can't go back through them all, can you? But just one of our emailers, I think it was, mentioned about Middlesbrough. We had a look at that match, and Scarborough back in 2001, which was obviously a landmark day for Yorkshire.
Yep. Middlesbrough was one of my first games. Tell a little tale about that again. In comes James Harris, bowls. Wharton gets right forward, gets a thick inside edge, and get a single. That's to move to his left. Hope you can hear me. There seems to be a little bit of interference. Well, it's the wind. And in those days, you probably remember, they used to play Sunday League, and carry on Monday. We drove to Middlesbrough, which is a very long drive, not so many motorways. Packed bags then on Saturday night after the first day, and went down to Trent Bridge to play Sunday League on Sunday. As Harris is in, bowls. Nice looking shot. That'll be 4. Beautiful shot through the offside. Didn't have to move. So we picked up a few miles on that journey, Middlesbrough.
Yep, another. Well, actually, I was going to say another 50 or 60 miles on. It'd be more than that from Leeds. Probably 60 to 70.
That was a long trip, as was Scarborough. You didn't mind because you were going to one of my favourite grounds on the circuit, as we mentioned yesterday. That's the end of the over. 135 for 2, despite losing the wicket of Finlay Bean. Yorkshire going on. They lead by 257.
I mean, this ground, Yorkshire haven't won here this century. Haven't played here lots of championship matches during this century, has to be said, but they haven't won here since 98 as Govin's in, and Wharton draws the bat back and leaves. Adam Harper, good morning to you. He's entitled his email, Love Country Cricket. Morning, the early start catches me out every year. Hope your cake hunting is successful today. Well, I can still report I do have 3 Welsh cakes alongside from Mrs. Bevan. I don't like to, go through them all like a dose of salts. Got to savour them, haven't you? As Govin's in, well wide of off stump and not drawing Wharton into playing the shot. Fisher, says Geoffrey Greenwood's email, do you think there's any chance of Fisher changing his mind over his future? In one post in a national daily, it was suggested he might be tempted to stay. Not to my knowledge, but who knows with these things.
Don't often find players moving when you're more or less assured of promotion, are you? Will he change his mind possibly if Yorkshire get promoted?
Govin in, Wharton right in behind it, no run. Well, to say that is to suggest that it's entirely his decision that he's leaving, and we don't know that, do we? No. We don't know whether the club have said.
Yeah. Must have come as a shock to you all.
Not entirely.
No, you probably had.
Here's Govin. Ooh, nicely bowled. He's been dragging James Wharton across with some what have looked pretty ordinary deliveries wide of the stumps, but then he's drawn him in with a straighter ball, and Wharton playing and missing at that one, which clearly nips on him. Stick around, by the way, for an announcement. Yorkshire supporters at 11 o'clock. Govin in, that's wide of off stump, and Wharton leaves. 135 for 2. A lead of 257. You don't see, as you said, it was spot on yesterday, Edward Bevan, you don't see too many matches where a team chases 350 plus down. So once Yorkshire get to that sort of lead, they'll feel...
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of a gamble.
Yeah, they'll feel a fair element of comfort, but Govin again, it's wide of his off stump. Wharton leaving once more, so 31 overs in, 135 for 2, a 257 run lead after 17 minutes of play on day 3.
When you're playing a side, Jonathan, who are, bottom but 1, they're not batting well at the moment. They've got makeshift openers, albeit one of their best players, Sam Northeast, is up there. And you've just got to back your bowlers, who bowled, I thought, brilliantly in the first innings. The 4 seamers kept probing throughout the innings and got their just rewards. And Best got the important wicket of Colin Ingram. And if you've got 350, 375 to chase, it's like a mountain to climb. Harris starts another over and bowls. And Fisher is forward and pushes it back down the pitch. I think his captain might come out and say, look, Matthew Fisher, don't stay too long. We want you to bowl 20 overs today.
Yeah, but don't forget, you've always got to keep in mind, or certainly those of a Yorkshire persuasion, that it has been very difficult to win games of cricket at Headingley for Yorkshire in the last 3 seasons. One contrived finish is the only positive result.
As Harris bowls, nice looking shot up towards mid-on, and they'll take a singles. Van der Gooten, who strangely enough did not open the bowling this morning, will probably come on as first change.
So by implication, Ed, what I'm saying is you can't afford to be behind Middlesex going into that match, really.
Middlesex
Still need to be in second place and be in control of your own destiny.
Harris in, close to the stumps, bowls, and it's defended.
I'm sure Headingley head groundsman Richard Robinson will be watching or listening in. Robbo, if you are. Will it be the usual minefield next week at HQ for the visit of Northants?
There's so much to think of, because Toby Rowland-Jones, for instance, is in terrific form. He's taken about 30-odd wickets in the last 3 or 4 games. They've got a good seam attack, and I think it's going to be a very good contest. But there'll be no contrived finishes there, I would have thought. Harris in bowls, short ball outside the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper. No, they will be, knowing Yorkshire as well with their terrific tradition they've got, they'll be out there fighting every minute of the way. The only thing is that I won't have a chance to come up to Yorkshire next year if you get promoted.
We'll invite you up, Ed. We'll just invite you up for
I
it.
tell you what, if I'm not working, I wouldn't mind if it's Scarborough. I'd love to come up then.
You provided the Welsh cakes. Maybe I might even try and make some Yorkshire puddings.
That'd be nice. Harris bowls, and that's a good delivery. And goes through the wicket-keeper Cook. A little bit in it for Harris, but interspersed with some loose deliveries, and he's already gone for 45, and this is the end of the 9th over coming up.
Andy Walker says, morning JD, Yorkshire have got to bat well and timed the declaration correctly. I think this is a crucial, maybe decisive moment. Yesterday's mention of the Tilken Trophy at Harrogate really took me back. Fantastic. Yeah.
Remember that? Here's the last ball of the over, which just goes through. I tell you a little story. Sorry about all these stories. Tilken Trophy, it rained and rained and rained, and we were invited, players, the press, into, might have been the mayor's tent for a lubrication. And you know it's coming up, don't you? In we went, and enjoying ourselves, no more work today, no more play, and somebody said, the umpires are out there in the middle. And we opened up marquee, and it was beautiful sunshine. The umpires were having a look, and the overs were going to be reduced, and it was utter panic for journalists and players, as you can imagine.
Yeah, here's Govin. Ooh, Fisher having a little push at one that was on the rise as it went by, through to the gloves of Chris Cook. Didn't get a nick. Forever Dormo says Acklam Park, Middlesbrough, good memories. Boyks with a massive 180, and many years later his last 151st first-class 100. Graham Stevenson, pepper in the press box in a Sunday League game. Always well supported, as were many outgrounds. Yorkshire was for all of us, not just Leeds.
No, and I love the outgrounds, still do.
Here's Govin, and that's dropped into the offside by Fisher. No run. Well, yeah, Leeds, Scarborough, 2 championship games a year. York with a couple of one-dayers and watch this space.
I vividly remember in the press box where we were working that the ladies at Middlesbrough would come in often with jugs of tea, jugs of coffee, sandwiches, looking after us, cakes all day long. They were so friendly.
Yeah. Corvin in. It's wide of off stump, and he's played it well, Fisher, with good control. Kieran Carlson again. I'm not sure if he's feeling some pain in those fingers from all his fielding efforts, but that's 4 or 5 times during this match when he's not taken the ball cleanly.
And do you remember that catch on the first day that he went backwards? Normally he'd be back in hundreds, like a shot. I'd be fitting an outside half. He was.
You can clearly gauge the surprise in my voice, because the effects mic down there.
Yeah.
Which has now gone relatively silent. Here's Gorvin. Fisher runs this one down through
Third
man. He's going to pick up at least 2. Are they going to come back for a third? James Wharton, quick across the ground. No, he's settled on that. So Fisher is into double figures, 11 to him. The lead now at 262 with Yorkshire's second innings currently on 140 for 2. Leicestershire 77 for 5 in that match in which Chahal is performing.
Well, Middlesex are taking 3 Derbyshire second innings wickets, and Derbyshire was still in arrears. So I don't know the latest.
Gorvin to lovely shot, Fisher.
Beautiful shot.
Over pitching Andy Gorvin, and Matthew Fisher with a lovely off drive straight back past the bowler. Takes him to 15. 266 ahead. If we can get back to the match list, I'm not quite sure why this NV Play site sometimes responds and sometimes does not when I click buttons. At the moment it's not playing ball, so I can't tell you what's going on elsewhere, but we'll keep tabs on that as and when it is possible. The ball has disappeared over the advertising boards at the River Taff end of the ground, which is what we've got a delay for because maybe a bit of moisture on it. It's been cared for before it returns to Gorvin. Naeem Ashraf also getting involved and just checking out the cherry. Final ball of the over, and in comes Gorvin. Fisher walking into it, gone. He's been beaten. It's hit him on the thigh pad, I think, or the top of the pad, and it's bowled him middle and off stump. Middle stump knocked back slightly, and so 144 for 3 now Yorkshire in their second innings. That lead 266, and the night watchman has gone.
Yes, 2 wickets in the first 25 minutes, and although we've seen a fair number of boundaries and runs going to third man, they have these 2 wickets have gone, and yeah, I think you're right, off the thigh pad there and into middle stump. But it did move a little bit, and that is the end of Fisher. You did mention, of course, at the start, Jonathan, unless Yorkshire, as we were talking, you said unless Yorkshire lose some wickets quickly, and we've seen this so often, and you know, they lose their way and think, hang on, we better not just career on here, we better play properly, because the lead at the moment is very healthy. But if, and I can't see it coming, but you never know. If Glamorgan is chasing 320 in a day and a half, who knows? But that's been rather optimistic on my behalf.
Yeah, and that's why I said, you know, the first thing that they have to do is to ensure that they can't lose the game. And whoever, you know, is out there with a more cavalier attitude than that, well, good luck, and you know, who knows? They might surprise us and throw the bat at things and be all out today, and then it makes it a more exciting finish potentially, but they may lose the match. So I think for me, you know, you've got to just make sure you don't lose it, and then give yourself enough time to try and win it, and think about, you know, all those things you've said. You know, Glamorgan down towards the bottom of the table, which suggests that they're up against it. It doesn't mean they can't win, but it's probably going to be an exceptional spike in performance if they're going to knock off 350 plus.
Well, that was the last
in a match like this.
Yeah, I quite agree with you.
But the pitch is playing pretty well.
It's that was the last ball of the over, and Harris will continue. Comes in, bowls to Wharton, who has to adjust and just push it away back down the pitch. The new batsman, and he will have something to say out there, is the Yorkshire captain Johnny Tattersall. Now you've got Tattersall, Bairstow, hugely experienced and a good cricket brain. They will decide between them. And then Johnny comes in. Well, he doesn't block many, does he?
No, no, that's true. And he's due a proper big one as well, really.
Yes, he is.
Since he returned.
Harris over the wicket, bowls. And that's twice now. Last ball of the previous over from Harris, and this one went outside the off stump. A rather flamboyant drive from Wharton.
He got 160 the other week against Middlesex at Headingley on a pitch that was very difficult to take wickets on. And you could see him hammering something similar. He got a half century at Scarborough in his first match back.
Here's Harris in, bowls to Wharton. An appeal for LBW there, and he's given him. Well, I thought I heard a big knock on, but it must have been pad bat. No?
Yeah, I think it was. It felt like it was two sounds, and it felt like it's just clipped the pad first.
Well, this is not what we expected.
No, natural wastage, if you like, in the Yorkshire batting lineup in the first half hour. It's come back a long way, has that, hasn't it?
Well, this is reminiscent of yesterday morning, isn't it? Because the conditions, wind, cloud, which does help the bowlers, and ostensibly he's a swing bowler, James Harris. So that is the end of Wharton. There'll be W to Harris for 2, and huge amount depends now on Tattersall and Johnny Bairstow, who's due in next.
Yeah, 9 actually, James Wharton, from
9
22 deliveries.
That's the 3rd wicket for James Harris, who after some early punishment has settled into the groove, and an ideal position for one of these is replaced. You've got a fresh Tim van de Gooten coming into the attack.
Yeah, he's clearly been getting some shape about the ball that was clear from the Finlay Bean dismissal at the start of the day. So if that's the case, then Yorkshire have got 266 runs in hand with 6 wickets left. They'll still be feeling happy enough with life, but yeah, wouldn't have wanted to lose 3 so quickly. And here is YJB, Johnny Bairstow. As I say, the way he's been playing in attacking mode since he returned to the side, that's come off on those 2 innings, the big 100, 160, and then a half century as well. And I can now reveal that Gavin Hamilton has been appointed as the Yorkshire County Cricket Club General Manager. As of the 1st of November, he will take up his position. And
Good man, Gav. Scotsman.
I'll give you the details, further details from the press release that has just
Did have a little
gone out.
rumour yesterday that was happening.
Yep. It's
And the new coach.
yeah, it's kind of one of those, isn't it? Is it a worst kept secret? I'm not sure about worst kept, but there's been a lot of buzz around.
In the old days, before when the journals would have been in there, scoop. But here's Harris into Bairstow. First ball, bowls to him, and so just plays that gently up to cover. Yes, in the old days, there would have been so and so tipped to become exclusive. The Yorkshire Post, etc., etc. But it doesn't happen these days.
No.
Club will say, look, we'll announce it, okay? Harris, he's taken 3 wickets, coming into the right-handed Bairstow, and wide ball, which Cook has to dive in front of first, slips boots to take it. Doesn't take it cleanly, it's no wonder, because that was very wide. But he is hitting that off stump as much as he can and hoping for some movement. Harris. Rebuilding time all of a sudden for Yorkshire. 3 wickets.
In so many ways, Ed.
24 runs. Last ball of the over, and that beats him outside the off stump. Excellent over from James Harris. And he has bowled extremely well, apart from a couple of loose deliveries at the start.
So
Kenny Davis has been warming up behind me. He is going to take over. Jonathan is going to carry on for another half an hour before I return, and all very interesting.
Yeah, so Gavin Hamilton, club's new general manager of cricket for Yorkshire, a newly created role responsible for delivering cricket success across all formats of the game for the club. Is what the press release says. That is men's and women's cricket. We already know Richard Pyra returning as the women's coach of Yorkshire, of course, as it will be next season. Gavin Hamilton, well, for those who who can't remember. Here's a refresher, of course, played international cricket for both England and Scotland, captained Scotland in the World Cup during the 08-09 season. Played 11 years for Yorkshire County Cricket Club as Gorvin bowls here to Tattersall, the Yorkshire skipper who shoulders arms. Became a capped player in 1998 and was, of course, part of the championship winning side in 2001. And played for a couple of seasons as well for Durham. So I guess welcome back, Gav, is what we should be saying at this point. And there'll be plenty hoping that he can have a very positive influence on the cricket side of life for Yorkshire going forward as Tattersall pushes one out into the offside in Kellaway fields. And there is no run. Gavin is quoted as saying, I'm delighted to be starting my new role at Yorkshire County Cricket Club, the club where I started my career, enjoyed over a decade playing with some great players. Fantastic opportunity, and my ambition in this role is to support the club in achieving sustainable success and to encourage and improve players and teams both on and off the pitch, as Gorvin bowls to Tattersall, who's pushed one wide of mid-off, who gets round to field. He says it's clear that the club is ambitious, very ambitious, and driven to deliver success for both the men's and women's team. I believe that so much of what we need is already in place. I'm looking forward to working with a talented staff and passionate board to help them to unlock the potential of this fantastic club. So it's one of those things that's been chatted around, talked about. There's certainly been plenty of chat in the off the air in the commentary box and occasionally on as to who is going to come in, and that is the announcement. Gavin Hamilton, good delivery from Gorvin, has Tattersall stretching forward, so there is something in it for the bowlers this morning, no doubt about that. Gorvin's been nipping it around. This ball is nearly 35 overs old, and Harris has been swinging it around, and Yorkshire will not be too disappointed at that because they're going to need to take 10 further Glamorgan wickets if they're going to win this. Good morning, Kenneth.
Good morning. And as Edward was saying, replicating what we saw yesterday, vice versa, that Yorkshire had a bit out of the pitch with some overcast conditions and moisture in the air, the ball swinging and doing a bit.
Here's Gorvin again, this time shorter of length, and Tattersall defends into the offside.
But I think as well, they've just bowled in good areas. By their own admission, yesterday afternoon they were poor. They were in a huddle for a while after the end of play yesterday. Spoke to Colin Ingram at the close of play, and there was a bit of soul searching. They realised they hadn't had a good day, bat and ball.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that. Here's Gorvin in again, wide of off stump, and Tattersall leaves to complete the over.
But they've come out firing this morning, taken 3 quick wickets, 2 for Harris, 1 for Gorvin, and obviously Yorkshire still well in the driving seat, but who knows if they can break this partnership and take a flurry of wickets. We're not sure what the forecast is doing tomorrow, but we have seen big scores in the second innings, in the fourth inning, so to speak, here at Sophia Gardens. So James Harris, who will be buoyed by a few quick wickets, is coming in to Johnny Bairstow. And that's leggish, and that's through mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single as Tim van der Hoek. No, they'll come back for 2, actually. That's good running. And I didn't think there was 2 there to take, I have to admit. But Johnny Bairstow very, very quick between the wickets as Tim van Hoogten hurls that one back. We haven't seen him yet this morning. I'm sure he'll be on in due course from the River Taff end. James Harris, rather, coming in with 3 slips to aim at. Coming in and bowls, and that's left outside off stump by Bairstow and taken by Chris Cook.
We've been talking Ackland Park, Middlesbrough. Depressed Saga Lout says Ackland Park had the best chip shop on the circuit. Bit of a walk, but well worth it.
That is some claim, though, isn't it? The best chip shop around. Everybody's got a best chip shop.
In his opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a stoppage because Johnny's noticed something on the pitch. Forever Dormo says the Met Office app shows sunny intervals with less than 10% rain until 2 p.m. when it goes up to 30%, then 3 p.m. 60% onwards, and later thunder. That's tomorrow, forecast-wise.
Harris coming in, full length, and that's just zipped off the turf. And we've seen a few, Jonathan, this morning, just climbing a bit at the batters. That flew through to Chris Cook and had to take it well above hip height. And there's a bit in this wicket this morning for both Harris and Gorvin, who have opened the bowling. 146 for 4, if you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online, and we welcome listeners from Yorkshire as well. Harris in full, and that's creamed through the covers for 4, and that was a loosener and meat and drink for someone of Johnny Bairstow's calibre.
Yeah, too wide half volley, and dispatched with a puff of dust as it hit the pitch, the practice pitch next to the strip they're playing on. Forever Dormo, by the way, says Yorkshire need to declare around lunch today, 3:50 ahead. You are not going to see that, Forever Dormo.
No, especially after what's happened already this morning. Harris in. Oh, and there's a shout here. There's a big appeal from James Harris, and height, I think, is an issue. But a good shot. They all went up.
Well, we've just seen one ball kick off the pitch and Chris Cook take it high. And just looking at this again.
Oh, that is a good shout.
It felt in real time like height might be an issue, but it looks closer than you thought second time.
Must have been close. I mean, from the angle we've just seen, probably hitting middle and leg. Was it just creeping over the bails? That was a big shout. That could have gone either way. Harris in. He's into the groove, bowls, and that's just left outside off stump. And that's a cracking over by James Harris, and probably thinks he should have picked up another one this morning. But he's on song, Jonathan, with Glamorgan having the better of this third morning, and Yorkshire 150 for 4. Tattersall yet to score. Johnny Bairstow is on 6.
Yeah, probably the host's best spell of the match so far, I guess. Best little period. 40 minutes or so. Depressed Sargal out says, as one Spice Boy, meaning Gavin Hamilton, will be general manager, will his mate Anthony McGrath be our next director of cricket? Well,
am I right in saying that he
there
had
would be a
his
thing.
first England cap on that South African, I think it was 99-2000 tour?
Gorvin in, and
Or was he
Tattersall
before
drops
that,
into the
Jonathan?
offside no run. Sorry, Gavin.
Yeah, he definitely played on that tour with Michael Vaughan. And I think Graham Swan might have been on that tour as well in his early career. I'm stand to be corrected, obviously.
Yeah, you're asking me now.
I will try
without those facts in front of me.
Endeavour to find out.
Gorvin in, and Tattersall drives to Mason Crane, who tumbles and stops at mid-off. Good morning as well to Audrey Woodhouse, who says, welcome back, Gav, delighted with his appointment. Hope you're well, Audrey.
Yes, he did tour South Africa on that 99-2000 tour. Yeah.
As in he comes again, and that's pushed out square on the offside. No run. Who toured when and what? Difficult to remember now. Apart from probably further back than that, and I can probably make the recall.
Well, it was a dicey period for the England national side at the time.
Here comes Gorvin, and Tattersall angles this one to Kieran Carlson, who is at golly. No run. Adam Harper's with the talk of old cricket grounds and all of that, has sent a couple of scorecards in from matches played at Shaw Lane, Barnsley, back in the 70s. 1975 match against Nottinghamshire there. and a 1978 match against Surrey at the same place. The scorecard prices 5p in 1975, and massive inflation by 78. They'd gone up to 8 pence. Gorvin in. Top of the bounce. Tattersall turns it into the leg side. No run. The teams, well, the Yorkshire side there. In 75, Boycott, Loam, Hampshire, Old, Ledbetter, Johnson, Bairstow, Stevenson, Nicholson, Robinson, Oldham and Carrick was 12th man. 78, Boycott, Hampshire, Love, Sharp, Lum, Old, Bairstow, Carrick, Stevenson, Cooper and Oldham, with G.A. Cope as 12th as on that sheet. As Tattersall pushes one into the offside, we'll get a single wide of mid-off. Surrey, Edrich, Howarth, Knight, Roop, Eunice Ahmed, Butcher, Baker, no, not Grosser and Taylor, Inticab, Jackman, Richards and Pocock. Notts in that 75 game, Harris, Hassan, Smedley, Rice, Randall, Johnson, Tunnicliffe, White, Birch, Wilkinson and Stead. Some cracking old
there.
county cricketing names there.
Yeah. So James Harris will continue from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips a gully. Backward point mid-off is, well, he's right up mid-on and mid-wicket. There is a man at fine leg. That's gone down leg, but it's taken by Chris Cook. Well taken as well. Back to the discussion about chippies. And, well, not far from where you're staying currently in the capital, Jonathan. There's, many who have visited Cardiff will know, there's a street called Caroline Street, but it's more aptly known as Chip Alley.
All right, okay.
That is where everyone piles in after an international or whatever. As Harris starts his run-up, bowls, and that's full, and that's clipped into the onside where Carson fields, and there's a few chippies there, but the famous one is called Dorothy's. Others are available. But it's the end of night kind of chippy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, several vessels deep.
Yes. Harris in and bowls. Yes, they've seen some interesting things there, I'd imagine. And that's into mid-wicket. Timmy van der Hoogten fields, and there's a run. Yorkshire 152 for 4. The lead is 274, but Glamorgan have made some inroads this morning with 3 wickets. Finlay Bean, LBW bowled Harris for 55. James Wharton, equally LBW Harris for 9. And Fisher, the night watchman, was bowled Gorvin for 15. Lyth, of course, fell last night in the penultimate over. Also, LBW bowled Harris for 57. Harris is in. And, gosh, I lost that in flight then.
Yeah, just hit it straight back into the pitch and bounced up to James Harris.
Yeah. I was expecting it to be launched over mid-on somewhere, but it never came that direction.
Had there been a larger attendance, then it was one of those that would have been a crowd catch, but nobody seemed to flinch.
Still sun peering through the clouds here at Sophia Gardens as Harris starts his run-up and bowls, and getting a good line here, good purchase. And he's into his rhythm is James Harris.
Jim Green says, out of interest, what has Gavin Hamilton been doing prior to his appointment? I can give you some details on that, Jim, during my next over on commentary. Second, I can understand not wanting to lose the game, but on the Yorkshire website it mentions a 500 lead. Yeah, I think that's what they told Graham Hardcastle in yesterday's interview. 350 to 370 would surely be enough of a lead, says Jim. I don't, unless they get bowled out with that sort of a lead, I don't see them stopping there if they've got the choice, Jim. I really don't. Not when you cannot afford to lose the match.
Oh, I think that's going down, is it? Oh, he's been given. Harris has got another wicket. I thought It was just angling down leg, but Johnny Bairstow is the latest to fall to James Harris. LBW for 6, and Glamorgan are in the hunt here on the third morning. Harris is bowling beautifully here as we see the replay. Just thought it might have gone down, but it straightened possibly at the last moment, and the dreaded finger went up from a Yorkshire point of view, and Harris has got his third of the third morning, his 4th overall, and Yorkshire in slight disarray.
Yeah, well, I mean, the previous shout felt like it was better than that one to me. That's the first one that has been given where I'm really thinking, I'm not sure that's going down, possibly going down leg. Certainly, I know he comes across, that doesn't help him, does it? It's his movement across slightly that you can be forgiven as a human being for thinking that means that he's bang in front. And it might have hit him in front, but with the angle, was it missing leg? May have been an umpire's call job if it was a review, but anyway, the facts are that after 12 deliveries out there in the middle, Johnny Bairstow has gone, and 152 for 5 after 37.6. I did say right at the start of the day they may lose wickets just through that natural wastage thing of the opposition being good enough to take them, and they have 4 this morning. And so all this talk of they should be declaring it this and they should be declaring it that, and will they go on, it may well not happen now, because they are a batter light coming into this, leaving out Will Luxton and playing Dan Moriarty. George Hill has been among the runs of late, and we know, of course, in this match as well with 90, he's coming out here for a second time. And it is an important job to do now, 5 down, because they wouldn't want to be blown away for somewhere between this and a 320 lead. That would still give Glamorgan a lot of time and some hope, if they're batted carefully, that they could cause an upset. So,
what a time, Jonathan, for Timmy van der Hoogten to be introduced into proceedings here for the start of his spell. But James Harris has bowled beautifully. Just shows. I just thought the bowling, yes, the pitch got better as throughout the course of the day yesterday, but Glamorgan's bowling was wayward, and they by their own admission, weren't on song yesterday. But I agree with you, Jonathan. I thought the previous shout was the better of the two. I think that was a good shout, but I thought the other one was probably hitting middle and leg where there was more doubt. But there we go.
So here's Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end, wide off stump first up to get himself loose. Oh dear me, he's been wided. Would you Adam and Eve it?
That is a rarity.
We've seen a few in this match. Who was it on the first? Was it James Harris first morning? Because quite a few went wide of off stump that weren't given. So yeah, surprised that he's bothered to raise the arms horizontally. But at the moment, every run helps. So 274 in front at 152 for 5. And 2 new batters out there with important work to do for Yorkshire. 3 slips and a gully. And here comes TVDG, wide of off stump, a little straighter this time. Good enough to not be drawn into giving the decision the umpire.
There are more wides given now, aren't there, in this form? I remember years and years ago, you'd barely see a wide in this form of the game at all. It would really have to be Simon Harmison-esque first ball of the Ashes to be given a wide.
Or even Steve,
rather, mixing up with Simon Jones.
Here is Van der Hoogten, turned into the leg side by Tattersall, and there is no run.
Partner in crime, of course, in 2005, Steve Harmison and Simon Jones. Yes, that was a wide. I think that went a second slip in that ill-fated 2006-7 Ashes series.
I was doing the game that night, an overnight commentary in a Leeds-based studio, and I was on for that ball. We were all gobsmacked at what we'd just seen. Yeah. The first ball of a series after all that hype following the 05 Ashes win. And of course we all know what happened. That was a microcosm of the series, wasn't it, really? In one moment as Tattersall blocks there.
Set the tone, really, didn't it, for what was to come. but needless to say, there'll be some hype before the next series. But just shows how difficult it is to win away from home.
Van der Hoogten in and bowling, and Tattersall leaves once again. The other thing that, you know, before you're feeling doom and gloom, if you're a White Rose follower, 4 wickets down this morning, but that means that Yorkshire must be quite capable of using the facilities as well if they bowl well and producing something similar. Ball is by no means lost there, 275 in front, but yeah, 4 quick wickets. I'm feeling a little less comfortable than at breakfast this morning as Tattersall leaves one wide of off stump. But Jim thinks that a few decisions on LB have been questionable for both sides. Best, North-East were questionable. Higgins should have been given out when Thompson was bowling. But he agrees that the Bairstow first shout was better than the actual dismissal.
Of course, as well, Glamorgan haven't settled on an opening partnership this season either, so that is something to consider.
Here's Van der Hoogten again. Tattersall offering the bat at that before withdrawing it quite late.
When they come back 39. In, that is.
Yep, 39 overs gone, 153 for 5, 275 in front.
Because Asa Tribe came in but was under pressure early on. So interesting how this game has ebbed and flowed.
Yep, Glamorgan at the moment needing more, Kenneth, than they got in the first innings. 239 all out, and of course for long enough looked like they may be well in that follow-on territory, although as we know Yorkshire said that they wouldn't have followed through with that.
Harris will continue from the Cathedral Road end with 4 wickets to his name so far in this innings, and that's whipped into the onside. Carlson is there, short mid-wicket.
Refereeing says, morning JD, with the weather forecast for tomorrow and Headingley history, whilst it's never good losing wickets, being bowled out could well be a blessing, as 2 draws may not be enough. So all out for a win here, he says.
As James Harris ambles in past the umpire right arm over, and it's exactly the same scenario. That's into the onside where Carlson will field. Well, everything's still possible at the moment with a bit of a resurgence from Glamorgan, courtesy of James Harris. 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. Carlson is there at mid-wicket. There is some protection at fine leg. Harris bowling fuller that time, but George Hill is forward. Top scorer for Yorkshire in the first innings with 90. Good knock from Hill. Deserving of a ton, you would say. Spoke to a Yorkshire supporter this morning who was staying in the Newport Road area of the capital, enjoying himself immensely. Said he always comes down to Cardiff as Harris comes in, and that's played to mid-on where Timmy van der Hoogten is fielding. There's no run.
How are the excitement levels ahead of Sunday's final?
Yeah, I think so. There'll be a good contingent going up to Notts, as there were for the final that Glamorgan won 3 years ago against Durham. And I was speaking to Ed this morning, doing a piece for our news outlets as Harris comes in past the umpire, bowls, and that's flown past the outside edge straight through to the keeper. It is regarded as the third competition. There's no getting away from that. However, they must use it as a catalyst to move forward and try and take the next step, because it's been a mixed bag. It's been a disappointing championship, mixed bag again in the T20. So it can be used in that way, as it should, with Harris coming in, bowls, and that's defended, and there's no run. So there is excitement, and at the end of the day, it's something tangible to win, which we all want.
That's right. There are only 3 trophies available county cricket wise, so why not get your mitts on one if you can. So that year that you won it was, I think, the year that Yorkshire came here in the last group game and managed to win with a very young side, Richard Pyra at the helm, and then 2 days later we all had to trip across to Chelmsford for the quarter-final. That's the best Yorkshire have done actually in that competition since it's been made into that kind of development field. Here's Van der Hoogten, it's wide of off stump, and Tattersall leaves. Yeah, they went and lost in the quarters to Essex.
Well, there was a fans forum here yesterday lunchtime where coach spoke, and they won't bring Crane and Cook back for the final, so it'll be Smale and others who have got them there. And I'm told that Somerset will be picking equally their side that they fielded.
Okay, Van der Hoogten in. Ooh, good delivery. Goes past a pushing Johnny Bairstow on the rise.
Because I remember in the final that Glamorgan were in against Notts back in 2013. Notts brought all of the big bang, guns back. Stuart Broad was there, and Swan, who barely would have played throughout the course of the season. And in fact, we're going straight to Australia, I think, after that.
Van der Hoogten in. Oh, edged and missed by Andy Gorvin. Was it too high for him? He's gone straight above his head and is leaping to try and get some hands on it. Hard to tell because we're above it how high in relation to him it was. Was it just that he was unable to react quickly enough? Either way, Johnny Tats has got his first boundary, but it was a bit streaky. Third slip, Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, it would have been a great catch. Flew to Gorvin,
who waits as Van der Hoogten comes in, and that's dropped into the leg side, no run. Malcolm Palmer says Johnny B got a stinker there, but I do think we need to have a bit more of a thrash and pull out at 380 to 400. Outgrounds, my old favourite was Park Avenue. Saw some great games in the 60s when I was supposed to be working. I remember Ken Taylor catching Kenny Barrington right in front of the brick wall to the pavilion, risking his fingers. Malcolm over in rainy Alicante. Van der Hoogten in again, penultimate ball of the over. Tattersall again a bit edgy, into the ground though here. Fielded at Gully. No run. I'll disappear after this next delivery because Bevan is breathing down the neck. Yeah. He's got that look on his face that says, Doige, you are taking up my airtime. You've already had a minute of it. Get yourself out of the chair, lad. 157 for 5 as Van der Hoogten comes in again. Tattersall drives at this one to Kieran Carlson at mid-off. End of the over then, the lead 279. Well, Yorkshire supporters will be delighted I'm leaving because I've taken 4 wickets this morning. 4 of theirs. See you soon.
Thanks, Jonathan. Who will be back in due course. But we'll first of all make way for Edward Bevan. With Yorkshire 157 for 5. A bit of a collapse. Still a more than healthy lead of 279 with wickets in the bank. But here is Harris, who's bowled beautifully this morning, coming in from the Cathedral Road end, past the umpire, bowls right arm over, but that's left outside off stump by George Hill. And it's taken by keeper Chris Cook. Harris really into his groove this morning and has bowled a beautiful length which has been probing, and he's had his rewards with 3 wickets, 4 overall, and he might have had well, he had a shout just before the one that was given for Johnny Bairstow. Coming in is Harris, bowls slightly short of the length that time, but mistimed by Hill off the square. And there's no run. Edward, by their own admissions, we was telling you about the huddle they had yesterday after stumps. There was a bit of soul searching.
Was there? I'd gone by then. I didn't see that.
By their own admission, hadn't bowled well. It was a poor day, really, bat and ball. But James Harris on song here.
Yeah, bowled beautifully this morning.
And here he comes and bowls. Good length delivery, but that's trickled along the floor. After pitching to Chris Cook.
Yeah, going back to those decisions given by umpire Milnes, I thought before Bairstow was given out that there's a big appeal, which I thought was more out, to be honest, than the one he was given.
In agreement.
But
yeah.
There we are. Been a few questionable decisions, namely Harris yesterday, who showed his bat when he was dismissed.
Here comes James Harris. Bowls. Oh, that's a good length once more. It's just that corridor of uncertainty just outside off stump. And Hill had a bit of a nibble at that one. He's yet to get off the mark. Top scorer for Yorkshire in the first innings.
Yeah, there's a lot depending on the remainder here, because they don't want to lose their way. And they have to rebuild, because we expected a free-flowing display batting this morning and get a big lead, but it hasn't quite worked out.
3 slips a gully for Harris, who comes in, bowls foolish again, draws Hill into a false shot, and that's a beautiful line again. It's
excellent bowling. It does remind me, I remember years ago commentating on James's debut at Gloucester, where he took 15 or 16 wickets in the match. He had the most beautiful action, and every ball was like the one he's bowling now. So whether he has rediscovered the old action that he had before he joined Middlesex.
Has had his injury problems this year. Harris coming in, again it's outside, it's left that time, on a length by George Hill. But that is a maiden over by James Harris. 4 for 52 are his figures so far, with Yorkshire 157 for 5, having lost 4 wickets already in this morning session.
Yeah, he's been bowling now for an hour. Well, he hasn't bowled for an hour and 5 minutes, but he's been in action. And normally you'd think it's time for a rest, but the way that he bowled that last over, I don't think North East is going to take him off. And things have worked out. After Gorvin got that wicket and bowled all right, you had a fresh Van de Gooten on, and he's coming in now. And bowling to Tattersall, bowls to him, and Tattersall withdraws his bat, and he goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Problem Glamorgan have had, though, when they do eventually get in, is their opening batters, the partnership at the top
non-existent.
Well, and injuries as well have hampered them this year.
That was mentioned apparently in the members forum yesterday. They're searching for an opener and a bowler as Van de Gooten bowls. Again, it's left by Johnny Tattersall, and he knows as captain that he's got to hang about there now and try and get this lead up well over 300. But credit to Glamorgan, looks as if that little huddle pay dividends. And I pull this window, it's blowing a gale into my face here. Just for a moment. You know, the healthy Doige will be back and opening it, but I can get out of the way then. Next ball is left again. Just a little straighter he wants to bowl. Van de Gooten, he's not getting the batsman to play. 3 slips in the gully, which you would normally see at the start of an innings, but this is exactly the same scenario as yesterday morning when we saw Code, and Fisher and the other 2 seamers, Hill and Thompson, taking advantage of the crosswind and also the cloudy conditions, and it's beginning to break at the moment, but still quite cold out there. Van der Gooten to Tattersall, and he tries to tuck it away, but it goes straight to short mid-wicket. No run off the over. They do bat all the way. Oh, down best.
Yeah, well, he had a knock in the first
50.
50, yeah.
Code Thompson, Moriarty. So there is batting. Yorkshire tenacity is needed here. In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again, and that's played away down towards third man, and that's going to run away for 4. And but I do wonder, do you need a mid-on? Because nothing has gone there as far as I've seen this morning, and you could put him down third man.
Well, that has just relieved a bit of pressure there.
Yeah.
Possibly needlessly so. As the lead goes to 283.
Yeah, they slowly build him, but they will have to bat a little longer possibly than they originally thought. And we originally thought this morning, we were thinking of a lunchtime deck.
Yeah, I think that's
out of the question at the moment. It's 50 minutes to go before lunch. In comes Van der Gooten again to complete the over and bowls the Tattersall and ducks in at him. And just gets a bat on it, plays it out to short mid-wicket, and that completes another over. And there is no question of James Harris taking a rest because he's trotting up from fine leg. As the two batsmen look at the pitch, talk about it, tap it down, and say, right, we've got to get our heads down and be selective.
Yeah, Hill is yet to score. Johnny Tattersall unbeaten on 10. The batters to fall this morning: Bean, Wharton, Fisher, the night watchman, and Johnny Bairstow. Lyth went last night, of course, in the penultimate over. This is James Harris to continue his spell bowling, and that's prodded into the offside, and there's no run there as it goes to cover.
Sprinkling of spectators. The sun stays here until about 1 o'clock, then they'll disappear across the way. You get the most hot conditions.
Glorious yesterday.
Very, very hot and freezing.
Freezing this side.
Midwinter here, midsummer over there.
James Harris comes in and bowls, and that's defended resolutely once more by George Hill, and there's no run.
Yes, Hill taking his time. How many balls does he face? 13 or 15?
So they'll
It's turning into good contest.
Glamorgan will know as well if the pitch will improve, if they can knock a few wickets over as Harris comes in. Bowls, good length delivery. Oh, they were all up behind, and he's got his line beautifully this morning, as James Harris, and
yeah,
he's asking questions. It's just seeing the replay now.
5 dismissals and 4 of them been legged before.
Just hit the back leg there, but was going over. Here comes James Harris bowling Fuller, and that's gimme through the covers for 4. That's a disappointment because a let off really for George Hill, who was under pressure.
Yes,
he could free his hands, and it was struck through the covers for 4.
yes, it's one blemish in the last few overs from James Harris. Perhaps you think North East have perhaps given James a rest and bringing Andy Gove in, who took the other wicket this morning back this end, or Morris, who I thought bowled pretty well yesterday.
Coming in is James Harris, and bowls short of a length, and that's whipped into the onside. Carlson feels there's no run.
Johnny Tattersall, who scored 50, I think it was 51 in the Metro Bank game here a month or so ago, or a couple of months ago. good cricketer is James Tattersall. He's been around for some time. Assumed the captaincy now. Shah Mahmood over in Pakistan, as in comes
Harris. And Hill drives only towards mid-on, and Tim van der Hoogten fields, and it will be Tim van der Hoogten, number 64, to continue from the River Taff end.
Yes, they want to try and keep the pressure. The Glamorgan bowlers now on the batsmen. They're two relatively new batsmen. Tattersall's on 11, and just the 4 runs we saw from Hill. After 4 wickets fell for just 32 runs. This after an opening partnership last night of 115 between Lyth and Bean, both half centuries. Fisher was out for 15, Morton for 9. Bairstow, big wicket, was out for 6. Tim van der Hoogten still with the attacking 3 slips and a rather deep gully. Comes in and bowls, and Tattersall leaves outside the off stump. Hasn't quite found his line, has van der Hoogten. He's bowled a lot outside the off stump, which the batsmen have left alone. Got to try and attack all the time.
We were speaking about outgrounds earlier in Yorkshire. Of course, they've only played in Neath for the last, couple of years. Only those 2 games.
2 one-day games, yeah. And this is edged down again, down to 3rd man, and that's going to be running away. Is it going to be caught? Yes, it is. Just a metre inside, but they'll come back for 3. A lot of runs have gone down that area this morning, which Glamorgan can ill afford. Yes, and well attended every year. I think it's 3 years we've been down there, Kenneth, because the West don't get any cricket, or people from Pembrokeshire, which is further west.
Yeah.
Which is or Carmarthenshire.
Well, talking of which, Edward, there was a one-off game when this stadium was being redone in Cresselly. Do you remember that game?
Yes,
that was Surrey.
Went down there. And comes van der Hoogten, bowls to Hill, and Hill just plays it back down the pitch.
Surrey won, and if I remember rightly, I think Mark Butcher might have steered them home in that game. But it's a long while ago. It's about 16 years, probably, just before this stadium was redeveloped. So Jimmy Marr was was playing in that game.
There was also an overseas player, and his name escapes me, as van der Hoogten bowled. Bowled him. He half sort of left it and took the off stump, and they lose their 6th wicket. Van der Hoogten bowling straight to then, and he was in betwixt and between, wasn't he, George Hill? So he has gone, bowled for 6. And the score now, 168 for 6. And this is a collapse from the... Yeah, he left it. And it nipped back and hit the off stump. Hill bangs his bat against his hand and departs. All very interesting, Kenny.
Yeah, well, yes, he wanted to leave. At the last moment, it darted back in off the bat and was bowled. And funnily, in stark contrast to how he played in the first innings, he just never looked comfortable early on against either bowler. And he trudges up the pavilion. Another wicket to fall, the 5th of the morning. So Glamorgan dominating this first session today.
And it makes you wonder, because even though they have bowled very well, especially Harris this morning, what the Yorkshire seamers will be able to do on this is there's certainly movement. There's movement through the air, as you would expect with the conditions, but also movement off the pitch, because the lack of judgment there from George Hill. He thought initially, but he didn't know quite what to do, but fatally left it, and it hit the off pole. So from 120 for 1 this morning, there's 48 runs added, and 5 wickets have gone as Dom Best comes. I suppose you can say the rest, one of the remaining batsmen you would expect to get runs, whether you would expect the other 3, namely Cole, Thompson, Moriarty, to contribute. we shall have to see, but a long chant as he walks to the crease from his captain Tattersall. But a lot of pressure now on Yorkshire, starting this morning in a very good position, and the wickets have just tumbled. Oh, I suppose the pessimistic would say this game will finish today. But Glamorgan will have something to say, or they should have something to say about it, as will Yorkshire. I think we've got an exciting day in front of us.
Well, they've showed a bit of character. They've got the grit between their teeth now. Certainly.
Don Best then made 50 in the first innings, and here will be facing Tim van der Gooten, who has 2 balls left of this over. And he comes, bowls the first ball to Best, who plays it gently up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Colin Ingram disappointed. I spoke to him last night. Had missed out. Felt he missed out yesterday. 83 bowled by Best. Just flatter, quicker ball.
Yeah, having bowled 4 on a length, just toss them up on a good length and then pushed one through quickly. Flatten the off stump. You don't see many off spinners flattening off stump. Last ball of the over. In comes Van der Gooten, bowls to Best, and Best again plays a similar shot out to mid-wicket. Just the 3 runs and a wicket. 1 for 36 now for Van der Gooten off 10 overs.
Yes.
168 for 6.
So what's that?
Quickly through the wickets that went today. Bean, LBW to Harris for 57. Then Fisher was bowled by Gorvin for 15. Wharton, LBW Harris for 9. Bairstow, LBW Harris for 6. And just a moment ago, George Hill, LBW to Van der Gooten for 4. Best and Tattersall have much to do, and the lead is 290.
Persevering they are, Glamorgan with James Harris. And that's left outside off stump. We thought maybe that Sam Northeast would have considered giving him a rest, but not so.
He would have asked him, obviously. And after you've taken 4 wickets, the answer would probably be no, thanks, I can carry on.
Three slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Here comes Harris, bowls, and again that's left, but dribbles through almost to Chris Cook. Couple of bounces before the wicket keeper takes it low. 290 is the lead. And of course the weather will come into the equation tomorrow if we
believe
that far.
And if you believe weather forecast.
Yes. Harris ambles in from the Cathedral Road end, and that's full again. That's worked into the onside Carlson Fields, and there's no run. So yeah, Best the last recognised batter. So a lot will depend on these now. Tattersall is unbeaten on 13.
Captain's innings is needed here from Tattersall.
In comes James Harris then, and bowls good length delivery, and that's defended, and it is fielded at mid-on by Van der Hoogten. As Best just comes down from the non-striker's end to do a bit of gardening work on the wicket. Sun is out here. They've had their money's worth this morning so far of the crowd at Sapphire Gardens. Harris, that's wide-ish and left, and taken by Chris Cook. So it's been Harris supplemented by Gorvin and Van der Hoogten so far. Haven't seen Ben Morris, and obviously haven't seen spin yet from Mason Crane. James Harris coming in, 5 dot balls, and that's driven, and that is the only blemish, unfortunately. And he's cross with himself. Kicks the turf in frustration, does James Harris. There was a mere push past mid-off and it sped to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and I think now as Sam Northeast runs up to James Harris, he might well be saying to him, well bowled this morning, and I think it's time perhaps you can have a blow. Yeah, other fielders going up, just giving him a tap on the back, shaking their hands, and it was an excellent spell. Harris 4 for 60 of 16 overs. I think with pace has been this morning the answer. I think we might see Gorvin bowling this end, or possibly Morris for a few overs. Still 37 minutes to go until lunch. As Van der Gooten will continue and start his 17th. No, he hasn't bowled as many as that. I'll have a look. How many overs has he bowled? 11th. Bowls and draws best forward, and there is no run. Callaway's. Look, yeah, Callaway's winding. Look at the cover. Doesn't bowl in this innings as yet. 1 for 35 off 8 in his first in the first innings. This would be an interesting choice. This Van der Gooten from the River Taff end comes in and bowls. Best leaves outside the off stump. Goes through the cook. Chilly morning and a brisk wind. We see the flags up on top of the pavilion, the Yorkshire Club flag and the Glamorgan flag, and the Welsh dragon fluttering away to our left. As I mentioned yesterday, trees in the far distance just changing the colour as autumn approaches. Well, autumn's here. Van der Gooten bowls outside the off stump, and an exaggerated leave by Bess as he goes through to the keeper. Maybe missing Nick Webb. Nick's here and doing some writing and social media stuff, but you will not hear his voice. He's very croaky and coughing. So stay away from us, Mr. Webb.
He was being asked politely to stay away from Colin Ingram as well, filming the interview yesterday. In comes Van der Gooten bowls. I'm delighted to say that I had a text from Andrew Hignell, who's been away for a couple of months through illness, that he would be here today. He said, I won't come and see you because I want to stay away from Nick. Send him into quarantine. And yes,
tells me he's got a rugby match Saturday, Nick. Oh.
Yes, he's going to the Dragons for the first URC fixtures.
Here's the next ball, and that's played defensively away onto the offside, and there's no run. Is he wise, I say to myself, to go up there and yeah, because as you well know, there's a lot of not screeching, a lot of loud talk there in rugby matches, and excitement.
Especially for radio comms, Ed. TV have it easy.
Yes, much easier. 5 dot balls for Van der Gooten. Here's the last ball. Comes up and bowls, and Best drives. Good looking shot. That might well run down to the boundary. Yes, Fiedler has given up. So the last 2 overs have been 5 dot balls and 2 fours, as these do their very best to rebuild this innings, which has been stuttering from the start this morning.
Yeah, it's good to see Andrew Hignell. A fortnight ago he popped in
Yes.
the commentary box in the Leicestershire game.
He's got some time to go for getting back to full fitness. But he is, I think, I was told yesterday that he's going up to Nottingham, he and his good lady, and taking it easy. He won't be working, obviously. If you haven't heard of Andrew Hignell, he is the Glamorgan statistician and scorer, and does an excellent job for the club. Has been doing it, and of course he was with me for, well, nearly 25 years as the BBC's scorer. And we're having a change of bowling.
We are, and as you mentioned, Ed, Callaway was limbering up a moment ago, and it is going to be young Ben Kellaway from Chepstow. And it'll be the orthodox right arm coming in. Bowls. Oh, that jumped high and missed everybody.
4 runs.
And it's 4. Well, that's zipped off the wicket. And
It's runs, yeah.
Tattersall had to take evasive action. So did Cook. See this.
Have another look at this again.
Oh, spat off the turf. Oof, that really climbed.
Yeah, despairing dive by Ingram. It slipped because he got a nick on it, and I think I might have seen a spot of dust, which Tom Bess will not be discouraged in any sort of way. And
The lead, incidentally, as all that happened, is now over 300.
yes, still a very comfortable lead for Yorkshire, and to see that ball there,
Well, that'll give Bess encouragement.
and the seamers.
Yeah. In comes Kellaway then. Bowls, and Tattersall is forward defensively, and there's no run. Those were leg byes.
They were like buys, were they?
Yeah.
Right.
In comes Ben Kellaway, right arm over, and that'll be a single down towards long on. Spoke to Ben Kellaway a few months ago at the start of the season. Lovely chap, youngster, and a good product from Chepstow. Said that no one else in the family has any interest. I asked if his father played, and not at all. Is doing
Good for him.
is combining his cricket with studies at Cardiff University.
Very wise.
Wise head on young shoulders. Here he comes, and Bess has to rock back at that one in defensive mode.
Interesting comment, I'm told, by a member yesterday and by the Glamorgan coach in the members' forum.
Kellaway, we'll hear about that as that's whipped through the onside for a single. They look for 2, but they'll think otherwise as the ball comes back into Chris Cook, which was.
He said to the membership, make the most of watching Ben Kellaway. People were going, why? Because he'll be playing for England before long, or words to that effect, which interesting remark.
Yeah, talk about pressure. Kellaway coming in, and that's behind square, and they'll take a single. I mean, he.
Going to have a change as Jonathan Dodge comes back to join me, and Kenneth goes up to see if the lunch has arrived,
Thanks, Ed.
even though he's still got half an hour. Jonathan back to join me for the final half hour before the interval. It's been an interesting morning, sir.
I just thought there were too many Welsh voices on, and we needed some
Absolutely.
Yorkshire A-up back on the commentary. So
I'm half
thought I'd better
Yorkshire.
come and rescue the situation a little bit. Well, you boys have done pretty well, actually, because you've reduced the number of wickets being taken during that last half hour.
Here comes Andy Gooden, starts a new, excuse me, a new over, and Tattersall leaves outside the off stump. That's interesting sight. The Glamorgan physio on I think that's the Yorkshire physio.
Yeah, I just noticed that myself walking around.
Walk around, discussing tactics.
Maybe sharing a few injury tactics? No, it's kind of injury
How do you
treatment tactics.
Now then, tell me, how do you treat so-and-so? How do you treat a trapped nerve? Well, quite easy, really. Yes, they're having a little circular.
Could be a bit like a Secret Service type thing, couldn't it? Spying on the opposition camp, and which one will let, which, well, actually, so-and-so's got a niggle, and which, oh, sorry, I shouldn't have told you that before we go into the final day of the match.
Yeah, here's Van de Gooten bowls, and again, it's wide of the off stump. And the flannels of the 3 slips and the gully, blowing a gale.
Can you imagine that one? Whichever side you want to shape it from, the coach or whatever goes, just go have a wander around with the opposing physio, see what you can find out.
Yeah.
And they're going, Well, I tell you what, I've been treating a few tough quad muscle injuries lately. Oh
Have
yeah,
you had
we've we've got a couple of them. Yeah.
Van de Gooten bowls. Tattersall moves across his stumps, guides it to mid-wicket, who's deep, and they take a single. Yes. Had many this season? Well, I've had 15 pulls, 10 quads, and I've got a list of them. Yes. And you find that although she's been, Georgina, with Glamorgan for a few years now, they tend to move on to rugby clubs, football clubs. Football clubs are rather more remunerative, I would have thought, than other sports, wouldn't you? Especially Premier League.
Yeah.
In comes Van de Gooten, and he has been bowling rather wide of the off stump as it goes through. Whether it's a ploy to keep the runs down or what, but there is certainly a crosswind here, so that may be affecting it. 1 for 41 in his 12th, Tim Van de Gooten.
The site next door of our colleague Nick Webb, tapping away his tablet.
Van de Gooten bowls, and this draws him into a drive. Best didn't really time it, and it just goes slowly up to mid-on. Yeah.
You and I have got coffee cups around and that sort of thing, bottle of water. Nick is accompanied by some chloroseptic and some dry tickly cough medicine fixtures on his desk.
You'd be far off having a whiskey and ginger there. Double.
Yeah.
Gentleman's measure, as they say. Be far better off, I have to tell him that. 184 for 6 then, as Tim Van de Gooten comes in and bowls to Bess. Bess is squared up there, and there's a big appeal only by the bowler. And this is, it's darting about here. It's darted about for Harris throughout the morning. That's the end of the over. Just a single off it, and the score is 184 for 6. More importantly, the lead is 306. And here we are with sweaters on in the commentary box, and the pan onto the crowd by our cameras sees everybody, the far side, in shorts, t-shirts and caps.
The window's been closed since have you two lads a bit on the soft side?
Yes, we are very much. We're not
Soft
brought up
Welshman.
in Broad Acres, you see.
No.
But you're welcome to open it. It's a fit young man.
I'll take the young. Fit, well. So, Ben Callaway, who knows, maybe on the verge of England honours at some point in the future. For now, he's got to try and finish off this Yorkshire second innings, and that first delivery was right arm and off spin. It can be a bit of a lottery in terms of what's coming down.
Suffice to say, it hasn't gone Yorkshire's way.
This morning,
Put it
no.
in a simple sentence.
Yeah, it's Glamorgan's best session of the match,
Yeah.
bar none. Callaway is in. Tattersall glances one off his legs out to the sweeper in the deep, who is young Morris, and they get a single.
And plans would have changed. We thought, didn't we? Okay, gallop to 350 lead, pull in at lunch and get cracking. But it won't quite work out.
I'm not sure I thought that, I've got to say, Ed. I'm going to say no. Withdraw my part of that comment. I never saw that one.
Well, the 307 had...
Callaway's in, and
high visions of
pushed by Bess.
Been Johnny, crashing along, because Glamorgan didn't bowl particularly well in their first innings. Well, they won't be far off it if these two stay together.
No, Callaway in, and that's punched square on the offside by Bess, an area that he does score quite heavily in. He gets a single this time. He's on to 6, 186 for 6, and the lead 308. Callaway into just his second over, as my colleague says, bathed in the sunshine at the moment. Pretty much most parts of the ground you'd be in the sun, barring right in front of us. It's coming from behind us, just away to our right, really, as that is turned into the leg side by Tattersall, but Carlson fields. Still having to give the ball a good wipe, Callaway, in between deliveries, as Tattersall tries to get it past and does so successfully. Carlson, who dives. Another run to Johnny. 2 overs for 6 for Callaway. And Tattersall on to 22 and will retain the strike. The lead now 309. I still think if you get to 350, even if that is all you get to with these last 4 wickets, you'd still feel fairly confident that you could see this through. Yeah. And once they get to 360, they're going to have to score just about the highest innings of the match, Glamorgan, to win it. 361, of course, Yorkshire made in their first innings, having been put into bat, don't forget, on the first morning.
Another thing, John, as I mentioned yesterday, David Byers, who, and also Matthew Maynard here, he would not bother with weather forecast. He'd play it as the game should be played, which I suppose is it's a good thing to do. Don't have that in the back of your mind. Okay, if it rains, and that's it. But we're playing cricket the proper way. Here's Van de Gooten then. He's had quite a long spell here this morning. He's coming in now and bowls to Tattersall and gets a good delivery which squirts away to third slip. My word, they're back here with us, in front of us. The 2 physios have galloped round. They probably thought, yeah, well, let's do 5 laps of the ground. They are walking, add that.
Well, physios obviously, got to lead by example. Keep those quads moving, Ed.
Absolutely. Tim Van de Gooten comes racing in and bowls, and this is played away into the gully. Fielded by Callaway, and there's no run.
It'd be interesting if there were physios in the commentary, but in the press box, wouldn't it, really? And strength and conditioning, can you imagine that?
When I used to attend the test matches, you had it, you see. You used to have these ladies coming in, and anybody like, because you sit there in the press box all day long and you don't really move because you're taking notes and all that, and you do stiffen up. There's Van de Gooten, not Van de Gooten at all, it's Gorgon coming in and bowls, and it's pushed away in the offside.
So let me get this straight, you're in the press box and you would have ladies coming in?
Yeah, they'd say anybody, most of it on your shoulders, because you'd be sitting there all day, and they'd come just give you a nice bit of massage, and you actually did feel much looser. You didn't pay for it either, which is a help.
Ed, you're opening my eyes up to a completely different world to the one I've ever worked in.
Corvin bowls, and it's played into the gully. Well, I was surprised when I first started covering test matches years ago, because I thought, what's this?
Well, it's obviously very taxing covering test matches, and
you don't move.
I think the need for massage must be, significant. I would say.
No. Because, when I was around there, you didn't used to say, "How was he out?" Or, "Well, find out. That's your job." As in comes Gorvin and bowls, and this is played off the back foot. A nice shot there by Best. Goes up towards the long boundary away to our right and crosses the boundary line, and that's a boundary for Tom Bess.
Was it just test matches you received massage treatment in, Ed?
Absolutely. There's no county ground I can remember. But you had to keep your eyes open for everything that went on, and if you want your own stories and something that other people missed, you might, And there's something that happened in the press box in days of old, especially in Yorkshire, where a gentleman we'll not name, a young journalist would come in and get there at 11:40 and start at 11. How did the first or second wicket? You should have been here on time, would be the answer. And that was that. And then comes Andy Gorvin close to the stumps, and it's just pushed back down the pitch.
I can't imagine you being such a meanie.
Not me. The phone's mentioned gentleman was a regular in the Yorkshire press box. Sadly not with us anymore. And standards have changed.
Oh, well, yeah, that is absolutely.
And I started,
spot on.
You'd have a tie on and a blazer, and you'd be very professional, try to be.
Yeah, that's changed since I started in the late 90s. You'd still walk into the press room and people will be decked out in the jacket and tie.
One of my first games was up in Essex. I'll just I'll let you tell us about Mr. Calloway's next over.
He's bowling here to Tattersall. Tosses his first one up wide of off stump, and Johnny gets his hand through it with a push out square on the offside for one.
And in those days, we didn't have ball by ball, and you'd have a phone, you'd book a phone. BBC would book a phone for you at Chelmsford, shall we say. And I remember going in there on my very first, it was my first visit.
Galloway in again, back foot. Bess goes square again on the offside for one more.
And the man in charge of PA, Press Association, would say, yes, Edward Bevan, BBC Wales, right, back row, green phone there, use it at 1:05 and come off as quick as you can.
Galloway in again. Tattersall uses his feet and flicks this one backward of square on the leg side for a single. So the scoreboard ticking again, 317 in front.
There we are, reminiscing again. Just saying how times change, you know. Standards change.
Those sorts of things. The use of the phone in terms of reporting, barring the odd mobile phone use, not really something that I've done a lot of over the years, as that's punched back by Bess. I do remember doing a rugby league commentary at Victory Park, Chorley, when Chorley were playing against York Wasps back in the day, probably 22, 23 years ago, as Bess punches one to mid-off and will pick up a single. Did an entire match on my home telephone, which I had to unplug and take with me to the ground. There was no ISDN facilities. Sore ear by the end of it, because you know you've got to, like you do when you're on the phone, you've got it held to your ear.
Well, you're lucky you had a phone line then.
Yeah.
Place like Chorley.
Yeah, and the first ever match report I did on BBC Radio Leeds was a rugby league game at Keighley Featherstone, and again that was a telephone line job. As Tattersall defends the final ball of the over, 196 for 6, a 318 run lead. But one.
You do remember, don't you? As we've said,
it's just
our first games.
You remember your first games, and obviously the bits, the middling bits, you don't really remember too much about the good days and the bad days. There was one particularly horrendous experience when I went to cover a Super League game in France, Catalan Dragons in Perpignan against, I think it was Leeds Rhinos. And because I was flying myself out there, I was doing it entirely freelance, the word got round, and a few of the national newspapers got in touch and said, well, can you do us 350 words? Can you do
as we did.
Yes. Yeah, and so, but it was in the still relatively early days of the internet. You're talking 20 years back, probably, as Gorvin comes in
and bowls. And this is a lovely shot. It was outside the off stump. And as you said, Bess is strong in that area, square driven for 4. And that brings up the 200.
Yep. Now, I know people are going to say it wasn't relatively early days of the internet, 1980s and all that, and into the 90s. But in terms of doing this job, it was still relatively early days. Wi-Fi, I can't remember if it was Wi-Fi, it was just an Ethernet connection. I think it might have been the latter. It was unstable, is what I'm about to say. And so I'd written all these 7-8 different match report versions for these various publications, and couldn't get them back because the line wasn't holding up. And there were deadlines, of course.
Nightmare. Corvin bowls again, a better delivery, which is pushed back down the pitch.
So I end up having to phone, like you remember you used to phone your own copy through,
Yeah, but I'll tell you something about that after you've finished this tale.
So I had to phone each different organisation with the copy, the various different wordings. It took me, by the time I'd finished, it was like 90 minutes has gone after the game.
Never mind, think of the money, young Doyle.
Including nipping in. Well, you're saying that, but then the worst of the lot was that because I'd had to phone on my mobile back to businesses in Leeds, in England.
It just drops in front of the batsman, there's no run.
It cost me a fortune in mobile phone calls.
Did it?
Yeah, and I, because I'd taken it was all kind of flat rate pay,
not like
where I
now,
was paying the expenses. And that I just had to suck it up. So it was a massively stressful experience of doing loads of match reports on one match. Managed to get them all done, so I hit the deadlines in reality, but just couldn't get the information back out there.
It's not your fault. Another good delivery from Gorvin, and it's pushed back in front of him, and there's no run. The lead is still 3-2-2. You see,
And a three-figure, well over a three-figure mobile phone bill just for that 1 hour of my life.
That's not nice. But as technology came in, and national newspapers would say, well, from now on you just send it via the internet, etc., caused a few problems. As I'll tell you in a moment. Gorvin bowls short, pulled away, and that's going to sail away for 6 on the short boundary. And he didn't really bounce into it, did Bess. He just guided it away. Because of the short boundary, it cleared everything.
Yeah, it just helped it on its way, didn't it? Timed it superbly.
Yeah.
And bear in mind, it is a short boundary. Professional cricket, you would expect them to be easily carrying that.
And a good recovery coming here from, it was needed, Tattersall and Best. Best came in at 168, it's now 206 for 6. Yorkshire regaining ascendancy here as Gorvin comes in to bowl the last ball of this over, and this is driven away square. This could go for 4. Is it going to bisect? It is. So 10 of 2 balls, and Don Best has come in and really helped this partnership go on its way. That was a poor ball, and that goes away for 4. So a very good over here for Yorkshire. It's ended now, and the lead is 332. When technology came in, I was a great believer in copy takers, because you knew, you tell the copy taker, and she'd say, "Is that it?" And you say, "Yes, any problems, just give me a quick bell." You see. And when technology started, once or more than once or twice going down the motorway, I'd have the office phone, "Copy hasn't come through." "When did you send it?" "I sent it 45 minutes ago." And then you think, "Oh my goodness, I'm driving here, won't get home for half an hour." But then the call, "Oh yeah, sorry about that, we found it." Whereas you knew with the copy taker it was safe and you could relax. But I don't think anybody, there might be the odd one in certain newspapers, but it was such fun when the copy taker didn't know anything about cricket. You had to be very careful how they spelt it.
Yeah.
But days of old, things have changed. It's you know, everything is, well, so they say, got better, but I can't believe that.
It's different now. I mean, now you'll send your interview back, and then you hope that whoever's going to process that and put it on your socials understands the game enough to get the terminology right as well. So quick in some ways, but still revealing in others, as it were. So Morris, for the first time this morning, still on his first-class debut, of course, is wide of off-stump first ball, and Tattersall leaves. Keith Bruce says, even if few wickets had fallen today, I agree with you, Jonathan, in that Yorkshire wouldn't have declared at 350. They'd have batted on till at least, till they led by about 4:30. I'm still not sure that would be
a bit too much.
No, I think they might have gone, and they may still go on longer. We'll see. And Jim Green, more in a mo, because Morris is making his way in again past umpire Milnes, wide of off stump, and Tattersall again leaving. Jim says, "Hi Jonathan, after Ed's revelations about massage, I think there'll be more interesting commentary jobs for the BBC. Never had a Welsh cake, but looked how made and seemed very similar to snob ends my gran and mum used to make. Any idea if this is correct?" I've never heard of snob
Never heard
ends.
of it, no. Yes, the old grandmothers and years ago used to cook everything, didn't they? There was no money to go into supermarkets. There were no supermarkets then.
No. Morris in, and Tattersall pushes.
Well, my
Galloway
prediction
at
of
mid-off.
350 last night is going to be not short of the mark, 332 at the moment. But again, there's only 8-9 minutes before lunch, so they'll be well in a good position.
Yep.
And they'll come out after lunch, obviously. Try
Anybody?
and forget about tomorrow's weather forecast.
Yeah. Morris then making his way in again, short of length, top of the bounce. Tattersall cuts one out into the covers and picks up one. Announcement this morning, by the way, in case you've joined us more recently, that Gavin Hamilton has been named as Yorkshire County Cricket Club's new general manager, a new position, which is a bit of a catch-all for all cricketing involvement with the club, men's and women's. So for those expecting a director of cricket announcement, this is effectively a position similar to, maybe in place of, that type of thing. So I wouldn't be expecting another one of those being announced, but the club will need a head coach going forward. I'm waiting for that announcement at some point, you would think relatively soon, but maybe not until after the end of next week's match against Northamptonshire. Wide of off stump, that delivery from Morris, and there was a bit of nip about it. It drew Bess into playing and missing.
Gavin, of course, I remember, poor chap, when I saw his debut, I was out in Johannesburg and he made his debut there, and a wicket. Well, I've never quite seen anything like it, and you had Sean Pollock doing everything and out for naught. I think that's probably the only.
There's a punch off the back foot here by Bess. That's a lovely shot. Really was controlled over the top of it. Ball on the rise as he met it, and he picks up 4. So Morris 7 overs for 34 now in this Yorkshire second innings, and that's taken them to 215 for 6, a lead of 337.
And the pitch here has lost any demons that were in it this morning. The camera's gone the clock away to our left, top of the pavilion, tells us it's just gone 24.5 minutes past midday. We have a couple more overs, and of course Gavin's good lady used to work for Glamorgan in the office here, so he'll be going back to his to old roots. He's played for Scotland, of course, Gavin Hamilton.
I'm going to disappear in a minute. I've got a 12:30 update next door.
Yeah, disappear whenever you like. Kenneth is back as you prepare. Gorman not bowling as well as he did in the first innings, went for 10 off the last over. This is outside off stump, and Cook just tell us that the pitch is pretty placid now, is standing up. And Kenneth, Yorkshire retaining the initiative that they held overnight.
They've just stemmed the tide, haven't they, of that mini revival that we saw this morning, courtesy of Tattersall and Bess.
In comes Govin and bowls, and this is off the back foot, and that could be another 4. And Tattersall there going back, a short ball, and it just begged to be hit really short outside the off stump. Didn't do anything off or on the pitch. And there's the 50 partnership. You could hear the applause just in front of us. So
yeah, that's come very quickly, isn't it? And as you mentioned, Ed, the carbon copy of yesterday, really early promise in terms of the bowling, and then it's lost its mystique, the wickets. And no demons there.
Govin bowls again. Again, it's too short, really, and it's chopped away. But there is a man being sent back there towards that cover backward point rather than boundary. And they get a single. Best is on 30 to follow his 50 in the first innings. Tattersall's on 31. And the lead mounting 342. How was that for a prediction then? I said 350 at lunch last night, and there will be an over after this. Next ball.
It's as if you've done this before, Ed.
Yes, I've been doing it for a year or two. This job. You get used to it.
Just drying up as well, isn't it now? And
I don't think there was a lot of a little bit of moisture yesterday morning. That's the reason. So Colin Ingram said that they had a bowl which perhaps wasn't the best idea at the time. Gorman bowls, and it's covered up by Dom Bess and played back down. So Morris, who's a pace bowler, bowls the next over. We can probably I think that will be the final over before lunch. There was promise at the start when those wickets fell. Harris bowled 4 of it. We'll probably open up with Harris after lunch. But now it's Gorvin bowling and he's pushed away in the offside and there's no run. Glamorgan can face a rescue act for the rest of this game to try and, which we have seen many times here, batting. Indeed, we saw it by Leicestershire in the last home game, where Leicestershire were following on. Well, they were trailed by 299 and got, on the last day and a bit, got 369 for 6. So this presumably will be the last over before lunch, described by Kenny Davis.
Thanks, Ed. It will be the youngster Ben Morris from the Cathedral Road end before we retire for lunch, with 2 slips and a gully in. Protection at fine leg. Here he comes, Morris, full, and they take a quick one towards James Harris, who's at mid-on. Man deep at square, which is Mason Crane.
Haven't seen him.
No, we'll probably see more of him after lunch.
I see he'll have to improve on his first innings performance because he was very loose then.
Man deep on the offside as well, as Morris starts his runner past the umpire, bowls, and that's dug in short and is left outside off stump on a length. Tattersall 30. Bess is unbeaten on 30. Just well, if there was any uncertainty, but taking this game away from Glamorgan now, although, as we've seen this morning, a flurry of wickets could change proceedings quickly. There's Morris in the sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens, comes in, that is banged in short. It was upish through mid-wicket, no one there, and they'll come back for an easy second as Crane throws back to Chris Cook, who doesn't gather cleanly. As we mentioned, we don't think, well, it was almost confirmed that Crane and Cook won't be involved on Sunday.
I think it's a good decision. And
so it'll be Smail with the gloves.
yes.
He's kept well, Will Smail.
Yes, he's shown promise as a wicket. He hasn't got all that many runs. He's got a couple of useful scores.
Another run taken through mid-wicket as Harris scampers after it.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, Billy Root will come back in. Douthwaite, McIlroy.
Yes.
And as you say, Ben Morris won't play, who's in this side. Neither, as you also mentioned, will Cook. Now, he's a try-played in that game. There might be question marks around him because he's both chaps had a torrid start to his first-class career. But we shall see on Sunday around 10:30 when the teams are announced.
2 balls to go then before lunch. Morris coming in, that's short as well, and that dies on Chris Cook. 1 bounce before he takes it behind the sticks. Morris none for 38.
Nice gesture last night when he bowled a couple of good deliveries at Adam Lyth, who at the end of the over, after he'd nicked one for 4 through slips, went and tapped him on the shoulder as if to say, well bowled, young man.
Yep.
Which is always good to see.
Yeah, good sportsmanship from the experienced campaigner, of course, Adam Lyth, who...
Still a good player, very good player.
Morris in and is left outside off stump, and that will be that for the opening session on the 3rd day's play. A day when Glamorgan have shown promise, a resurgence from the home side. They've taken 5 wickets. Harris the pick of the bowlers with 4 for 60, and taking Johnny Bairstow as his 600th first-class wicket. However, Yorkshire have hit back, courtesy of Tattersall and Bess, who are there with 32 and 33 respectively, and are still in control and lead this game at lunch on the 3rd day by 346.
Lounge Cafe at the back of the Thatcher's Pavilion is open. Glamorgan members get a 10% discount on production of their card. Urban Jungle also next to Gate 2 selling drinks and snacks. We have a picnic area also on the lawn behind the Thatcher's Pavilion, which is very nice on a sunny day like this. Free to use water refill stations are situated throughout the ground. And if you'd like to take a wander to the Glamorgan Club Shop run by Missouri Sports, that's open now just inside Gate 2. Full range of Glamorgan clothing and cricket equipment for sale, including the limited edition Metro Bank One Day Cup final cap, all ready to wear at the weekend. And good news for lovers of the Museum of Welsh Cricket, the museum is open at lunchtime. It's on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Look at some of the scores in the other games today in the Vitality County Championship. In Division 1 at the Oval, Surrey against Durham. Durham in their second innings, 92 for 6, so they trailed Surrey by 61 runs, just 4 wickets remaining. At the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire versus Worcestershire. Hampshire in their second innings, 94 for 5. That's
Turns, comes in past the umpire, bowls. He nudges that down to the vacant third man boundary and will get or so, but there's a lot of work to do. As Harris bowls, an appeal for LBW and he's out. So Harris gains his second wicket and Bean goes LBW second
Like
wicket.
a batter being given out LBW and thanking an umpire. Doesn't happen very often.
Yes, the next ball. As Harris is in, bowls. Nice looking shot, that'll be 4. Beautiful shot through the offside, didn't have. I don't know the latest.
Govin to, oh, lovely shot, Fisher.
Beautiful shot.
Over pitching Andy Govin. And in comes Govin, Fisher walking into it, gone. He's been beaten. It's hit him on the thigh pad, I think, or the top of the pad, and it's bowled him middle and off stump. First match back.
As Harris in, bowls to Wharton. An appeal for LBW there, and he's given him. Well, I thought I heard a big knock on, but it must have been pad back.
Business from Yorkshire as well. Harris in full, and that's creamed through the covers for 4, and that
When you cannot afford to lose the match.
Oh, I think that's going down, is it? Oh, he's been given. Harris has got another wicket. I thought it was to Australia, I think, after that.
Van der Houten in. Oh, edged and missed by Andy Govin. Was it too high?
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again, and that's played away down towards third man, and that's going to run away for 4.
It's James Harris bowling, Fuller, and that's gimme into through the covers.
Van der Gooten bowled.
And
Bowled him. He half sort of left it and took the off stump, and they lose their 6th wicket. Van der Gooten bowling straight to then.
James Harris coming in, 5 dot balls, and that's driven, and that is the only.
The last ball comes up and bowls, and best drives. Good looking shot that might well run down out. That's your job. As in comes Govin and bowls, and this is played off the back foot. A nice shot
Probably as Govin comes
there.
in.
And bowls, and this is a lovely shot. It was outside the. As I'll tell you in a moment. Govin bowls short, pulled away, and that's going to sail away to bowl the last ball of this over, and this is driven away square. This could go for 4. Is it going to bisect? I think that's probably the only.
There's a punch off the back foot here by Best. That's a lovely shot. Really.
In comes Govin and bowls, and this is off the back foot, and that could be another 4. And Tattersall there going back a short ball, and he just begged. This turns, comes in past the umpire, bowls. Bean nudges that down to the vacant third man boundary and will get for so, but there's a lot of work to do. As Harris bowls, an appeal for LBW and he's out. So Harris gains his second wicket and Bean goes LBW second
Like
wicket.
a batter being given out LBW and thanking an umpire. Doesn't happen very often.
Yes, the next ball. As Harris is in, bowls. Nice looking shot, that'll be 4. Beautiful shot through the offside, didn't have. I don't know the latest.
Govin to, oh, lovely shot, Fisher.
Beautiful shot.
Over pitching Andy Govin. And in comes Govin, Fisher walking into it, gone. He's been beaten. It's hit him on the thigh pad, I think, or the top of the pad, and it's bowled him middle and off stump. First match back.
As Harris in, bowls to Wharton. Appeal for LBW there, and he's given him. Well, I thought I heard a big knock on, but it must have been pad back.
Business from Yorkshire as well. Harris in full, and that's creamed through the covers for 4, and that
When you cannot afford to lose the match.
Oh, I think that's going down, is it? Oh, he's been given. Harris has got another wicket. I thought it was Australia, I think, after that.
Van der Houten in. Oh, edged and missed by Andy Govin. Was it too high?
In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again, and that's played away down towards third man, and that's going to run away for 4.
It's James Harris bowling Fuller, and that's gimme into through the covers.
Van der Gooten bowled.
Bowling.
Bowled him. He half sort of left it and took the off stump, and they lose their 6th wicket. Van der Gooten bowling straight to then.
James Harris coming in, 5 dot balls, and that's driven, and that is the only.
The last ball comes up and bowls, and best drives. Good looking shot that might well run down out. That's your job. As in comes Govin and bowls, and this is played off the back foot. A nice shot.
Probably as Govin comes
Comes
in.
in and bowls, and this is a lovely shot. It was outside the. As I'll tell you in a moment. Govin bowls short, pulled away, and that's going to sail away to bowl the last ball of this over, and this is driven away square. This could go for 4. Is it going to bisect? I think that's probably the only.
There's a punch off the back foot here by Best. That's a lovely shot. Really.
As in comes Govin and bowls, and this is off the back foot, and that could be another 4. And Tattersall there going back a short ball, and it just begged.
one, so important. Jonathan, who's sat next to me, that Yorkshire still are razor-like in their focus here.
Yeah, clearly, as I've been mentioning all morning, really wouldn't want to lose this. That's the last thing that I want to do. If they draw, they will still go into the final match of the campaign in second place, and therefore better off than Middlesex.
We should say that Sussex have gone up now. Not that that was not going to happen, but
yeah, they're not definite Division 2 title winners just yet. And if Yorkshire win this, then they wouldn't be confirmed as Division 2 title winners until they pick up a few points next week, Sussex. So in that respect, it'd be in Yorkshire's interest to win it, because then Sussex would have something to play for in the final match against Middlesex, albeit they're probably still, they could even lose that match and get a few bonus points and still win the title. But here we go. Van der Houten from the River Taff end to start the afternoon on day 3, and the first delivery shaping in towards Bess, and he leaves, and there is no run, so no cause for panic. But
in normal circumstances that would have been Glamorgan's morning, but the overall picture with the lead meant that it swayed back towards the tail end of the first session, with Tattersall and Bess consolidating and sticking around with a 56 partnership.
Van der Houten coming in once again, and Bess having a push at this one wide of off stump. There's a few hopeful appeals around for a little nick through to Chris Cook, who was off balance when trying to play that Dom Bess. As you can see the replay, yeah, he's playing with the angle, the classic angled bat, which gets you into a bit of bother, doesn't it? Not the elbow up straight blade, nor the horizontal, but somewhere between the two. And comes the bowler again, and this one was a good delivery. Looks like shaping away from Bess, who's reaching slightly for it, and he's still got his feet anchored in the same position. Back foot just in front of the crease.
Hasn't had the same movement that James Harris had from the opposite Cathedral Road end this morning. Bowled beautifully this morning, James Harris, 4 for 60. And, 4 for 60 overall, I should say. Picked up 3 wickets this morning.
Here is TVDG again, and full, and this time Bess does get the full face of the blade on it. And there is no run. So 346 remains the lead. 66 overs and 2 balls remaining today. That's still a lot of cricket if you're only chasing 350, and you have a further day tomorrow to try and get them in if for some reason it doesn't rain at all. Van der Houten is in. There's an appeal for LBW here. There was a nick on the bat as well towards the slip cordon, not given by Naeem Ashraf. And again, no run, but just a tricky little start for Bess after he's had his lunch. You probably view things a bit differently, Kenneth, if we knew there was a massive blanket of rain going to be hanging over the ground tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, but it isn't, is it? It's just the potential for showers, and you never quite know with showers how heavy they're going to be, as that is pushed out once again by Bess. Good return over from Tim van der Houten, and that may set the tone for what we're about to see during this session. We'll see how things go, but barring taking a wicket, he'd be pretty happy that he's asked a few questions of Bess there. 224 for 6.
Yeah, a maiden to kick off after lunch, with Bess just nibbling outside off stump. Now, it's not going to be James Harris, as I thought it would be, to start from this Cathedral Road end. It's Ben Morris, who had a few overs prior to lunch. Harris, incidentally, took the wicket of Johnny Bairstow, which was his 600th first-class wicket, with an LBW shout. that maybe wasn't as conclusive as the one that wasn't given out a few deliveries before that, as Ben Morris starts his spell after lunch then. And that's slightly short of a length, and that's into the onside. There's no run. Something to say, taking someone of Johnny Bairstow's stature as your 600th first-class wicket.
Yeah. It's a handy old landmark to bring up with a player of that calibre. 100 test matches to his name, JB.
Tattersall on 32 on strike. Morris comes in. It's just guided down to deep point. Bess has scored freely, 33 from 41. So valuable runs, because I wouldn't say concern, but there was a bit of a wobble. But these two could yet take them past the 400 mark in terms of the lead. As Morris turns, coming past the umpire, right arm over, fullish, and that's creamed into the offside. Too much width, over-pitched by Ben Morris, and it was dealt with by Dom Bess, and that's the first boundary of this session.
Yeah, I think he'll be much happier to receive deliveries like that than he was from Van der Hoogten in the previous over.
Morris being encouraged in his first-class debut of not yet taking a wicket.
350 won the lead now.
Coming in is Morris, and that just jags on Dom Bess.
So another 10 on the board here. Glamorgan are going to need to make the highest score of the match if they're going to be good enough to win this. Not to say it can't be done, but it shouldn't be easy.
Discussion between Kieran Carlson and Tim van der Hoogten, who's fielding at mid-off. Here comes Ben Morris. Ball's full that time, and they thought about a run and thought better of it as Kellaway had a shy at the non-striker's end. And back went Tattersall.
Yep, the throw hitting him, putting himself between the ball of the thrower and the stumps. Quick between the wickets, JT, and he was probably 2/5 of the way down the pitch there, going on for halfway when he hit the brakes.
This the last ball of Ben Morris is over. He's in and bowls, and that's guided down to backward point, but it's fielded there, and there's no run. That concludes the over. 5 coming off it, with Tattersall and Bess consolidating here and trying to guide Yorkshire towards that 400 mark in terms of a lead, as they just come to the middle and have a bit of a discussion as to what to do next.
Yeah, Tattersall went to take strike. Andy Lockwood says he's got some cake for us.
Oh.
Okay, to pop up and drop it off after lunch.
We never say no to cake.
I'm not sure if you'll be apprehended by stewards on your way.
Well, that is potential.
Andy, but if you're not, then if you can find a way to the box, then by all means drop it in. Always interested in cake, as Tattersall punches the first ball from Van der Hoogten in this over to Kieran Carlson at mid-off. No run. Lovely sunny conditions, but we've had that for most of the day, and the ball certainly was doing a fair bit this morning for James Harris in particular, and when he came into the attack, this man, Netherlands international, turning at the river end then. come in with that lovely measured run up, and Tattersall gets a bit of outside edge on this, down to third man, and will pick up 134 to him. He's scoring at just under 50%, 72 deliveries faced. Bess not so far off, won a ball, 37 off 45. Back on strike, still the 3 slips in place. Not quite sure what Colin Ingram has under his cricket whites, but something dark coloured, maybe a bit of thermoskin, something like that, for standing out there. There's a contrast between a bit of autumnal nip, and then when the sun's out, just been out at the lunch break, can get warm. Bess
Probably used to a sunnier climate in South Africa, although he's a native now. He's bought a bit of land in the Vale of Glamorgan in a place called Dinas Powys, enjoying life. And
is he doing keeping a few sheep?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. I think it is a bit, I'm not sure if it is a small holding, so I'm told. So it might be a plan for the future.
Van der Hoogten back at his mark, if he's good enough for Alistair Cook, of course. Here is the bowler, and Bess just getting into a little bit of a pickle as he pushes forward at that one outside off stump. Bit of bat, bit of pad. So an adopted Welsh sheep farmer,
yeah,
maybe growing a few leeks in one patch, and then a few daffies in another one, of course.
Well, who was the it was Matthew Hayden, who was self-sufficient, wasn't he? He used to used to grow everything. He used to cook everything. He was a self-proclaimed chef as well, wasn't he, Matthew Hayden? And
a useful player as well.
He was indeed. Aggressive, powerful hitter, Matthew Hayden.
Van der Hoogten coming in again. Past umpire Ashraf, driven by Bess. He's got over the top of that one nicely. It's skipping on and will make the boundary through the covers for 4 runs, taking him into the 40s, 41. Hee-hoo-ha. 234 for 6, and the lead now 356. I'll just exchange sets of teeth before the next delivery.
Probably a mirror image in terms of what happened yesterday, really. Glamorgan getting a bit of purchase in the morning from the wicket, similar to Yorkshire, and then drying out, and batting became easier. Although Van der Hoogten's probing from this end.
Here he is again, bowls it now. Bess a little bit more of an outside contact on it, but he did open the face, and I often say it's an area he scores plenty of his runs in. He's done it again, getting away backward of point for 3. So having gone through the mill a little bit with that first over back for the bowler Van der Hoogten, Bess picking him off for 7 in the closing stages of that over. He's now got 1 for 49 off 14 overs and 2 maidens, and a lead up to 359 at 237 for 6 in the second innings.
Still going with Ben Morris from this Cathedral Road end. Have to say, I am surprised that Harris hasn't been given the ball from this end, given his success this morning. 2 slips in for Morris. Gorvin hasn't been used as much either so far. Here he comes, Ben Morris. Bowls short, and it's an easy single through mid-wicket, as the lead is 360.
Oh, that could be me, apologies. Jonathan May says, hi guys, amid all the talk of declarations, it's interesting how the match has moved forward due to natural causes. I still think 350 will be enough for Yorkshire to defend in the 4th innings, but I can say that from here. What do you think? Should they take the weather forecast into account or carry on regardless? They may regret it if rain thwarts them. So many unknowns to bear in mind, and good luck to Glamorgan on Sunday.
And Morris, that's chopped down, too much width again, and just these are easy runs that Glamorgan can ill afford to give away
Played that up nearly at head height, so there's
Yes.
still plenty of bounce in this pitch when the ball is banged in, but it does telegraph what's coming, doesn't it, for batters of this ability. Able to get in position and steered it away well.
So Morris coming in and bowls just short and straying down leg, so he hasn't got his eye in here so far in this over, has Ben Morris. Figures of 0 for 48. Best eyeing a half century like he produced in the first innings. He was out in the end at LBW Crane for 50. Crane we haven't seen at all in this second innings.
So what do we think in terms of a Yorkshire declaration to respond to Jonathan's email? More in a mo.
Coming in is Ben Morris. Bowled, oh, that's a full toss, and probably got away with that one. It's gone through the despairing dive, and they will pick up a couple. I think they'll bat on here, you know, Jonathan.
Well, just look at it in terms of the pitch, right? On day one, 10 wickets fell. All Yorkshire's 10, and Glamorgan faced just a couple of overs. On day two, all Glamorgan's 10 plus 1 Yorkshire wicket fell, so 11 went on day two, and we're into day 3 and 5 have fallen already, and we've still got 63.2 overs remaining.
I think we're a while off that yet. Morris coming in, and it may be a moot point if they start taking a few wickets here.
They do now, of course, need to score more than make the highest score in the match to win it. 366. Yorkshire made 361 first time around.
Ben Morris wheels round. This the last ball of the over, and there's a shout, and it's been given. So Ben Morris, what a moment for the youngster from Abergavenny. He's toiled, he's persevered, he's chugged away, and it's his first wicket in first class cricket, and he's overjoyed, and he's being congratulated by his teammates.
Yep, got the Yorkshire skipper out, feather in your cap, and Tattersall playing across it into the leg side. He was coming forward to play it, but it does hit him in front.
And that was a wicket that Glamorgan desperately needed, because these two were taking the game away from them at a rate of knots. So Tattersall falls, 40 from 77 balls, trapped LBW by young Ben Morris, taking his first class wicket. And that'll give him some confidence.
Yeah, final ball of the 60th over. And again, think about things in those terms as well when you're considering this declaration. So, in favourable conditions for bowling, apparently, given that they were put into bat, Yorkshire batted for 91.1 overs first time around, and were all out for 361. Glamorgan were, I thought, too loose early on with the ball and gave Yorkshire a handy start. They did the same in the second innings as well.
Yeah.
Glamorgan were bowled out in 68.5 overs, and Yorkshire in their second innings had batted for precisely 60. So 3 innings so far, 1 lasted 90 odd overs. The other 2 though are coming in somewhere in the 60s the way things are going. So that's a long time for Glamorgan to have to bat, not only with tomorrow and any rain breaks in mind, but there's still 63 overs to go today.
Oh yes, there's. I think it's.
Will it naturally just, you know, is it just going to be a 60 over innings? We can never say, but you're just looking for trends in the match, and if you're expecting a team to go in and knock off 366 runs, then they're probably going to need to bat 4 pretty much a day. 90.
If they win that,
90 to 100 overs, something like that.
They'd have deserved it. Glamorgan, obviously, no strangers, just chasing down targets, or almost. They almost did the world record in Cheltenham. They did have Marnus Labuschagne, though, in that game.
Here's Van der Hoogten bowling to Bess, who punches into the offside. And there is no run. Jordan Thompson, new man in for Yorkshire at the non-striking end. It wasn't what you'd call a going day for him in the first innings. Bowled by Kellaway for 8 off 7 balls, 1-4. Just 3 balls before the second new ball was taken. So he's gone in 20 overs or so, or just under 20 overs earlier this time. Yorkshire supporters will be hoping he has one of those good days, as Bess punches one wide of mid-off, and a good diving, tumbling stop by Kieran Carlson keeps them to 1. So JT will get his first delivery with bat in hand, and his partner is having a good long walk down the pitch to do a bit of gardening for him, and presumably having a word or two in his shell-like. I've got to do some stats as well, because Adam Lyth asked me this morning at Breckers, is he now the highest scorer in the 2000s for Yorkshire? Anthony McGrath has been still out front for some time, and I can't remember off the top of my head, Lythy, but we did have this conversation earlier in the season, and I think Mags was still a couple of hundred or something in front. Yeah, but they like all these records. They always say, no, I don't worry about records, but they still
of course
like
they
to
do.
know. As Van der Hoogten's in, round the wicket at Thompson, left-handed of course Jordan, and he leaves that first delivery.
It's like a sportsman who says, yeah, I don't read the papers.
Yeah,
sure.
I don't read the papers, but I did see what you said about me yesterday.
Exactly.
Never asked me for
I've had a few of those in
my.
my time. Well, different, because I've always been a broadcasting journo rather than a written scribe.
Van der Hoogten in again. Thompson solidly behind it. No run. Always a bit of both for me.
I think Glamorgan, going back to last night, they probably look back and they were very disappointed how they bowled. They probably gave 50, 60 cheap runs away, which
they've probably given Yorkshire across the 2 innings, about 100 runs.
Yeah.
In that respect, those 2 early partnerships
just didn't hit right areas last night.
Van der Hoogten in again. Oh, lovely drive. Jordan Thompson, half volley outside off stump and tucked in very nicely. Just the sort of delivery you want when you're on 0. And he's put it away. Richard Mallender, good afternoon to you. Says afternoon JD and all. Very good news about Gavin Hamilton's appointment. I hope one of the first things he does is sort out another contract for Don Bess, who we really don't want to lose. Good knock again from him, as well as Tats. Lead of 400, 425 and declare, question mark. Well, saying the same again. Not seeing a definite end in that respect at 425. Certainly wouldn't expect it at 400. Big appeal. It's going to happen anyway by the looks of things, because Van der Hoogten has struck again. Thompson out cheaply for the second time in succession. It's another LBW. You are being rewarded for bowling straight in this innings. LBW now has been the mode of dismissal on 6 occasions with 2 bowls. Yorkshire, well, I'm sure will have that in mind themselves when it's their turn to go in. I'll go out there with the ball once again, but 249 for 8 is the current situation. Natural wastage happening. The lead 371. Thompson gone for 4.
Well, he's been probing since lunch as TVDG. He's been there or thereabouts, bowled a good line, and he's been rewarded with another LBW decision going Glamorgan's way. And as I mentioned, it'll go back 371. Spoke about the runs that Glamorgan have leaked. 70, 80 runs. Could have been a big difference in this game.
So that those 2 wickets falling at precisely 1 over apart, and just 2 men remaining for Yorkshire. Next in will be Ben Code, who is, by the looks of things, making his way down the steps.
I think that's the last question you'll be receiving, Jonathan, in terms of declarations.
No, but regular listeners, Yorkshire, they love to conjure with a declaration.
Do they love a declaration?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can start to get it before the game kicks off, you know. What do you think they'll declare out on day 3 if they're... Everyone's got an opinion. And they've got it right a few times as well. There's been a couple of occasions when I've been sitting in the comm box and said, you know, myself, I really think this is going on too long. There was the Northamptonshire game a couple of years ago that Yorkshire supporters will probably remember. They asked Northants to get over 500 in the last innings and then failed by 2 wickets to win the match. Didn't give themselves enough time on a flat pitch. And there was also, prior to that, a match I can recall, Gary Balance batting in. So there's a few seasons ago at Hampshire, where it felt like they went on for a good hour and 90 minutes too long. Couldn't see it through.
Ben Morris, buoyed by his first-class wicket in the last over, comes in. Oh, that got, well, mistimed by Bess. Tried to pull that towards the onside.
Back to, with all these declaration things in mind, just, you know, bear in mind that the last thing, the bottom line, is that they do not want to lose this match. Middlesex have moved into second at this moment, and if Yorkshire draw here, they will go back into second place, which is better than third, I think, in my book.
Coming in is Morris, and that's, well, a few bounces along the ground after it pitched behind to Chris Cook, the keeper.
And you're thinking about the firepower they've got anyway. You know, this Fisher and Code, he's up there and going to challenge First Division batting lineups, no question about it. So if they can both get it right, there are definitely wickets to be had.
Morris in, bowls, and that's down leg, and it's taken by Chris Cook. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this forecast tomorrow might be over-egged as well, but obviously Yorkshire have to take that into consideration.
It's not impossible that they could win it today if they lose these last 2 wickets fairly quickly.
Morris in, bowls, and straight down leg side as well. It was helped along the way down to fine leg for a single. New man is Ben Code, who comes on strike.
Three LBWs in the Yorkshire first innings.
And what is it, 6 in this? Yeah.
Yep, Glamorgan's innings there were also 3, so 12 LBWs in the match so far.
This is Ben Morris. Better, but a bit too much width on the offside that time, and it is a single.
I mean, accuse me of sticking my neck out here, but I don't think we've seen the last LBW, do you? During this match.
I think you're going out on a limb.
I know,
and
it's
saying
just the
that.
way I do things in this commentary box. No. I'm right out there.
No, I would tend to agree. They've come thick and fast today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Bess was doing there, but he walked down the pitch.
Wonder if this will be the last over of Ben Morris's spell. This the last ball. Oh, that was banged in short, and Bess tried to clip it over the slip cordon, but missed entirely, and it went through to Chris Cook. That is the end of the over, with Yorkshire 251 for 8 now. Bess is there nearing his half century on 47. Ben Code has just got off the mark on 1. and the lead is 373.
And Mighty Mariners this afternoon all hoping for a Yorkshire win. You know what happened against Northamptonshire at Leeds off the last ball a few years ago? I certainly do. That is the game that I'll never forget. Last ball win, fantastic finish. Northants needed 2 to win, 1 for the tie, and Stephen Patterson got the wicket of Wayne Parnell, I think it was. Here's Van der Hoogten. Oh, short ball, cannons off the shoulder, I think, of Ben Code. And there is no run. I think I'm due to come in and take over from me in a, well, now. He's
sunning himself, feeling.
He's probably forgotten, yeah,
opposites
feet
with.
up over, yeah.
Yeah, he's in the sunspot once more, I think.
Well, after the Welsh cakes he brought in, I think he can be forgiven for most things
one
this
all.
week. Here's Van der Hoogten again. Oh, Code gets a nick on it and dropped.
Wow.
Ingram puts him down at first slip, and it was a catchable chance.
Yeah, he should have taken that, and he knows it.
Good delivery by Van der Hoogten to get the nick, and Code, with the lack of foot movement that does him as much as anything, maybe the ball's angled in towards him, maybe it just held its line. He wouldn't say it was a devastating delivery, but it was good enough to get a nick on it. And he's got off the mark.
He's such a reliable slip catcher usually, Colin Ingram. DG, and that is caught. Yeah.
Bess getting a nick on this one, and a good diving catch to his right by Chris Cook sees Yorkshire's 9th wicket fall. They really have tumbled today. He's gone for 47, and Yorkshire down to their last pair in the 63rd over, but with a 373 run lead.
Well, I think Chris Cook saved Colin Ingram's blushes there. There was no one more glad to see that stick in the gloves of Chris Cook. Good diving catch by the wicketkeeper. And again, TG is rewarded, Tim Van der Hoogten, and that's the first one that's been caught in terms of dismissals.
Yep, Bess
innings.
47 from 58 deliveries. Let's give you the rest of the makeup of that knock in terms of the boundaries he struck, which were 7 4s and 1 6. Done a good job again with the bat. 50 in the first innings, 47 in the second. Can't underestimate that at all. And calls, as we just heard, for him to have a contract extension.
What is the worry that he may be
And the new Yorkshire batter, number 11,
going elsewhere?
Well, because since the start of last season, really, but well, certainly there was questions over his place last season, and then this year, Dan Moriarty on a permanent signing has been the preferred first-choice spinner. So when there's only been one played, it has been Dan, with the exception of last week's match, when Dom had taken 7 wickets in the match before, although the reasoning given on the record by the coaching staff and the players, if you like, the captain, was that he wasn't necessarily selected as the first choice spinner last week. They also fancied his runs in that match against Leicestershire.
Yeah.
So
He's such a valuable player for the cause. More so if promotion is secured.
yeah, so here comes Van der Hoogten to Moriarty, left-handed, right in behind that, and there is no run. So that's why. So I guess his future's been in some doubt, because he's not always been selected during this season in particular.
And he'd obviously be a brilliant acquisition for many counties.
Here comes Van der Hoogten again round the wicket. Oh, that one angled in and then straightening on Moriarty, who was a number 11 batter. Probably did well not to get a little bit of something on it.
So Van Hoogten picked up 3.
Making his way in towards us once again. And a ball short of length, nicely played by Moriarty, who's flat batted it away through extra cover and will pick up 4 runs at 256 for 9. Yorkshire come the end of that 63rd over of their second innings. Now the lead 378.
Yeah, and probably a bit too much for Glamorgan to hunt down, and in cold light of day, if they were assessing this game, they were expensive last night. Given about 70-ish runs too many away in terms of their bowling. Obviously didn't get near enough with the bat either. James Harris, who's picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 60, will resume from the Cathedral Road end. That's a loosener to start, full toss, but firmly struck to Ben Morris at wide-ish mid-off, and there's no run. Really into a rhythm was James Harris this morning, after he was expensive in the sunshine last night. Harris coming in past the umpire, right arm over, and that's cut. There's no third man, and they're leaking runs through that area, much to the annoyance of a certain Edward Bevan, who's just joined us in the commentary room, and that area is vacant.
Yeah, disappointing delivery from Harris, wasn't it? Wide, full, and he just guided it, didn't he? Ben Code played it nicely.
Yeah, lead is over 380 now. Which obviously almost an insurmountable lead, you would say. Now Harris has chucked that ball to the umpire to have a little check. It changes shape. They'll
well, if you can't get the tail out, you might as well get the ball changed.
It's always the old excuse, isn't it? Yeah, have a look at that.
I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Jonathan. And Jonathan will be back in due course to see probably when Glamorgan come in for their second innings. Ball is good. We're almost underway again. Here is Harris, starts his run-up. Coming in, oh, that was down leg, and it'll be a leg by, which has been signalled. 261 for 9. Harris has taken 4, and Gorvin 1. Morris has taken 1 as well, his first class wicket, and 3 for Tim van der Hoogten. Harris will come in from the Cathedral Road end with 3 slips. Point mid-wicket. There's a man at long leg, and Harris comes in. There's a shout, but I think that's going down that time. Looking at with a naked eye from here. As I say, good afternoon to Edward Bevan.
Yeah, so much for declarations then, kind of, and funny old day today. Quick wickets in the morning, then good stand between Tattersall and Best, and after lunch, quick wickets falling again. And Glamorgan, I think it'll be survival, the first objective. Play as you go.
Harris coming in. Bowls, and that's driven towards Tim van der Hoogten, who fields at mid-off. I was saying, telling Jonathan, if they're assessing this game, Glamorgan, I mean, they obviously didn't get near enough batting-wise. They were poor batting, but gave away a lot of cheap runs last night in the evening sunshine. Probably looking at 70, 80 runs and they would have put a different complexion on.
Giving away
on the
40 with
situation.
no third man this morning.
Yeah, Harris in, bowls fullish in terms of length, and again driven towards mid-off, and there's no run. That is the end of the first over after lunch by James Harris. Good
Yes.
moment for young Ben Morris.
Yes,
taking
it was.
his
Get
wicket.
his first wicket, wasn't it? The 600 wickets for James Harris. Is that everything, or is it
That's
just
first class. First class,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, he's had a longish career, and he's been a good servant to both counties.
He's out of contract this year, so it remains to be seen what.
I think they might offer him another year.
Yeah.
Here's Van de Gooten then, looking for his 4th wicket. Bowls, and that's pushed away onto the offside by Ben Code. He is not out 6, and Moriarty's not out 4.
Still the player rep, isn't he, James Harris?
Chairman of the PCA.
Yeah.
That's his position. Would do a lot of good work. We've got 3 slips. Most of the innings is in comes Van de Gooten over the wicket and bowls. Code is tied up for there. Gets a bit of a tangle, but eventually gets the ball away. 261 for 9. If this had been in the first innings, you'd have been perfectly happy.
Well, quite. But
You got 100 runs more.
Yeah.
3 slips. Cover, an extra cover in the mid-off and mid-on. Mid-wicket and fine leg. And that's the usual field. As Tim Van de Gooten bowls, pushed away and is fielded by Carlson. Quicksilver Carlson at mid-off. So, Sussex winning today by an innings. Middlesex winning by an innings. Possibility here that Yorkshire will win by an innings, but there's a lot of cricket be played to this game, and I know we talk about the weather, but you never know. And there's light at this time of year. In comes Van de Gooten. Bowls to Ben Code, and he plays a nice little shot, and it's a chase up towards the boundary for Ben Callaway up there, and he must have timed it pretty well. It is stopped just inside, and they get 3 runs. There are runs there, but we've seen with both attacks, if you get the ball in the right place, then you will be rewarded. And that's what both sets of seamers will be striving to do. 2 balls left for Van de Gooten to try and have a go at number 11 batsman Moriarty. That's a breezy afternoon, blows a few pages away in my book. And Moriarty comes in and plays it up towards mid-on. Intercepted there by Carlson, and there's no run. Messrs. Tribe and North East will be thinking about batting with 9 down. And plenty of overs left today.
Well, they need North East to stick around, as he has done in the past.
Last ball of the over. Tim Van de Gooten coming in. And bowls, Moriarty plays forward. Plays it back down the ball and no run. Just the 3 runs of that over. 244 for 9. And a very, very big lead of 386. My guess would be if they get to 400, they might call it a day. But we shall see.
Yeah, this is the last wicket. Ben Code and Moriarty just having a bit of a conflab out in the middle. Probably thinking about bowling soon.
Well, Code. Certainly.
It's Code.
Moriarty.
Moriarty less so.
Yes.
Moriarty will be thinking
Later on in the innings, if Glamorgan bat any better.
So this will be James Harris. 3 slips for a medium pacer. Mid-off, mid-on protection at third man. Fine leg and backward square. This is pushed down towards that third man area. And it is Kieran Carlson down there. Kieran Carlson who needs a score. Was out cheaply in the first innings.
Yeah, it was a good delivery though, wasn't it?
It was a good
absolute
delivery.
beauty from Fisher, first ball.
Yes, caught George Hill, bowled Fisher without troubling the scorers. Harris coming in over the wicket to left-handed Moriarty, and that's pulled aggressively.
6? No.
No, it's the 4 runs. That was all about timing, that was.
Well, it was a short ball, wasn't it?
And he was
just
on it
stood
like
up for him.
in a flash. Yeah,
Yeah, you can't.
very short. And the lead is 3. It is creeping up to that 400 mark now, the lead. Harris comes in. It's short again, and that's
4 more.
gone high above the slip cordon and has gone over the boundary for 4. So an expensive over this.
Could be the last over. Who knows?
Yeah, well, he threw the kitchen sink at that, did Moriarty. Didn't know where it went. Safe and above the slip cordon and went over the far boundary towards the tap end. So 9 runs been given away in this over, and that is a dot ball.
I'm always inclined to put spinners on to numbers 10 and 11.
Well,
normally can't wait to try and hit them out to the ground and very often get out.
I haven't seen Crane at all.
No, he didn't bowl particularly well in the first innings, but you'd have thought perhaps he'd try and rectify it and have a bowl, even if it's a couple of overs.
In comes James Harris. Bowls full that time, and it's be bowled.
5-4.
And that is 5 for James Harris. And that brings an end to the Yorkshire second innings, all out for 273.
10.
So 5 wickets for James Harris, 3 for Tim van der Hoogten, and 1 apiece for Andy Gorvin and young Ben Morris. His first-class wicket. So on the outlook, not a bad performance at all from where they were, 120 overnight. They've skittled Yorkshire out for 273, but however, they had that 122 lead going into the second innings. So the overall lead, the overall picture here, Ed, is a lead of 395. That surely is going to be too much for Glamorgan. And the frustration from the home side's point of view is those 70, possibly 80 runs that they leaked last night.
Yes, they didn't bowl well last night, but credit to them for the way they bowled this morning and this afternoon. James Harris deserved his 5 wickets. Van der Hoogten backed him up. And Glamorgan will have the small matter of scoring 396 runs to win. And you talk about scoreboard pressure, Kenny, that certainly is scoreboard pressure. But you never know. We've seen Glamorgan's batsmen in the past on, I don't think it's as absolutely flat pitch as some people do, because we've seen this morning, we've seen it throughout the game, that if yes. So we'll take a break and see you in 10 minutes.
The always popular fireworks display takes place once again here at Sapphire Gardens on Sunday evening the 3rd of November, with gates opening at 5 o'clock. Tickets to buy are out now. The event has sold out over the past 2 years. It's always a popular addition to the calendar in Cardiff, and we're confident that it will be just as popular this season, so you should move fast to buy your tickets. Members can get a 10% discount by entering a code which has been emailed to you, and you can get your tickets from our website, glamorgancricket.com. Bowling figures coming up in a minute. Here are the bowling figures. Tim van der Hoogten, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 62 runs, 3 wickets. James Harris, 17.5 overs, 5 maidens, 73 runs, 5 wickets. Andy Gorvin, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 51 runs, 1 wicket. Ben Morris, 11 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 1 wicket. Kevin Carlson, 3 overs, no maidens, 18 runs, no wickets. And Ben Kellaway, three overs, no maidens, 10 runs, no wickets. Ben Morris's wicket was his maiden first-class wicket, and James Harris, by contrast, is now on 601 wickets in all first-class cricket. Welcome back to umpires David Mills and Mike Ashraf. We have 55 overs left.
Very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan will, in a few minutes, start their second innings with Yorkshire in the ascendancy and in complete control. They were all out for 273 in their second innings, but that's a commanding lead of 395. Glamorgan needing, one would say, an unlikely 396 to win at this stage, but you never know. And some good bowling in the second innings, with James Harris the pick of the bowlers with 5 wickets. Tim van der Hoogten had 3 and 1 apiece for Ben Morris and Andy Gorvin. And as Edward mentioned, had that been in the first innings, you'd have taken that all day long. However, they had such a cushion, Yorkshire, at that 122 buffer after the first innings. Well, they could put Glamorgan to the sword last night, and that's what happened. So
We haven't got any batsmen at the moment. We've got 4 slips, keeper standing back, bowler ready.
now they're coming out.
Yes, they've probably been having a little chat and getting their pads and everything else ready.
The Glamorgan opening batters, number 16 Sam Northeast and 55 Asa.
Lawrence on the PA system, confirming that the opening batters are Sam Northeast, the captain, and Asa Tribe.
Ben Code to open the bowling
So
from
Glamorgan desperate for one, if not both, to stick around for a while. We know Sam Northeast's ability to do so, but it's all attack from Yorkshire, as you'd expect with such a commanding lead, with 4 slips in for Ben Code. Mid off, mid on, there's a man at mid wicket, and at point someone in a deep square. Here comes Ben Code, bowls, and Northeast is forward, and there's no run. Plenty of cricket yet to be played today, 55 overs, and well, we might not, if that is required, get a full day's play anyway tomorrow, but we shall see. Code coming in, starts his run-up, bowled well yesterday, it's fullish, and Northeast plays into the offside, and there's no run, fielded by Thompson.
Yes, and it's been a catalogue of disappointments for Glamorgan in the opening pairs concerned. Looking well back into my book, it's when they played Gloucestershire, that memorable match at Cheltenham, Eddie Byram and Billy Root, neither of them were playing today, put on 67, but the others I shan't be reading out.
Code, and that's a big shout, yes! Northeast was trapped, and even from this vantage point, that looked out all day long. He was trapped. Sam Northeast didn't get forward, and that is the worst possible start for Glamorgan. The captain has gone already, yes, and that was plumb all day long, Ed.
Certainly was. I gave it out from here before the umpire did. And Northeast's latest innings, they're 0, 16, 0, 9, and 0 again, 13, and this is going back 4 games, and before that 0, and it's a sorry state, but I don't really think that he should be opening the bat, and he's a middle order batsman, a very good player.
Well, that's the problem.
But,
so Colin Ingram didn't think he'd be out after 3 balls, but that is the situation he finds himself in.
yes, the technique was all wrong there, wasn't it, really? It was quite well pitched up, and he didn't go forward. We've seen so many going back. Now, there were 5 LBWs in the Yorkshire second innings. There were 3 in Glamorgan's, 3 in Yorkshire's first innings, and 3 in Glamorgan's, and that tells you that there's plenty of movement off the pitch still on this third day, or the third afternoon of this game.
Well, they've got their tails up now. including Ben Code, who's just taken the wicket of Sam Northeast. Glamorgan are in desperate trouble. 0 for 1 with Ingram to face Ben Code. 3 slips and a gully. He will come around to Colin Ingram, Ben Code, and that's worked into the onside, and there's no run. You didn't need the replay of that Sam Northeast
really.
dismissal at all. Knew he didn't get forward, and he was almost walking immediately.
And he's so confident, and there's another close fielder. There's going to be 4 slips and a gully here, and just 2 men on the leg side, one at a wideish mid-on and one at deep back with square leg.
This is Ben Code coming around the wicket to Colin Ingram, and he's on target. Good ball once more, played into the onside. There's no run. Testing times for Glamorgan. 0 for 1. They trail. Well, the target is 396.
And how many overs we got left? 54 after this.
Yeah.
That could be enough, the way that Glamorgan's batting has been recently.
Code starts his runner from the River Taff end, and that is left. Bit of movement though taken by Johnny Bairstow. That is the end of a great over from Ben Code.
Wicket maiden as ideal start, and Penn tried, poor chap, as he must be wondering when he can get some runs, but he has been put in as an opening batsman in Championship cricket, where he hasn't had much experience in second team cricket. Such is the dearth of opening batsmen in the Glamorgan side. I would have thought perhaps you'd have given Tom Bevan, who got a big score at Hove yesterday, a chance if he is getting runs, and he is the opening batsman, although he'd been batting down the order. But
it's a problem position that they need to sort out, and sort out quickly.
Fisher is going to open the bowling, who bowled extremely well in the first innings. He took 4 wickets, and he is bowling also with 4 slips as he comes in to bowl to Tribe. Bowls to him now. Tribe again, because his feet nowhere, and he's playing at the ball, which is about 5th stump. The technique is all wrong.
Indicative of someone short on confidence.
Absolutely.
And is probably fetching for the ball.
Well, his nerves must be shot at the moment, and if he gets out you wouldn't be surprised, but the poor chap is all at sea. Fisher knows, experienced bowler, that he's just got to be plugging that off stump area and something will happen. Here he is again from this end and bowls, and this time he does leave wisely as it goes through to Bairstow. 4 slips again, and a cover, and also man at mid-off, and there's a huge gap between cover and mid-off, as if to say, well, Mr. Tribe, you got out in that manner where you went for a wide ball in the first innings and nicked it. We'll leave that space open to see if you take it again. Fisher walks back to his mark at the Cathedral Road end, comes in past umpire Mills, and bowls. That's better. He's angled that down towards third man, and he's going to get off the mark. Glamorgan 1 for 1. And the target is down to 395.
A mere 395.
Yeah.
Well, he must be thinking, can't I come in when there's less pressure?
Yeah. Colin Ingram has scored 50 in every championship match this season, and if he fails in this game, well, who's going to criticise him in any way or manner? Because he's been the mainstay of Glamorgan's batting, and again he's got a job to come on. I bet he'd love to come in at 90 for 1. Fisher bowls, and this is driven nice straight back by Ingram up to mid-off. No run.
Yes, you're under the cosh immediately. I mean, they would have been anyway, given the lead, but even more so after that Sam Northeast dismissal.
Yes, and you know, can you look forward the end of the season to next year and the hopes? But what are the hopes? Here's the next ball, and it's tucked off his legs to mid-wicket by Ingram, and there's no run.
Well, at the moment, attention will turn rapidly to Sunday.
Well, yes, and if they win that, that'll be a boost, of course. But it won't, it might paper the cracks for a while, but you ask anybody what sort of season Glamorgan had this year, and you'd say very poor. Again, didn't qualify for the T20s, and again had down in bottom but one position of the championship. One win only. Fisher into the left-handed Ingram, and he flicks these off his legs and is going to get 4 runs. It's a little bit too fine for the man at fine leg. So 5 for 1 at the end of the second over, and it will be Code to bowl at the right-handed Tribe. You know, we spoke about this on length, you and I, yesterday, but it comes up, and you go around the ground and people are saying, what's going to happen? Don't talk to me, it's nothing to do with us. But you can only surmise, can't you? That, you know, okay, they say they need an opener. Yes, I think we all know that. But who and what quality are they going to get? Because they signed 2 bowlers at the end of this season. Never heard of them. Are they going to win you games? I doubt it.
It is going to be Ben Code from the River Taff end, who's already taken the wicket of Sam Northeast. Asa Tribe takes guard for the first time from this side, this end. Code coming in, bowls, and that's left outside off stump and taken by Johnny Bairstow. Nerves jangling for the youngster.
Oh, he must be thinking, well, I can't do worse than I've had it. You know, I'm loath to read out his figures, but, you know, one has to do it. The last figures for him have been 4, 0, 0, and on it goes.
Code over the wicket. That's right up in the block hole.
And you don't like doing that sort of thing, but you've got to face reality. And, you know, I feel very sorry for the lad who's come in here and thrown in the deep end. Alan Jones, Glamorgan's greatest ever batsman, 2 years he was batting 5, 6 and promoted slowly to the best opener they've ever had. Hugh Morris started at number 6.
Code coming in, and he flirted with that, did Asa Tribe, outside off stump, taken by Johnny Bairstow. The odd thing was at the start of the season where, yes, there weren't wins, but there were notable draws. The cry from a lot of the Glamorgan faithful was that we batted top heavy, and that we didn't, that there wasn't a, that there should have been more investment in a quick. So Code coming in, and that's dealt with outside off stump, and there's no run.
First game of the season, both sides scored 600.
Yeah.
And
an anomaly that was, given that.
Well, yeah, it's okay. Billy Root got 67, and Northeast, them gigantic 300 odd, Ingram 130. And then the second game that they played down here, they were all out for 230 odd.
Derbyshire, was it?
That was Derbyshire, yeah.
Coming in is Code, and that's good length ball, and it's whipped into the onside. There's no run off the bat of Asa Tribe.
And if you look at the averages, and you see how many batting points Glamorgan have had, that reflects how it's been. Because they didn't pick anything up at Sussex, and they haven't picked anything up here. 1 point in the last game, 3 points in this game.
Code starts his run up with 4 slips, and it's good length delivery, but Tribe is forward defensively, and that is the end of a maiden over with Glamorgan 5 for 1. They trail by 390. Ingram is 4. Asa Tribe is on 1.
One game to go here. Next Thursday it starts Gloucestershire to round up the season, and they've already lost on the third day by an innings to the leaders and probable champions Sussex at Bristol today. But I think they're still recovering from Saturday night. But
I would think so.
yeah, celebrations after winning that game. Wonderful effort by them. Here's Fisher, comes in, bowls to Colin Ingram, who comes forward, head over the ball and pushes it out. And it's got a little bit cloudy this afternoon.
Yes, I was following Mr. Seaborn, who works for BBC Bristol.
Oh yeah,
obviously,
Ed. Yeah.
enjoyed his time following the county with that win over the nearest and dearest.
I watched the first game, went out to watch some football in the afternoon, came back and watched the final and thoroughly enjoyed the day. Fisher in over the wicket, bowls, appeal for LBW, and everybody's going up. Why mid-wicket and cover go up, I don't know, because they got no idea where the ball landed, but they want the prize wicket of Colin Ingram as we watch.
Good
That was
shot.
drifting down,
Yeah.
yes.
They were always going to...
Yeah, they're trying to put pressure, probably, because there's such a lot of pressure on Yorkshire to win, of course. They try and probably put a little bit of, oh, come on, umpire, that must be. And David Milnes is...
A seasoned campaigner.
yes, we don't argue with Millsy. Fisher bowls, lovely shot, straight to cover, and fielded by Best. Such a lovely straight player, and it's Colin Ingram, and when it's short, it's hammered off that back foot. Glamorgan's totals this year would have been markedly low if Ingram hadn't contributed in every game. He'll be a key figure on Sunday. For the moment, it's Fisher. Bowls, lovely, equally nice shot played, but straight to mid-off.
There'll be a strong contingent going up to Nottingham, no doubt.
Yes, and I think probably the same sort of crowd as we had last time. Although we had only 3 days' notice or something ridiculous last year. Won the game on the Wednesday or the Thursday, and you were playing on the Sunday.
Yes, and it was still in that post-COVID weird period, really, in 2021.
Plenty of room there'll be, though, I'm told. As in comes Fisher. Bowls, and this is played in the gap between cover and extra. Beautifully timed again, going up towards the boundary. They cross for 2. They'll come back for a third. A leisurely third. We've seen 4 runs run a few times in the Yorkshire innings. This time he'll be content with 3. Glamorgan move on to 8 for 1 in their pursuit of 396. It's under 400 anyhow. But you mods very much on the visitors winning this game and maintaining their position, chasing the top side. Sussex and Middlesex are up there. They've already won. Fisher bowls to try. Nice looking shot. Goes for 4. That's the best shot I think I've seen him play. Pitched outside leg stump. Flurry of the wrists. And good for him. At least he gets a boundary. He moves on to 5. It was sweetly timed. Nice wrist work. Flourish. Gets a boundary down to the far long side of this field. And Glamorgan have moved into double figures. They're around dozen for 1. 12 for 1. And we have had 4 overs.
Clutching at straws maybe, but the nature of championship cricket means that, you know, a couple of wins, it skews everything, doesn't it? And Glamorgan will maybe point to, I'm thinking of games they could have won. Middlesex here, remember?
Yeah, don't forget other sides can say that.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Code coming in, and it's blocked by Colin Ingram. Northants ebbed and flowed here. I think a general point, and you've made this, Edward, is that there are far too many draws in this competition. Draws are fine. We get exciting draws, don't we? But far too many games have petered out.
That's 2 divisions for you, isn't it? People are afraid to give declarations and things like that. They want to.
Conservative. Coming in is Ben Code, and
people say to
left and no run.
Which I hate, really. You pick up the paper, but it's only second division cricket, the standard. And I like to tell those people, of some of the players, the bowlers especially, that they have been second division cricket. And they would easily thrive in first division cricket.
Well,
look at these 2 now.
Yeah.
You've got Toby Rowland-Jones playing for Middlesex, another 5-4 today. You've got Ollie Robinson down at Sussex. Okay, you go in and good luck if you go in and face those.
Code coming around to Colin Ingram.
Shot.
And that's a lovely cover drive. And you didn't have to move for that one. Shot of the day, probably, for Colin Ingram. 16 for 1.
And this leads me on. I might have mentioned it. Forgive me if I did. Everybody listening and watching. I would like to go back to 18 counties participating. I would, okay, you win the championship, yes, but you won the first division championship. That's, to me, it's false. You've got to have 18 counties, and everybody have won those championships. It's a treasure for them.
It was brought in because of that sort of double jeopardy notion of that was the basis of it.
Yeah. And but they haven't really discussed it. Well, we know what the ECB at the moment are thriving on. It's all about one-day cricket.
Code starts his run-up, coming around to Colin Ingram, who just defensively prods that into the offside, and there's no run.
But
but that's not on the agenda.
You mentioned this morning or yesterday that we've already seen next year's fixture list, and as you said, I quote you, nothing ever changes. The whole month of August. No, we're not having any test matches next August to facilitate the other competition.
Code in and bowls. Oh, that just jags back and
kept a bit low.
Traps Colin Ingram. It did keep a bit low. A few of them have today. Code, we see the replay, just it was above the knee roll. 16 for 1. And just to reiterate, the target is an extremely unlikely 396 to win. With Code coming in. Bowls, and that's driven to the offside, and there is no run. At the end of the over, with Ingram on 11 and Ace of Tribe 5, Glamorgan are 16 for 1.
Yes, they've not suffered any alarms since North East was out in the second ball of the innings. And the 2 batsmen have a little chat. Ingram probably giving some advice to his young partner as they face this excellent combination of Code and Fisher. Lots and lots of talk about Fisher leaving at the end of the season. And here he is, comes in and bowls, and that's left. And it goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Has his destination been revealed?
No, and I've only learned that he's going. During this game, I was mildly shocked to tell you the truth, but we don't know where he's going, but I can guess it's probably one of the first division moneyed counties somewhere.
Yes.
I can guess her, but I'm not going to say anything.
Well, there'll be no prizes for people guessing.
Fisher in, bowls, and that's left. At least he's disciplined to leave the ball now, his young tribe. One of our email listeners, watchers, wrote to Jonathan yesterday or today, would Matt Fisher perhaps be thinking of changing his mind if Yorkshire get promotion? I know, because I know nothing about Yorkshire's business at the moment, but we'll wait and see. It just seems to me as in comes Fisher, and has played with the straight bat. It seems to me that he might have just made his mind up mid-season, or I thought then, because Yorkshire were around that position. Well,
I can guess the possible destination. We won't reveal. There are a handful of big money clubs, but I mean, Ed, I remember the game up in the Oval that Glamorgan won against Surrey. I'll pick up the point after this ball is bowled.
In comes Fisher and bowled. And that's caught at the wicket dropped. I think it was flowed.
I think it was.
Now, did he go?
Fisher has got head in hands, which...
he did nick it. I thought, I was about to say he's caught behind, but again, his technique was all wrong there. I think it might have been best.
Yeah, it was best, so. Yep.
Oof. Well, did it carry? We're getting the third look at it.
Yes. Yep.
It did carry.
Did go into the breadbasket and out again.
And out again. Very unusual for Johnny Bairstow, having taken a brilliant catch in the first innings. I hope there's no England selectors watching. Fisher over the wicket, bowls, and Tribe drives nicely, but it's parried by the bowler. No run.
No, that game that Glamorgan won in the one-day competition, they played Surrey in baking conditions in the Oval at the end of July.
It's over.
Surrey,
3:30, wasn't it?
It was over at 3:30. Surrey had 15 players absent, be it on England duty or with their 100 franchises.
Well, I don't know how many Somerset.
Well, they still had Ben Foakes in that side, and Rory Burns.
Yeah. Fisher in, bowls. That keeps a bit low, darts along the ground and goes through on the half volley to Bear. So a missed chance. Tribe on 5. 16 for 1.
I mean, in football terms, you're talking Manchester City, aren't you, in terms of the embarrassment of riches that they have.
Yeah. But it's, for, as you say, the rich clubs, it's very much like the Premier League. You look at this club that I support, Swansea City, who produce so many great players, and every time everybody starts talking about them, off comes a big offer from a rich club, and quite rightly, they're young lads who've got mortgages, and off they go.
Code coming in, who's already taken the wicket of Sam Northeast, and usually they pick off the manager. The managers are usually off somewhere else.
Yeah, well, in Swansea's case, the three of them went. But there was Brendan Rodgers, he went to Liverpool. Martin went to Southampton.
Well, there's been a
Potter
few.
Went to Brighton. All the last three.
Potter, yeah. Souza went years ago. Remember that? He went to QPR.
It's
Roberto Martinez. The list goes on and on.
Yeah.
Coming in is Cole, and that's flashed over. Cover for 4.
Well, if you catch that, good luck to you. You might have had the top of your finger taken off. It's going like an absolute rocket. There's a half volley outside off stump, well outside off stump, and he just lengthened it. And it went down to the cover boundary for 4, so Ingram strikes his third 4. He's on 15.
I will conclude this over and make way for Jonathan. Yeah, we perhaps were too parochial in terms of our football chat there for Yorkshire listeners.
Yes, because Leeds have picked up a few Swansea players.
Code coming in, and that's out, caught at mid-wicket, just chipped really by Colin Ingram. That is the prized asset in terms of Yorkshire. Colin Ingram goes top scorer in the first innings, but he goes cheaply in the second. He's out caught for 15.
Yes, and well, he can't succeed every time, can he? Because he's got 50 in every game he's played, and you can't expect the man to score as many runs as he has done. And he chipped that, might have played a little bit early, held in the pitch, and Glamorgan go deeper in trouble at 20 for 2.
Caught Wharton, bowled Code for 15.
Yes, a simple enough catch. And had Bairstow held on to that, well, it would have been deep trouble, as if they're not enough trouble as it is.
Yep.
Back comes Jonathan. I'll move over to the other chair and we'll continue.
Number 5, Kieran
I don't know if you saw that drop. It went into Bairstow's hands and out again, which is very unusual.
Yeah, it happened while I was next door,
Yeah.
about to do an update. So, in the instant it happened, no, I didn't see it live, but I was trying to peer through here to look at the screen next to you, and it was not clear from that distance either as to whether it had dropped short of him or whether he'd got his hand on it first. But
I made the remark, I hope the England selectors weren't looking. But it's an excellent start for Yorkshire, and they'll be well on their way, if not completing the victory tonight, certainly tomorrow if the weather holds. It's got a bit cloudy now, ideal for seam conditions, of course. As Code comes into the new batsman who's on a king pair, and he bowls to Carlson, who defends up to mid-off.
king pair avoided.
Yeah, but not the pair. 20 for 2. We are in the 7th over, and we have got plenty of overs left, 48 of them. And here is Code coming in again, racing in, and bowls. This is played, and it lifts a little and jars the bat. Carlson pushing it away and takes the bottom hand off rather quickly. So the position at the moment, I think, is Middlesex after their victory today. Are they 7 points at the moment ahead of Yorkshire?
I believe so.
Yeah. So Yorkshire, when they eventually win this game, if the weather doesn't intervene, will be in front in second place. Code bowls to Carlson. Carlson pushes it away. They go for a quick single, and a little bit of a fumble there in the covers. They cross for a single. Carlson retains strike, 21 for 2.
Yeah, Ben Code, who I understand, didn't speak to him about his performance last night myself, but understand he'd said to the press that he didn't feel like he'd bowled as well as he could.
Has he been injured this season?
Ben, good question.
The reason
Not for any length of time, no.
The reason I'm asking,
if he has at all.
because he looks again another promising young fast bowler. I've just been criticising people who say, yeah, but it's only second division.
Ben Code, well, he's
one of the up and coming. He's up.
He's up, very much experienced. Yeah, he's on nearly 300 first-class wickets as Fisher is in, and is flicked to leg, and Wharton fields at mid-wicket, no run. James Wharton taking that catch for Colin Ingram, who faced 20 deliveries for his 15, 3 fours. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Sporting Lives 1 on X. Jim Green says, with regard to Don Bess, he played poorly last season, which is why we recruited another spinner. Moriarty was far more economical than Bess, but doesn't take wickets. As Fisher comes in, and that is punched into the offside by Carlson, no run. He goes on. Bess played better on return to side this summer. If promoted, we need better spinner option.
Unless you produce pitches like Somerset do that turn on the first day, the poor spinners are going to be left on a limb, because you very rarely get pitches that rag.
So not many matches won in county cricket by spinners.
Just the one where Archie Vaughan and Leach opened the bowling.
Fisher in again, wide of off stump, and Carlson leaves. I suspect that whoever comes in as the new coach, and we've already heard the announcement of new general manager Gavin Hamilton today. Gav, no doubt, already, I'm sure probably already pre the announcement, thinking about the makeup of things next year, and who knows, I've not spoken to him about it, but you would expect, with this man who has the ball in his hand right now, on his way out, and all those things we've talked about in the match already in terms of bowling personnel, that seam bowling strengthening is got to be key going up to Division 1. It's all about taking 20 wickets if you want to win matches. That one wide of off stump and left, and whether you fancy a better spinner or not, Jim, I suspect that seam will be king in thoughts, really.
Did you say that Gavin doesn't start until November?
November the 1st officially.
Well, if he does, it wouldn't be a bad idea if he had a little chat, came in now and had a chat with Mr. Fisher. Because you don't want the scenario, oh, if you told me that some time ago, I'd have changed my mind.
Fisher in, ooh, full, and Carlson doesn't know much about that. He's trying to turn it to leg, and it ends up in the hands of Jordan Thompson at mid-off.
Yeah, it's turned him round completely then, didn't it?
Jim Green is also asking if I can resolve the Welsh lads issue, re-Fisher, quote-unquote. It was reported on the website, it's signed for Surrey. Whose website?
No.
Surrey have not confirmed,
No.
but rumoured he has been offered double current salary.
Well, that's supposition, isn't it? We never heard anything like that.
No, rumour. No confirmation of that, and why would there be?
We've just been discussing
down the leg side.
Kenneth and I, and we mentioned, yeah, it's got to be a first division side, and the side who's got money.
Yep.
You can take your pick from that.
Yeah, well, rumours abound in that respect, Jim, but
Nothing
no,
that's...
nobody's confirming that, and as I say, why would they? They don't tend to do that in the modern world. Somebody might have Matthew Fisher quoted, but I would doubt that. But if he has got a good offer, then one of those reasons why he might feel like there's a need to take it.
It'll be Ben Code to bowl. Bowled extremely well so far. Comes in and bowls, and this is cut away through extra cover by Tribe up towards the long boundary. There'll be certainly 3 with Carlson there, and they come back for the 3rd. And if they were scrambling for victory or whatever, they would have run a 4th, because it's a long throw from that area. Must be 100 yards.
Yep,
Far off it.
Derek Daniels asking me to put an approximate figure on the crowd. Oof.
500.
You reckon? Okay, I'll
If
go with
that.
that. You're used to seeing
If
that
that
view in front of you. Yeah, I'd have thought fewer.
Yes.
Can't see everybody down below and to our left.
Members inside the pavilion watch from there as well. As Code comes in, bowls, and Carlson has to get low down to try and play that. That's the ball. Didn't get up more than about ankle height.
He also mentions the scoreboard says over 8 -2, which it does.
Yeah.
One to watch, question mark. Yep, well, they'll reassess that again at the end of this session, which is another hour or so away. 46.4 overs still to be bowled in the day.
Down go the slips as in comes Code and bowls, and this is driven up towards mid-on quite firmly. And, the first sun hat I've seen on the field in this game.
Yeah, I think now they've got themselves into a position where they can very much win this match. 8 wickets to take, 371 runs behind Glamorgan. Then, yeah, keep an eye on the over 8, the minus over 8. But if they do get winning points here, even if they lost a couple, not saying they should lose a couple, but even if they did, still better than a draw points, I guess.
Yeah, Code comes in. This is driven nicely up towards the long on boundary, and it's 4 runs. So one can only feel good for Tribe, who's been such a struggle for him at the start of his career, and he got right behind that and played it up towards the boundary, and it ran away for 4. So that's his second boundary, and Glamorgan move on to 28 for 2. And he moves on to 8.
Not sure what Kieran Carlson's asking about that, but both umpires converging for a word with him for some reason. James Talbot asking about Don Besson. Does his contract run out this year? Yes and no. Well, maybe the other way around in that respect.
Code is in and bowls, and this is played away defensively to the covers, and there's no run.
Yep, contract runs out, and no news on whether or not that's going to be renewed.
Always conjecture.
But I would suspect probably so.
This time of year, it's all we hear about. Glamorgan are due to announce who is hanging back and who's not going and what have you. In comes Code and bowls. This time it goes
That's a beauty.
absolute beauty through to Besto, and well, he can't play those very well.
No, squared up.
Just watch it again, and yeah, past the outside edge.
Yeah, I suspect that Don Best will be around for more cricket with Yorkshire, but that's, there's no official announcements on that front, and
Well, I don't know if anybody
sure.
from Glamorgan are interested now that you're on that, Jonathan. I read this morning that Mark Stoneman is looking for another county.
Is he?
He's 37.
Yeah, he's already played for Yorkshire a small amount
Yeah.
on loan in T20 cricket. It
When
was
he's
3 or 4 seasons ago.
Durham, Surrey, Middlesex.
Yep, here's Fisher, and that is an invitation to drive for Aether Tribe, who pushes it into the covers, and no run.
I'd certainly take I don't know if it says a gamble. I think he's a very fine player. Played for England, and he's obviously fit. And I don't know why he wants to move, but that's the sort of play. If you haven't got a huge amount of money to spend,
Yep.
you take a punt on.
Are you talking about it in Glamorgan terms?
Yes, I am.
Yep. Because of the issues with.
With openers.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know what your views are on that.
Fisher is in, it's wide of off stump, and Tribe leaves. Well, yeah, as you say, if you are struggling, and I don't know what the budget situation is and all of that,
No.
but struggling to find somebody, and maybe somebody like Mark Stoneman with all that experience and quality, it might be get a couple of seasons or a season even out of him, and you're looking to develop other players or recruit further down that line. Maybe a signing that buys you some time for the future. Fisher in, and Tribe dropping that one out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, they haven't had an opening pair, sort of authority, since Nick Selman, the Australian, and Will Bragg, who was a very good opening batsman, consistent, were together, and both of them, one retired and the other went back to Australia, and since then it's been a case of not able to find a settled pair who are getting new runs consistently, as you've seen in this game.
Yes, Fisher, nicely chopped down on by Tribe. It was very late that he took it. Might have kept just a slight amount lower than expected. Howard Ray, good afternoon to you, says hi Doige. Firstly, welcome back to Gavin Hamilton as general manager. I remember his struggle with the dreaded yips. I think we must get the 22 points from this game to keep Sussex at least interested in their last game against Middlesex. Should we achieve promotion, which of course we all want, it would be fascinating to know the last coach surplus to requirements having achieved that feat. Can't help thinking, in view of the number of kindly provided Welsh cakes you have consumed, an invite or to one of the Scarborough games perhaps as a guest, or our supporters fish and chip night might be appropriate on your part. We don't want to appear as miserly Yorkies. Oh, come on, Howard.
I love you.
Howard not wanting to appear as a miserly York, as that was a dot ball pushed out into the offside by Tribe. Yeah, I'm sure we'd be delighted for Edward to attend Scarborough for a match.
Love to. Haven't been there.
The sticking point, Howard, could be, as Fisher bowls there to Tribe once again, and he's right in behind it to complete the over at 28 for 2. The sticking point could be Ed's expenses, which are considerable. The private jet between South Wales and Scarborough might be a little bit of sticking point on the BBC licence fee payers.
Yes.
And plus fish and chips at Renard's, possibly.
Yeah. Can manage that, no problem.
And then his daily rate as well. I mean, he might let you know what that is on air. Also, what I heard, Ed, it's a couple of grand a day these days. Something like. Are you going to give us an exclusive on that front?
Down to 1,000.
Down to 1,000 a day. 1,000 a day. You're taking a pay cut. Well, that's all for the greater good. So,
if you believe that.
What a man.
Yeah, this bowling Ben Code starts a new over, and bowls, and Carlson gets turned around just a little there as he aims to play it straight, and just turned him a little, and the score remains at 28 for 2. And the last time I was at Scar, now I can't remember if we were commentating from what I call the new box, because it was the first time that we did commentary from there. With dear old Cali. Where were we before that? I can't remember. In comes Code and bowls, and that's played back down the pitch to mid-on. Where was it? You wouldn't know, obviously, Jonathan, before your time. Where were we? I think it might have been in the press box.
Yeah.
Underground, I used to call it.
Yeah, you went down on the grey. Still do, yeah.
Did it?
Yeah, but we don't commentate obviously from that box anymore.
No, it's up the top, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Here comes Code from the river end. Bowls and drifting on the leg side. Carlson, as ever, wants a run, but is sent back by his partner. Something else we're having down here at the end of the season, we had it against Leicestershire, 2 nights run in, is the light. When you come up slowly to 6:06, 6:15, although we didn't start early, of course, it went on till 6:30, 7:15. But we were good last night, just after 6.
Yep, all fine then.
Bounding in comes Ben Code, and that's driven nicely through covers. It's a long run up for the one of 2 fielders on the offside who are deep-ish. There was another run there, but they settle with 2. So Carlson playing a nice controlled shot. He moves on to 7:30 for 2.
Howard mentioned Gavin's issues with the yips, and not that I want to labour that bit, but there were some issues in our household with that, and not least myself in club cricket, just one day, and you really get a feel for what it must be like when you can't get that back. Yeah, terrible. That's your trade.
In comes the next ball. That kept a bit low, but well defended in the end.
I was playing in a match just around the corner from the ground at Headingley, Kirkstall Educational, one day, and I saw something. I always had injuries anyway, and there was something going on somewhere under the armpit sort of area, and I felt like I couldn't let the ball go properly, and it was all over. I can remember dragging a few down halfway between the batter and square leg umpire, who was all on not to laugh. He was desperately trying not to laugh at me.
Here's Code. In and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, but taken low down by Bear. So that concludes the over. Glamorgan 30 for 2.
And I didn't want to. I said to the skip, "No, that's it. I'm done." And he made me carry on bowling until
I just walked off.
I got through. I managed to get through it. It was in about 3, 4 overs, something like that. It went on that long, which is an eternity when you're not letting the ball go anything like you want to do. But he kind of, no, for your own good, you carry on here, and you get it. And I managed to pick up 2 or 3 wickets in the end, and everything was fine. It was the one day, but just from that short period to feel like that, because honestly, for the first few balls, you're just thinking, well, it's never come out like that before. And I clearly wasn't quite letting it go, going right through with my action. So who knows what brings it on in the first place? But it is one of those things where. It goes out to anybody who suffers it in a longer term capacity. Here is George Hill in a change of bowling from Matthew Fisher at this Cathedral Road end of the ground. Tribe drops that one out into the offside, and there is no run.
It happened here to Ravi Shastri, you see. He was overseas here for a couple of years. And Don Shepherd, celebrated Glamorgan bowler, and was bowling coach here. Worked day and night, before play, after play, with Ravi, and eventually got him right. And he wrote about it, Ravi did, in a book that came out.
In comes Hill, it's wide of off stump.
And he recovered well and carried on. But as you described there, it must be an awful feeling. Did you land the ball over somebody's head, or land a square leg when you lost it? It didn't come out, or?
Did I what? Sorry.
Did you release the ball and did it?
Yeah. I was just.
Where did it go then?
There must have been something about the lower part of my arm that wasn't. I don't know quite out pulling across myself properly or something like that, or maybe pulling too much that way. Actually, for it to go in that direction. Hill in and Tribe leaves. It was just really. But it was clearly something, a message between brain and release of the ball, brain and hand, as to, I think I just felt like I was probably going to be doing some damage because I was feeling something and maybe just wasn't letting it go. So yeah, not a good few moments. So like I say, for anybody who suffers it permanently and can't get back from it, it's got to be an absolute nightmare as Tribe drops one out into the offside, no run. Jim Green says, Jonathan, on the 7th of August on the BBC Cricket, a report stated Fisher was to leave Yorkshire at the end of the season and he was reported to be joining Surrey. So it was the BBC website. By the way, best of luck to Glamorgan on Saturday in the Cup final, when they're playing on Sunday, actually, Jim. Saturday is the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final at Leicester and Sunday at Trent Bridge. Glamorgan will be in action in the 50 over final for the men, as this is wide of off stump and with an open face. Tribe has driven that backward of point, picks up 4, and Jim reckons he can provide a tent for you in Scarborough, Ed.
Can he? Yeah. On the outfield, so I needn't bother about driving.
So it has been reported that Matthew Fisher is joining Surrey on the BBC website, apparently, which was 6 weeks ago. Anyway, Hill coming in, and Tribe opens the face and runs it to Tattersall, coming in from point, and there is no run. 12 overs complete in this second Glamorgan innings. 3 minutes before 3 o'clock on day 3. The deficit is 361 runs. Yorkshire have got a lot of those to play with to take 8 more Glamorgan wickets.
Yeah, Fisher had 5 overs, economical, 0 for 12, but it's Ben Code who's been the most threatening. There's a change at that end now as I speak. And it will be Jordan Thompson to come on. Both these, first change and second change, Hill and Thompson bowled well in the Glamorgan first innings. And Thompson picked up 1 wicket, and Hill was economical at the other end. Jordan Thompson then, tall, strapping young man. You can see a close-up of him on our television screen, and he's bowling from the River Taff end and will be bowling at Kieran Carlson. Bowls the first ball and Carlson leaves one outside the off stump.
Bill Mustow, president at Scarborough CC. You'll know Bill from your trips there down the years.
The name is very familiar.
The name's very familiar to everybody. I mean, he's sort of the James Bond of Scarborough, really, Bill. He says, you know, the Scarborough box is commentator's lap of luxury dodgy, sun trap.
Can you ask Bill, where was the other one? I'm racking my brains before that one. In comes the next one. The bowler kept a bit low and Carlson got down in it and stands there as if to say, then where did that come from? But he played it pretty well at the last moment. No run, the score remains 34 for 2.
By the way, I mentioned earlier on that Adam Lyth had asked me if he'd passed Anthony McGrath yet in Yorkshire runs, players who've played this side of the millennium, and the answer to that, we think from doing some calculations when I was off air earlier, is no.
It's a lovely shot which beats the man at the cover. A long chase for him. They've run 1, they're coming back for a second. They have given up, and it will be 4 runs. It was wide, half volley, and crushed away by Carlson, who doesn't hang about. Sometimes gets him out is impetuosity. I think that's the right adjective. And that was crashed through extra cover for 4, and Dog Best gave up the chase, some 15 yards short of the boundary.
Not a word we often hear on cricket commentaries, impetuosity, but
I think that's the right one. If
I think you've selected the right one out of the bag there. So, Mags, who'll doubtless be tuning in now that Essex have enjoyed a crushing win. If you are, Mags, good afternoon. 14,091 for Yorkshire.
Next ball is left outside the off stump. What a good player Anthony McGrath was.
Certainly was. And Adam Lyth, 13,962. So I reckon that Anthony McGrath is still 129 ahead of Adam Lyth. Who knows if he has a good match next week?
How old is Adam?
Maybe able to tick that this season.
Adam Lyth is 35-ish, 37-ish.
He's 37 next week. 25th of September.
Johnson, it bowls, and that just turns him a little. Carlson pushes it away. He's moved into double figures. He's 11 tribes 12. We're in the 14th over, so quite naturally, having lost 2 early wickets, the run rate isn't particularly quick, just under 3. You're talking about Mags, just initiated. Anthony McGrath, former Yorkshire, former England batsman, and a successful coach. In comes the next ball, and that's driven firmly, and it's deflected to mid-on. That's the end of the over, 38 for 2. In Glamorgan's pursuit of 396. Going back quickly about the Yips, Glamorgan had a hugely promising young off-spinner way back in the 1960s. Took 4 or 5 wickets against Australia, and Glamorgan beat them at Swansea. Brian Lewis, his name was, from Maesteg, which is a town up in the valleys, and he lost it, completely lost it, and everybody in the game felt so desperately sad, forced his retirement. But then, and I played against him many times, he played for and developed and got back a little of his bowling, but became a very good batsman.
Here's Hill, and right behind that Asa Tribe, who remains 12 not out. Yeah, it's
and if you are an all-rounder, at least you've got a chance then. Right, that's my career as a bowler gone, but now I'm going to get some runs. But if you're a number 11 and no pretense as a batsman, and if you get the yips there, what do? Don't hear of many at the moment.
No. Here's Hill, scampering in, full, straight, and try blocks. And if he can just pull that length back slightly here, George, he might be in the game, as we've seen the ball nip around during the day. Maybe just a yard or so too full.
I will leave you as Hill walks back to his mark, and Kenneth will come and take my place for the next 40 minutes or so.
Here he is then, and that is slightly wide of off stump this time, and just dropped into the offside. Yorkshire lad asking how many runs is Tats from getting 3,000 in the county championship. Okay, county championship is slightly more difficult to find on the Cricket Archive. First class runs are up there, but obviously they're not all county championship. Here comes Hill again. Tribe turning one into the leg side for Wharton to field. Oh, there we go. I can't find county championship, so we might be able to do this. I'm not sure if he means county championship per se, because Johnny has a couple of little loan spells elsewhere, or county championship for Yorkshire, but we'll go with the former. Say that he has had. When the internet clicks over, it's wide of off stump, and Tribe leaves. Kenneth is back alongside. I'll bring him back in a sec, because Tattersall in the county championship has batted on 90 occasions, 2,580 runs, with the highest of 180, and averages 32.65. So the way he's played this season, he'll tick that box next year if he gets as many opportunities. In comes Hill. That's dropped into the offside, and Tribe says no thank you to a run as they right on cue Tattersall Fields. Don't forget Harry Duke, of course, 250 odd in the second team this week as another keeper batter. Johnny not even keeping in this match because YJB is doing that, and has largely done that very well as well over the last couple of days. But there are other people putting some pressure on, which is all good, I guess, for competition for places.
Yeah, certainly. So it's tough out there for these two, Kieran Carlson and Asa Tribe, but they've stuck around since Colin Ingram departed about 40 minutes ago. As Thompson comes in from the River Taff end, that's left by Carlson outside off stump and taken by Johnny Bairstow. The batters to depart, Sam Northeast in the very first over, LBW, Ben Code, and then Ingram just chipped one really to mid-wicket. And the prized wicket. Carlson faces right up in the block hole from Thompson. Stifled appeals. Carlson's under pressure as well as Tribe, but did get beautiful ball in the first over, first innings rather, to dismiss him without scoring. He needs to stick around here before tea. Here is Thompson, bowls, and that's a good length delivery, but it's left again and goes through to Bairstow.
Yep, Yorkshire bowl with discipline. Obviously, that just keeps that number of runs required in the distance all the time. And I know the ball is getting older by the delivery, but it's not like Glamorgan have got off to anything like a flyer here. They've lost 2 wickets, and the run rate also being contained keeps that pressure on.
Thompson in and bowls. That's worked behind square. Actually, it's gone all the way. I didn't realise it went fine and sped away to the boundary.
Right on cue. Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dropped it short, leg stump, hip height,
Yeah.
and just helped on its way.
So they've been rare occurrences, boundaries, for Glamorgan. It's been tough work because they're under pressure, given the 2 wickets that have been lost and well, the mammoth target. This is Thompson again up in the block hole, driven, and they'll take a quick single up to mid-on. Target is 396. They trail Glamorgan by 352. That after whittling Yorkshire out with some good bowling this morning, mainly by James Harris, who had 5 for. 3 wickets for Tim van der Hoogten as Thompson comes in over the wicket to Tribe, squares him up a bit, and it goes down to point, and that is the end of the over, with Glamorgan 43 for 2, Carlson 16, Tribe is unbeaten on 12.
And you wouldn't say either of them so far have played with a huge degree of comfort out there. Just adding weight to what I was saying about Yorkshire keeping things tight. Jordan Thompson 2 overs for 9 now. George Hill 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. And then the other pair, well, in this innings, Matthew Fisher so far wicketless, but 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 12 is hardly throwing up half volleys, is it? And Ben Code 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. His turn so far today. And talking of 18, here's George Hill from the Cathedral Road end, and there you go. Further discomfort this time for Kieran Carlson, who is squared up slightly again. Gets a thickish outside edge somewhere up near the shoulder of the bat. to Jonathan Tattersall. .43 for 2, still 352 runs the deficit. 3 slips in place as Hill's in again. Nice straight blade from Carlson. Mike Scott says, great to watch and listen to you all loud and clear in my hotel room, from which I have a splendid view of Mount Fuji.
Wow.
Is that somewhere in Penarth? Can't see it now though, as it's 11 p.m. Hope we make more inroads tonight and secure a win tomorrow. Can't say I've seen any cricket grounds in Japan. Well, you need to be the creator of the first. 4 runs here, half volley outside off stump, and Carlson was keen to get right down on that and drive it away through extra cover. Lovely shot, but Yorkshire won't mind a few drives.
No, the closest we've got here, the Caerphilly Hills to the left, which and by no means as tall as Mount Fuji.
Mount Kafuji, who knows? Afternoon to you, Lily. George Hill's 90 in the first innings is the best knock he's played this year, she said. Got us back into the game. Well, he's bowling here, not taking a wicket with this delivery though. Carlson right in behind it. Yeah, runs were needed the other day, and he stepped up to the plate. And he remains a player who is still developing, and he's blossomed pretty well over the last couple of seasons. More than that since he came into the side, of course. And, oh, good delivery, which swings in. Didn't know much about that, Kieran Carlson, and look where Bairstow's gone to take it. He's going on for halfway across the next strip. Evidence of that one either nipping or swinging. Well, actually, seeing the replay, it was angled in and pretty much kept going on with the angle. It might have just held its line a little. He missed it by country mile, did Kieran Carlson, didn't he? Johnny taking it with a bit of theatricals as he rolled away. Hill in now, leg stump this time, and that's helped on its way by Carlson down to Ben Code, who's at long leg. 1 run. End of that over. 16 now complete, second time around for the Glammies, who are 48 for 2, 347 in arrears.
Yeah, batting isn't easy out there. It's a workmanlike innings from Kieran Carlson, which is what is required. Plenty of time left in this game. Still have, what, 39 to be bowled today. And tea will be taken around the 32 over left as Thompson comes in. Carlson, majestic forward defensive stroke, and there's no run. Well, tea yesterday was pretty much on the mark, wasn't it? 20 to 4.
Well, it should be 3:10, of course.
Yeah.
With the half an hour early start, so it's always about somewhere between half an hour and 40 minutes late, just about daily.
As Thompson spins round, comes in past the umpire and bowls, and that's well, I think it was an off drive that Carlson aimed at. It went square of the wicket, and he didn't know much about that. That was a squirter, and they do get a single.
Yeah, thick inside edge on it. And he's just replaying the shot at the non-striking end, as you do. That's moved him on to 22 now from 39. But while runs count, strike rate's completely immaterial here.
Thompson coming in. He's got 3 slips. And good length delivery was dealt with by Acer Tribe, and there's no run. Still on the attack, Yorkshire, as you'd expect. Started obviously with 4 slips. There are 3 mid-off and mid-on. Cover backward point, mid-wicket, backward square. Thompson in. Tight over so far. It's a good ball once more, and it's another dot ball.
Yeah, the feeling obviously is, if you look at the wickets that have been taken and by whom in the match so far, all 10 wickets, for example, in the Yorkshire second innings taken by seam bowlers. So despite the fact they've picked 2 spinners, and I guess they felt they had to, just in case it ended up being a Bunsen, it's the seamers who are getting through all the work. It'll be interesting to see if, you know, and how much the spinners do play a part in this Glamorgan second innings.
Played through mid-wicket just for a single by Asa Tribe, and that is the Glamorgan 50. It's been tough, and it's come at a loss of 2 wickets.
I say 2 spinners, of course. I'll be corrected by Adam Lyth when he hears this bit of commentary back. The deadliest of off spinners, Adam Lyth. So look at his figures this year. 8 wickets at 188, 23.5. He's coming in 4th in the bowling averages.
Thompson in, and ball tight over this by Thompson, and that is the end of the over. Just the 2 runs coming off it, and Yorkshire still well on top, and runs hard to come by for Glamorgan, with Carlson on 22 and Tribe on 13.
And Lyth can rightly say, what are you smirking at, Doige? Because I'm ahead of George Hill. He's only averaging 23.91. I'm ahead of Fisher. I'm ahead of Bess, Thompson, Revis. They're all below me, Moriarty on the list. And I am 4th in the Yorkshire bowling averages, only bettered by Messrs Fernando McCurr and of those regular players, Ben Code. So who knows, Golden Arm Lyth might get an odd over at some point if there's a need to break something that's been going on a while between 2 batters out there. At the moment, they're continuing to stick on seam. 17 overs old, this ball. 50 for 2, 345 behind, and Hill bowling here to Asa Tribe, who's turning one to James Wharton, coming in from mid-wicket. No sign that Wharton was going to be employed in a close catching position. He's often out there with his shin pads on underneath his whites, but doesn't appear to have them on right at this moment in time. Still with his trousers flapping around and the flags over on the pavilion doing the same. That breeze is pretty stiff out there. The flag's blowing almost horizontal. Hill in. Ball dropped again into the offside, and Luxton comes into play. If Glamorgan do take this very deep, and you'd think scoring rate wise that they'd have to be getting on somewhere up there towards knocking it off if Yorkshire get to the stage where they need to use a second new ball. They'd certainly be very well into it if that did come about. As Hill bowls there to Tribe, who drops one out square on the offside, and Tattersall does the fielding.
Just looking at tomorrow's, we might have a bit of rain, but I don't think it's due to come to Cardiff until mid-afternoon. So whether that will affect things.
Hill in, ball swinging in. There's definite evidence of some induck towards the right-handed Tribe, who blocks. Yeah, and if they were still needing who knows, a couple of wickets, something at that point, a little bit of moisture wouldn't go amiss, I suppose.
No.
From a bowling perspective. Still 37.2 overs remaining today, and that's plenty of time for things to happen. 1 or 2 people were getting excited after the first wicket fell, 3rd ball of the innings, and then the second after halfway through the 7th, that this could be all wrapped up today, and it might still be, not beyond the realms, but still not quite seeing that, as Hill's latest delivery was left by Asa Tribe. But if they can pick up in these next 37, another 3, 4, something like that. Even if they got no more than that, they would still be pretty happy with the outcome of the day, even if things didn't go entirely according to plan with the bat. That one dropped out into the offside and Tattersall fields. Final ball of the 18th then, still 50 for 2, and still 345 behind a Hill maiden. Makes it 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 9 for the economical George.
Important innings for Acer Tribe, and yes, he's only mustered 13 with the bat, and it's come off 43 balls, but important that he stuck around after being dismissed cheaply in the first innings, and well, looked tentatively throughout. This is Thompson to continue from the River Taff end. Carlson takes strike, and that's struck into the offside towards point. There's no run. Tattersall fields.
Ball is still doing a bit, isn't it? It's not like there's nothing out there. It feels like it's maybe not doing as much as it did during the morning session, but there are still the odd ones that are swinging.
Yeah, these two now just have to see out until the tea interval as Thompson charges in. Good on drive, but I don't think he got everything on it, Kieran Carlson, so it's just a single.
Yep, Jordan Thompson prone on terra firma as the ball went by.
Yeah.
Dan Moriarty looks a bit like Bill and Ben, the flower pot man, in his floppy hat. Not for those of a certain age, probably long before your time.
No, I'm aware of the flower pot man. Not many wear those white caps these days, as they did in yesteryear on the cricket field. Here is Thompson coming in, bowls, and that stayed slightly low on Carlson, but he's forward to it.
Howard Ray's emailed in again. Hi again, Dodgy. Sorry to hear of all the various financial problems related to conveying our Welsh friend Mr. Bevan over to Scarborough for a fish and chip supper. Couldn't he just have a short cricket holiday break like the rest of us? Sorry to hear of your experience with the yips. It seems to have affected a number of my friends, though in their case it's a grip on their wallets that's the problem. At Headingley on Saturday for the Aussie game, then on duty at the supporters bookstall next week before and during the Northants game.
Thompson. Yeah, well, many. Oh, that's a good shot through mid-wicket for 4. Whipped by Tribe.
Yep, JT not happy with himself as he has strayed again full and on the legs of Tribe and nicely tucked away. Howard offering to buy me a book if I drop in at the bookstall next week. Buy me a book for the winter. There'll be a twist to that. It won't just be a straight comment.
Oh, many suffer the yips with their wallets. So, as Thompson wheels round, comes in and bowls, and try to pull that, but mistimed, and it's fielded at mid-wicket.
Why were you looking at Ed when you mentioned?
No, not
yips
at all.
wallets?
Not at all.
Oh, you were looking for Nick, were you?
I was looking for Nick, but Nick, I've just passed Nick. Nick is over to the left, underneath the pavilion, looking at proceedings. Just looking after the vocal cords in preparation for Sunday. I'm glad to say bumped into the Glamorgan scorer Andrew Hignell as well. Thompson in, and that's left, but there's a few oohs and ahs, and probably closer, too close for comfort in terms of Acer Tribe to his off stump. Yeah, Mr. Hignell is going to be present at Trent Bridge on Sunday, so that's good to hear. And he was going to provide Nick with a barrage of stats as well, like he usually does.
Oh, I think they all thought that there was another ball
Oh,
to bowl
that is-
there, and they've decided there isn't.
That is the end of the over.
And does Asa Tribe have a nickname?
Do you know what? I'm not sure if he.
Spades or something like that?
Yeah,
Clubs?
that new youngster, of course, here, and as mentioned, good to see him sticking around here. And
Yeah,
just
so
to get to tea, what are we? About
4 overs.
Yeah.
So somewhere 12 to 15 minutes. Independent. Hill in, swinging one again. It looks slightly. We are, a reminder, we're not sat anywhere near being straight on from the camera, which is out at the top of the stand, away to our left, and we'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 strips.
Yeah, it's the furthest one left I've been present at this year. They do sometimes they're more prone to go to the right.
Yeah, that's been the case when we've been here before, really. And then an enormous walk when you get out for a golden duck to get back to the changing room.
Yeah.
So Hill's led his delivery, pushed into the offside, no run. Well, we can see the strip to the right, just to the right of us, which is what was played on in the international here last week. And from my position, I'm only just over a strip away from being straight for that one. So that would have been a much better view, but this is a fair way over to the left of us. Pavilion side of the ground. Finley Bean's come out of third slip, by the way, and gone in to short mid-wicket in a catching position. And that's a tactical change, perhaps, as the ball is flicked backward of square leg. Wharton fires it in with that lovely flat arm throw that he's got. Just a flick. I remember watching the great West Indies side as a child, and if you were there in the ground for in those days, that's the ones that stick in the mind. Some of those big guys, Joel Garner types, picking the ball up and just a flick of a side arm throw and it being the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, there's a few of them. Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, this is going to be a leg by, I think, off. Yep.
Well, we
Tribes
mentioned Richie Richardson in Yorkshire circles. He was another one.
Yeah. Remember Richie wearing he used to wear the floppy to bat in, didn't he? Maroon floppy when he was playing for the West Indies. Quite a sort of cavalier approach to how he struck the ball, I seem to recall. Good delivery here from Hill, and Kieran Carlson is in a heap on terra firma.
Yeah, what happened
Felt
there?
something there, I'm not sure, but he's sitting on the block hole. Let's have a second look for those who can see the pictures. Oh yeah, that's hit him in the middle of
The mid-drift, and but he's up.
Yeah, boxing clever. Or maybe not so clever, as he's gone back foot to this latest delivery and worked through mid-wicket. Wharton in again and does the fielding. They get 1. George Hill completes over number 5. 2 maidens, none for 11 so far. The over rate has been adjusted already to -1.
Yeah.
So that is a slight change to the positive for the Yorkies.
Still superb conditions here at Sophia Gardens with Glamorgan. Just need to negotiate 3 overs before tea now. Yorkshire targeting their 3rd wicket through Thompson coming in, and that's played in the offside by Carlson. There's no run. I mean, their tails would have been up after those 2 early wickets. Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram going. Ingram definitely the danger man, having scored that's his first, I'm reticent to say failure in inverted commas, during a season where he scored 50 and above in every innings. But he went cheaply for 15. And these two have just steadied the ship somewhat since then as Thompson comes in, bowls, and that's through mid-wicket. And it's timed well by Carlson. Might go all the way. No, it hasn't. It's been... yes, it has.
That's a bit unfortunate, really, for James Warren. He covered the ground.
He did.
He felt like he was always going to get there, and then did. And just having a look at it again, see what happened at the end product. He took a divot with him. You've got to be careful on the Simon Jones front, I always think, with those slides.
That always, Jonathan, gives me the EBGBs when I look at the replay of that injury back in 2002. Thompson coming in. Carlson ducks. And he's not the tallest, is Kieran Carlson. Diminutive in stature, but he packs a punch in terms of the shots he possesses. Yes, I remember that injury. That was the Ashes series, the first test in the Gabba at Brisbane. And
it was horrible, wasn't it?
Well, he
makes you feel sick if you ever see it again. Usually I'd just look away.
Yeah. Coming in is Thompson, and of course he did recover. To his credit after that awful injury.
But it was brilliant in the 05 Ashes, wasn't it? I mean, he was going around corners.
The ability to get that in-swinger going, and such a deceptive pace, and he would amble in and then just launch the ball. Not too dissimilar in terms of a style to a certain Michael Holding, as Carlson knocks that fine shot through point. Not sure if it'll have the legs. There is a chase on, and despairing dive, and they come back for 3. So good piece of fielding. Yeah, Holding, the whispering death, would just amble in, and then he would launch it.
Yeah, okay. I would have had him building up his pace more.
Yeah, well, yes, but
more gradually towards the wicket, and it felt like his pace came from somewhere further back in his action, and it was a complete propulsion of that circle you make with the ball as you go through your action.
Thompson in on the full. Tribe drives throughout to mid-off, and there's no run.
Simon, when I think about how he bowled, it sort of felt a bit more shoulder, and and that real fast arm, just that last part of it probably. I'd love to see him compared now on that, like they do on other television broadcasts with a split screen, to see what it really played out like. But that's what the mind's telling me, and that sort of snap of the wrist as the ball came out from Simon Jones. But dear me, in that Ashes series,
well, he was brilliant,
swinging it late. Just a great combination, that attack, wasn't it? Of the different things that they brought to the table.
Yeah, Messrs. Jones, Harmison, Flintoff, Hoggard, and obviously supplemented by Ashley Giles.
Yeah, the King of Spain. Don Bess, talking of tweak, is coming on from the Cathedral Road end, the first. He said, checking back through his records, there hasn't been any. No, they're the first over of spin bowling in this Glamorgan second innings, 21 overs in. So they're giving him a ball that has been pretty well looked after so far. It's only gone for 65 runs. It's not been hit out of the park. And they're going to give some off spin a try here. First delivery to Kieran Carlson. Just pushed back along the pitch. Now they've gone leg slip George Hill under the helmet and Adam Lyth at slip. Backward square leg Ben Code. Sweeper in front of square is James Wharton. Carlson runs one out into the offside for Thompson, who's fielding at mid-off to run round and field. Finley Bean was also running towards that. He was out there sweeping in the covers, but is now coming in onto a 1 with Tribe on strike. Dan Moriarty also getting loose down at backward point. Tattersalls at straight mid wicket, Fisher at mid on, and that's the setup for this next best delivery. Tribe just playing across it, well, with the spin, I guess you'd argue, put across it slightly and diverts it back to the bowler. I think the concern will be that spin, the pitch might be slow enough for any turn to be safely negotiated. We'll see how that plays out, because with the seamers there have been deliveries that have carried really well. That was another dot ball pushed out to Finley Bean, and in comes Bess again. Tribe gets one round about hip height leg stump and can't get it away.
Yeah, they've largely been redundant. Only 3 overs of the short stuff by slow stuff by Kellaway, and no overs at all for Mason Crane in Yorkshire's second innings.
Bess in again. Down the ground goes Tribe, and 6 into the sight screen down to our left. Bess having a lingering look at him and probably asking him if he can do that again. 23 now to Tribe. 72 for 2, 323 the deficit, and 1 over remaining before tea on day 3.
Tribe getting to the pitch of the ball, but I don't think Bess will mind that. If he chucks one up and miscues, there's always a chance, as Mr. Webb brings in the important stuff. Oh, Ed's got fine. Are you sure? Oh, he's taken 2. It looks a cheesecake of some variety. Looks very good.
I'll let you know at the other end of it when I've finished what it was.
So this, the last over before tea then, and on cue, Mr. Bevan brings the cheesecake dangling in front of me here.
The umpires are consulting about the ball here. Johnny Bairstow's got involved and had a chat with David Milnes.
We saw that earlier, didn't we? Can't remember now. I think it was in the end of the Yorkshire second innings.
Moriarty, by the way, coming on to bowl his left arm spin at the river end for the final over of the session. But yeah, Johnny clearly not happy with something. Asked Milnes to look at it, and Ashraf also getting involved, and now Tattersall has it in his hands to lob it to the bowler.
So Moriarty will have the final over before tea with Glamorgan 72 for 2.
I feel like he's going to pick this up, stick it, under his armpit and try and run down here and score a try when you say in your Welsh accent, Moriarty.
Well, yeah, exactly. Coming in left arm around, given that a certain Paul Moriarty was played Union, of course, for Swansea, then went up north.
Played it very well as well for Widnes.
And I think he played
Rugby
for
League.
Halifax at the tail end of his career then, if I'm right. That's outside the line. It's padded up, so it won't be given out. And his brother, Richard Dickey Moriarty, and was the Wales captain in the first ever World Cup in 1987. Of course, Paul's son has played for Wales, Ross Moriarty, so they're a distinguished family.
Paul, I think in our journalistic way we describe as an uncompromising player.
He was very uncompromising. And bit of spin coming off the wicket there. It's taken by Bairstow. Very uncompromising, very good player.
He didn't mind getting stuck in.
No, that is true. Good coach as well in his time. Coached the Scarlets, Gloucester and Newcastle, I think. Had a spell up there. Muzzy, as he's known to his mates. But his brother, very good player as well, Richard Moriarty. Coming in is Moriarty, and it's forward defensive from Carlson.
Inevitably, I think Dan will probably have played rugby, of course, a South African upbringing, so you would think that he'll have had a go at that at school.
At a guess. Here he comes. Left arm around. Carlson on strike. And again, prods that into the offside. And that will be that for tea. Yorkshire still well on top, having taken 2 early wickets. Sam Northeast fell LBW to code without scoring in the very first over. Then The danger man, Colin Ingram, chipped one to mid-wicket, caught Wharton, bowled Code for 15. Since then, batting has been hard work. Glamorgan have consolidated. It's been a bit of a rearguard action through Tribe and Carlson. Tribe is unbeaten on 23. Carlson is 33 not out. Glamorgan still have an awful lot to do here. In terms of the game, they trail by 323 runs. They are 72 for 2, and we'll be back in around 20 minutes' time.
Free to use water refill stations are situated throughout the ground. A chance to buy a limited edition Metro Bank One Day Cup Final cap from Missouri Sports Shop near Gate 2. And the Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Some cricket scores and results in the men's one-day international at Trent Bridge. England 277 for 6 from 40 overs against Australia. Among the wickets, Marnus Lavishane 2 for 35. In the Vitality Championship Division 1, at the Oval, Surrey have beaten Durham by 10 wickets. At Canterbury, Nottinghamshire have beaten Kent by 10 wickets. That means that Kent are relegated to Division 2 for next season. At Old Trafford, Lancashire, Somerset are 120 for 3. They need another 273 more to win that game. In Division 2, Gloucestershire, Sussex. At Bristol, Sussex won by innings and 7 runs and are promoted to Division 1 next year. And at Derby, Middlesex have beaten Derbyshire by an innings and 66 runs. And in the second 11 championship, the last game of the season, Glamorgan beat Sussex at Blackstone by 7 wickets. We're looking forward to staging more international cricket here at Sapphire Gardens next season. We've got 2 big games here in 2025. England versus West Indies One Day International, Sunday the 1st of June, the T20 International between England and South Africa on Wednesday the 10th of September. Full details of both games, how you can buy tickets and enter the ballot are on our website, glamorgancricket.com.
But will we not lose another wicket? It's another question. Don't worry, lad. We'll help you out.
Our final session of the day on a lovely sunny autumn afternoon. Solidifying Gardens, welcome back to Umpire's Day.
Very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens,
Yorkshire,
where Yorkshire are still in control on day 3 of this championship fixture against Glamorgan. The target, an unlikely 396 for victory. Well, Glamorgan gone off to the worst possible start, losing Sam Northeast in the first over. Then Colin Ingram chipped one to mid-wicket off the bowling of Ben Code. So the situation at present is Glamorgan 72 for 2, and they still trail by an enormous 323 runs. But Carlson and Tribe have rallied around. They've dug in, so to speak. Carlson is on 33, Tribe 23. Batting has been difficult in the afternoon, with obviously Yorkshire's tails up and gunning for victory, and trying to enhance their promotion push to Division 1. There will be a Radio Wales update to let everybody know at around 3 minutes past 4, but we are under starters orders here.
I'll take the first one, and then it'll be your time. 3 minutes, 4 minutes time. First ball by Fisher went down the leg side. What has pleased me a lot, really, because we've all been not decrying, but saying that Tribe had a dreadful start to his career, but at least he's gathered 23. He's had a few anxious moments, but he got his head down, played some nice shots, and one can only hope that he does get an useful score, which will do his confidence a world of good. Here's Fisher, running away from us, comes in and bowls the right-handed Tribe, who plays forward correctly, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Still a very attacking field, 3 slips, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. It's a strange leg side field, and Kenny will be in action to the news listeners after I deliver this one ball. Look at that leg side field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 field. Deep mid-wicket and a deep long leg. Here's Fisher. In bowls to Tribe. Tribe is forward. Up into cover. It's all yours, Kenneth.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, update in a moment on BBC Radio Wales. As Ed was mentioning, very attacking field, as you would expect. Yeah, deep long leg and
a deep mid. He's brought another one man over. Now this is mid-on, but there's plenty of ones there, there, the onside.
Yeah. As Fisher comes in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls, and there's good length ball, and dealt with by Tribe, who's on 23. Very workmanlike innings from both, but it was what the doctor ordered, so to speak, after losing Northeast and Colin Ingram so early. Northeast was plumb in front in the first over. Ingram just chipped one, and characteristically so for him, off the bowling of Code. As Fisher comes in, right arm over, good length ball, and just sort of climbed on Asa Tribe there. And there's no run. So the monumental task is 396, the target, but they won't be thinking about that at the moment. And the next target, well, just getting these overs down. There's still what, 20? No, there's still 31 remaining today. Fisher in, bowls, and that's cut to a point, but there's no run. End of Fisher's over, and it is a maiden one at that after tea, with Glamorgan 72 for 2. Yes, they've been just trying to count down the overs initially and then trying to get to the close of play, obviously.
Well, you just try and play every over as you should be played, and just if it's a bad ball, you try and hit it for 4. Because it's a heck of a job to go and get these runs with 2 wickets down.
And they have it all to do in this championship fixture, with a target an unlikely 396 to win. They're now 72 for 2. The home side got off to the worst possible start, losing captain Sam North East leg before in the first over. Danger man Colin Ingram followed soon after. The home side then consolidated. Carlson and Tribe have steadied the situation slightly with a 52-run partnership, but just after tea on day 3 is the visitors who are dominating. Glamorgan 72 for 3. They still trail by 323. As Code comes in, and that's nicked. There is no one down at third man, so the slip cordon have to chase after it, and it's hauled back. And they add a couple to their tally.
You don't often see Carlson failing in 2 innings, and after that first ball duck, he played some nice shots here and moved on to 35.
Such a good player, Kieran Carlson, who's on strike facing Code and forward defensive, and there's no run. Again, that's one of the best knocks, Ed, that I've seen him play, was that T20
when you got 100
knock against Somerset, where all manner of records tumbled.
Yeah.
On
Oh
that
yes.
evening.
He's a very talented player. He does get a little bit ambitious at times and gets out trying to force the pace, but he's good to watch.
Cord in and bowls. Oh, that's almost glances Kieran Carlson's bat.
Put the kiss of death on him then.
I know, exactly. But yes, that was the best knock, best innings in T20 by Glamorgan. I think it beat Ian Thomas's record.
Yep.
That evening. Biggest combined total. And he was ably supported at the top of the innings by Will Smale. Coming in is Code, and just squares Carlson up slightly, plays it into the offside. Got over this from Ben Code. And these two, well, I was saying these two, Fisher might be off to pastures new, but it's a shame for Yorkshire because they're really working tandem.
Yeah, big shame indeed.
Having done the work and, well, potentially gaining promotion. Code is in and bowls, and that's worked, but it's fielded at mid-wicket, and that is the end of Ben Code's over. So just a couple coming from it. Yorkshire very tight after tea. Carlson 35, Ace at Tribe unbeaten on 23.
Yes, as we were talking a few moments ago, it's a case of playing every ball on merit here and hitting the bad ball for 4. But especially Tribe, you should just, concentrate. This is top grade cricket, apart from Test cricket, of course. And get your head down and get the experience, and then try and develop and tell people, yes, I am going to succeed.
Yeah.
We shall see. It's Fisher to continue from this end, and he's in now. Bowls down the leg side, and a lovely shot down towards fine leg, and he is going to get 4 runs. He got off the mark with a shot like that. It was a bit squarer, but I like the way that he plays that, where he brings his wrists right over the ball, negating any chance of lifting it, and it flew down to fine leg, and he gets another boundary, which takes him on to 27. And this partnership, very useful partnership, is put on 58. They can't find the ball amongst the covers.
No.
It's not the first time. It jumps up there and goes behind the all the paraphernalia that's behind the
Oh,
hovercraft.
got it. Wharton has found it.
Did they change that ball that Bairstow was fussing about?
No.
Rarely do.
It was a quick inspection by the umpires and get on with it.
Get on with it. Probably David Mills. The big strap-in David Mills, one of the senior umpires. 78 for 2 as the ball is retrieved. Still this strange-looking field, fine leg and deep mid-wicket, both very deep. And just the mid-on, who is straight. In comes Fisher to bowl, and this brings the batsman Tribe forward, plays defensively. Not big in stature, these two, but they looked okay at the moment. As Yorkshire strive for these wickets, they'll be conscious of the fact of inclement weather tomorrow. So they say. We hope not. As Fisher comes in, bowls again. That draws the batsman forward, pushes it up to mid-off.
I had a quick look at that. It may be mid-afternoon that we might get the...
Did you go on BBC?
Oh, I went on the Met
Met
Office. It might be the mid-afternoon that it comes here.
It'll be a great shame for Yorkshire if that spoils their efforts. But that's a long time to come. Many, many overs to be bowled. And knowing that Chris Cook is the next really recognised batsman as Fisher comes in and bowls a bouncer, which is played well by Tribe, who ducks out of the way. He's not a particularly tall lad. And it goes aimlessly past his right shoulder.
But yeah, come through the ranks this year, hasn't he? Jersey
That's right.
boy.
Yeah. And I think he been anywhere else. He probably has been and having trials at Glamorgan, but you obviously think a bit about him. Here comes Fisher, bowled, and that's a nice looking shot, played out into the offside, fielder made off. And apart from that boundary, that's the only runs. We have one ball remaining as the cloud comes over from the left. And as I was saying earlier on, this time of year, if it is cloudy, 6 o'clock gets a little bit iffy. 6:30 then, because we're getting into the end of September.
Yeah, deep into almost October.
Last ball, and it's left outside the off stump, sails into Bairstow's gloves. 78 for 2. Just watch on my computer now. Marnus Labuschagne bowling to Duckett on 95.
Yeah.
Marnus bowled his little leg break and Duckett tamely hit it back to him, caught and bowl. He showed in the 2020s that he's not the world's worst leg spinner.
Well, he took wickets in that game against Somerset, Labuschagne.
Yeah. And he also took wickets up at which Glamorgan should have won that game up at where was it? Essex.
Yeah, well, I think he turned the game against Essex here on its head.
Yeah, and he also up there, I think Carlson took one of them off.
Code to Carlson, who dinks that into the offside, and they'll take a single. They might think about a second. No, they won't. There was a slight misfield.
Normally, if you have a dry summer, you see a parched outfield, but this is enough water this summer.
Oh, gosh.
And it's green, but the square's looking a bit tired, as it does at this time of the year. It was a great series, England-West Indies, back in 1976. Biv got about 180, I think it was. They just break off.
Code coming in, right arm over to Tribe, who just dabs that into the ground. And there's no run. That was the warm summer, wasn't it? 76.
Exactly. And if you look at that, if you ever have a chance, You've never seen anything like it. It's like the Sahara Desert. Absolutely brown, the whole oval field. Obviously, they didn't have the same draining facilities and modern things they've got now. It is bare. And you wouldn't fancy fielding the ball.
No, it's like concrete.
Yeah.
Code starts his run-up to Tribe, and he watches it and drives to mid-on. And doing well at the moment, just as you mentioned, they're just playing every ball on merit, just to gain a bit of confidence.
What's been impressive also that he's playing the ball late. If you watch, he's watching it right into the bat, judging till the last moment, not too late. I put another.
Code is in. Bowls yet again. Gets right behind it, and there's no run.
No, he's adapting himself okay at the moment. He's 27. He'd love to get near 50, but I think if he gets 30 or 40, he'll be quite happy. Because this is one of the best opening attacks in the country. Apart from probably Sussex, I would say.
Yeah, with Robinson.
Ollie Robinson and Seals when he's there, or this chap now from Pakistan who's doing wonders.
Code to Tribe, and just leaves that outside off stump.
They are confirmed champions. There'll be renderings of Sussex by the sea.
Yeah.
Well into the night, I would have thought. Yeah, I miss going down there.
Yes.
Lovely, lovely old ground.
Of course, Glamorgan will still face them in T20 competition, given the nature of...
Where they've refused to change what teams you play every year.
Yeah, well, that discussion has come up often as well, that they need to change things in that regard.
The ball has gone again, and this time the two umpires will converse and see what they think.
I've heard many saying that they should split it to 3 groups.
Whatever, but you know, you get a bit bored. Same old opposition.
Yeah.
Although when we've...
And the southern group this year has been far superior.
Remember years ago, well, I'm going back about 8 or 9 years ago, that Yorkshire were expelled from the quarter-finals because they'd fielded an ineligible player who was the man who's been involved in all the fracas over the last 2 or 3 years. To cut a long story short, that meant Glamorgan, who were runners-up or next to Yorkshire, came up, and they came to play a quarter-final game in Durham. Can you imagine that trip? Up there for an hour or two, and then back for 380 miles. That is the only thing you think, well, wouldn't you rather go to Worcester or Sussex or whatever than going all the way up to Manchester or just for a 2020 game?
There is that.
There's that argument. Although you and I have been, well, I've been many, many times up to Chelmsford, which is a bit of a drag.
Well, that, yeah.
And when you get there... Canterbury, I don't mind. It's such a beautiful setting and a beautiful ground, but not so much...
But Canterbury and Hampshire, of course, are the teams that Glamorgan only play once. Either home or away.
Yeah, well, that should be changed.
I mean, this year, I did the game down in Canterbury. But the game against Hampshire here was totally rained off without a ball being bowled.
Yeah. I'm not a great lover, and I hope they're not listening, Hampshire, of the ground, which I've forgotten what they call now.
Is it?
It was the Rose Bowl.
The Ageas Bowl.
No,
that's gone now, is it?
That went a long time ago. The Rose Bowl, the Ageas Bowl, and there's something else, which I will find in a minute. The ball has been changed, and here is Code to propel it.
Yes, here he comes. Start of his run up, right arm over balls. Oh, that's a good ball, and it's missed everything. Outside off stump, not by much, by looking at Johnny Bairstow's reaction.
Good ball change.
Very good ball change. Yes.
Well, that's a beauty. Lovely channel there.
So Carlson wisely just comes down and has a little word with Acer Tribe to G him up and to say, keep going, you're doing well.
He is on 27, Carlson's on 36. The run rate just under 3. Morgan really won't worry too much about that, because that's the least of their worries at the moment when they're chasing 396. And it will be Fisher to continue as he comes in and bowls. That's defended by the batsman. Had my 25 minutes over in the sun, which was baking hot.
Well, I went over and had a little word with Mr. Hignell.
Yes, I haven't seen Andrew, and good to see him here.
And he will be present in Trent Bridge on Sunday.
Is he staying here till the close, do you know?
I'm not sure if he's staying here to the club.
I'll give him a ring now once I come off, and I'll go and see him. Fisher bowls on the back foot, goes Carlson, and watches it with his head over the ball. No run.
Will there be any discussion about captaincy next year here, do you think? Or
I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
It's his first year, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is his first year, I think. Yeah, David Lloyd last year. This side losing badly again today within 3 days. In comes Fisher. That's very wide of the off stump and wisely left by 5.
The Aegeus Bowl is now known for sponsorship
Familiar
reasons.
or something?
By the well-known name, the Utilita.
I knew there's
Bowl.
something like that. Military. Yes. Well, what do you think of Nomo Twickenham?
Well, yes.
I'll always refer to that.
For sponsorship reasons, it should be known now as the Allianz Stadium.
Well, you won't be wrong as Fisher comes in again and bowls. Carlson goes forward, goes to backward point, a tumbling stop, no run. Very good, accurate bowling both ends here. Yeah, but if you say, are you going up to Twickenham? It's perfectly all right, because Twickenham's a town in its own.
It is.
Yeah, I'm going to Twickenham. I'm not going up to Allianz. What on earth are you talking about?
Yeah.
But don't sponsors get a bit touchy about that?
Well, possibly, but a lot of people still refer, you're going to the Arms Park, you know.
Yeah. I've only just got over the Liberty in Swansea.
Yes.
You know, the Swansea.com stadium. Accurate over this. And as I say that, the next ball is driven for 4 through cover up towards the pavilion steps by Carlson. Does play that square cover drive so well. And Fisher puts his hands on his head and say, why do I have to throw him a half volley?
Well, it was like
beautiful shot.
This present ground at times known for sponsorship reasons as something else.
Yeah. Back to his original venue of Sapphire Gardens. Rightly so. In comes the last ball of the over. And that is driven and feel it mid-off. It was driven by Carlson. Bottom hand came off the bat. And the score has moved on to 83 for 2, and this partnership has put on 63 runs.
Yeah, just methodical going about their business, these two.
Yeah.
Which was required at the time.
We did have visions of, the game finishing tonight. It shouldn't finish tonight now. I've seen so many Glamorgan collapses in the last 40 years that you never know.
Yes, it's been a long stint in Division 2 for Glamorgan. How long is it now?
Too long.
2000, mid-2000s.
Yep.
Mid-noughties, rather, I should say. Code continues from the River Taff end, and that's defended out to the offside. 2005-6, possibly. I'll have to look that up. But it was the problem, the unfortunate thing was they went up, and the team broke up, didn't it? The last, if you like, of the golden era retired. your
Yes.
Steve Jameses and
Hugh
Adrian
Morris went
Dales
straight after 77 when they won the championship.
and Code coming in and bowls. Croft, of course, went on.
Croft went on for a long time.
Yeah,
Yes, and
but it fragmented over time, and
Steve Watkin retired.
it's a shame, really, because
That was a good side, my word.
it took a while then to. Well, one could argue that they haven't recovered, but
You would say now, what was that side? Can you name it? And you, like the 69 championship side, you
Yes.
could run it off your tongue.
yeah. Code charging in from the tough end. Oh, just
Good
a
delivery.
little nibble there by
When-
Tribe, and it's taken by Bairstow.
When Glamorgan won the championship in 69, they only used either 12 or 13 players throughout the season. A chap named David Lewis was a leg spinner. He came in for a couple of games when they saw a turning pitch. So otherwise it was just 13, and everybody knew, obviously, where they were batting, what the drill was. And not a heck of a lot more played in
97.
97.
Yeah. Code in bowls. Who would have been in that side on the periphery? Darren Thomas? As in,
No,
you know,
Darren played
as
a major part. Darren took about 50 wickets the championship season.
in that season.
Yeah. Well, it was James and Morris to open, Adrian Dale at 3, Maynard at
Martin
4,
Maynard, yeah.
Cotty at 5, Croft at 6, and then you had Shaw, was
Yeah.
a very useful batsman, keeping wicket.
Code coming in, and Tribe is well forward again. And
Then you had
defence.
Darren Thomas would come in 8 or 9, and Steve Watkin and Waka. What an attack that was when you had Waka and Steve, two international bowlers, and Darren, very underrated bowler. People said, yeah.
Dean Koska as well.
Dean
was-
Koska would play, yeah, played a lot of games. Dean did, left-arm spinner, and it was a very, very good balanced side.
Code in, and everybody, of course, will remember.
Before you see Bairstow's come up now to code, which you rarely see. That will tell you that the pitch is going a little bit on the slow side, not much deviation, which Glamorgan won't be sad to see. Yes, as we reminisce.
No, what I was just reminiscing about, obviously, the winning game down at Taunton.
Oh, that was incredible. Maynard got 100 without hitting the single. Him and Hugh Morris. And the light was appalling. It was more than 5. You remember the old times, 5 lights?
Yes.
And the boys refused to go off. They said, no, we'll carry on. And that wasn't a bad attack with Mr. Caddick. Fisher comes in, and it dies a little on Bairstow as he takes it.
27 years ago.
People asked me, Kenneth, and you won't get this, when you started your first game covering Glamorgan, who was the captain? Off you go.
Oh, gosh.
You might get it, though.
Which was when?
I'm not telling you. You can guess the years. As you're not doing this over, I'll let you be and you can do a bit of thinking.
Right.
It's, Fisher in, bowls, and that beats him outside the off stump. Sorry, it pushed away. I thought the O's were, but it's pushed up to mid-off. 83 for 2. This partnership is put on a 63. 63. Tribe on 27. Carlson on 40. We've seen some good bowling. Again he's racking his brain. I hope he's not got his computer out. He should be scolded if he has. 3 slips. A wait, as does Bairstow, crouches down as in comes Fisher and bowls. Clipped away on the onside, up to mid-on, and there is no run. Fisher might be having a rest before long because he is in to his 9th over. Oh, yeah, he did bowl a few before. Perhaps he had that tea break. But he's bowled an excellent line and never been collared here. He turns now, as bowls to the right hand in Carlson. Carlson plays it off his legs up towards mid-wicket, and one of those men halfway back to the boundary fields, and they go through for a single. .84 for 2. There's still quite a number of overs left this evening. In fact, there are 25. Be nice to see some spin, wouldn't it?
Yes, we haven't seen much of spin
Little bit
at
of
all.
Before tea, that
Yeah.
was it. Fisher crouches as he gets into his run, comes up and bowls, and right forward is Tribe, as if to say, you're not going to pass me. Fisher has a word. They're probably not asking Ace at Tribe, where is he going for dinner tonight? And is just walking ruefully back to his mark. That reminds me of when Colin Cowdrey, at the age of 42, went out to Australia. He was called out as somebody got injured, 72-73 series, and that was the ferocious Jeff Thompson in his prime. And that's a nice looking shot, but intercepted and fielded well by mid-off. End of the over, 84 for 2. Cowdrey went out to bat in that lovely Tonbridge public school accent, who had said, "Good afternoon, I don't think we've met." I won't reply what Tomo said to him.
A few expletives, probably.
Yeah, great story. There we are then, 84 for 2, and yet another over goes by. Fisher might have a rest, 0 for 21 now in his 9. And Otis Gibson walking round the boundary, who was a lovely one, the nicest man in the game. Knew him well when he was here with Glamorgan. Fine bowler and a hard-hitting batsman.
Code is another fine bowler. Oh, and that just got big on Carlson, took him by surprise. And there's no run. So, what I was going to say, I wanted to say Alan Jones, but I'm mindful that probably before, a few years before. I know he was captain in the late 70s.
Carry on. I wasn't coming to more in the late 70s, no.
No, so
Bowled him.
that's gone right through, and that's bowled him. That's got Carlson. It snuck through the gate, and Carlson's bowled for 41 by Code, and that's a big wicket. Carlson trudges off, and with it possibly the hopes of Glamorgan in this match. The third wicket to fall, and Carlson is bowled for 41.
Strange dismissal that. He went on the back foot, it got through him. Yeah. Good delivery. Came back in, didn't it? And a leap from Code as his teammates run up, because he'd bowled extremely well. So that's the end of Carlson. A good innings from him, and that partnership put on 64. Glamorgan losing these wickets. You'd think it's just a matter of time now. Tribe is still there to his credit, and he's done exactly what's been needed of him. Ben Callaway coming in before Chris Cook, which is interesting.
Yeah, a glimpse to the future here with young Callaway and Tribe. So not much experience out in the middle now. Callaway looks a brilliant prospect, of course. Able with bat and ball.
He's 5 for down in Sussex last week. That was his first 5-4, and he, of course, what did he take? 5 for 142. He had a long bowl of 43 overs. Came into prominence in the game in Neath. We were talking about that earlier on.
Last year.
Where he nearly won the game against Warwickshire.
Oh, yes.
Disputed dismissal, that one.
That was.
A man and was on the touch of the boundary, which we can confirm because we were only 20 yards away in the press area that they built up there for us, and we could see that his heel was on the boundary.
Yeah, he had a knock in that game. I think he scored a 50 as well against Worcester that year. And he was instrumental at the start of the One Day Cup this year, because he had a 50 in that game against Gloucestershire. And had he not, nobody else scored around him.
No, he's a great promise as a young Callaway.
So they're rearranging the field here, and they're putting an extra slip. There's 4 in now for Ben Callaway. So a bit of pressure here facing Ben Code. He's right behind that is Callaway, and it dribbles down to mid-off. So 4 slips, mid-off and mid-on up. There's a point mid-wicket, and there's
yes, they got the advantage here. You can put as many as you like around the bat, because these huge number of runs Glamorgan have got to get.
in comes Code and bowls to Callaway. Oh, that just drifts past the outside edge of the bat. The only man back is deep square. Deep backward square. And that is it. Acres of space elsewhere.
You don't get many loose balls from Code and Fisher, though.
No. They are a brilliant unit, it has to be said. So, as we mentioned, will be a disappointment if a partnership, or when that partnership is broken up. Code runs in. 4 slips in, and Callaway plays it to mid-on. And there's no run. 84 for 3. We have, 24 overs remaining in the day.
Plenty of overs, aren't there?
Plenty of overs. So,
Uncle Morgan had one of their familiar collapses. You could be looking for the extra half hour, but not being pessimistic and probably being realistic.
Code in, and Callaway deals with it, and that is the end of the over. I don't know, Ed, if this is this me myself making way?
Yeah, if you give it, you've got a 5 o'clock. If you come back at 5, then I'll take a break, and then.
So it's after Alan Jones before I've got to try and.
Mike Selvey.
Oh, Mike Selvey. I was going to say Javed or someone like that.
Mike Selvey, that was way back in time, which is a good question when I'm asked.
So when would that have been?
1865. Seems like it. Right, Jonathan is back from his afternoon nap. Fisher to continue, and he will be bowling to Ace of Tribe. In he comes and bowls, and this is played defensively, as he's played so many times. Tribe, he's played very straight, and there's no run. Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, you're on. Making inroads patiently on Yorkshire.
Yep, Ben Code now 51 wickets for the season.
Is he?
That Colin Ingram wicket was his 50th. Now Kieran Carlson to add 51. It's an excellent return. Fisher in, and that's pushed up to mid-off, where the man himself, Ben Code, does the fielding. So his stats for the season right this moment: 304.5 overs, 73 maidens, 51 wickets, a cost of 804 runs, a best of 6 for 30, and an average of 15.76.
We can't get better than that.
And his economy rate, as you might expect, 2.63. He's striking at under a wicket just under every 6 overs as Fisher comes in. It's short of length and turned around square on the leg side by Ace of Tribe for a single. They've just got to keep chipping away. Obviously that change of ball might help. They were clearly not happy with the fact that it wasn't getting wickets. more than it had in the first 6 overs, about roughly 20 barren overs during that stand between Tribe and Carlson. But they've got something different to bowl with here, and they've struck fairly quickly with it. So a scratch of guard for Callaway. Matthew Fisher, now can he get in on the act here for the Yorkies in the second innings? Comes in now. Oof, that really is short, and loops its way through to Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run. The other thing to mention, by the way, because he could bring it up today if he has a great day, Ben Code, he's on 297 first-class wickets.
So he's looking for his 300. 3 more, yeah, quite possibly he'll take them.
You'd certainly fancy him to do it between now and the end of next week, but still 7 wickets available in this innings, in this match, as Fisher turns at this Cathedral Road end, and leaving us behind. He makes his way in past David Mills and bowls. It's full, allowing it to swing if there is any there. Not sure it did. Callaway solidly behind it.
Tell me, are the Yorkshire leagues still as strong as ever?
That would be debatable. I'm not sure that many leagues are as strong as they ever were, are they?
No. Well, Lancashire leagues I don't think are, because you used to have literally the best in the world coming over in the old days.
Yeah, I just think
The Yorkshire leagues.
Fewer players in general. It's hard to replicate strength and competition when you have fewer in the pool, as that is punched back to Fisher to complete the over, and that's an issue, isn't it, with cricket, with recreational numbers. So it goes from the bottom right through to the top. It might not hit the top end quite as much, but it certainly hits at club level. I just know that from my own experiences, being in and around my club and seeing all the messages I've seen this season about, and that's just one club who, can you make it this week because we're short? Can somebody step up Saturday morning? I know you do get that, but it feels even more so than normal that this year you're seeing a WhatsApp message saying, so-and-so's blobbed, so and-so's gone up into the first team, can you help the seconds out, that type of thing.
Well, society has changed so much over the years. Lots of things. Code starts another over and bowls, and that's nudged away, and a dive-in stop at second slip. And there is no run. The reason I'm asking is because there was a player with Northants for some years from Yorkshire, and the story was that James Middlebrook, who obviously Yorkshireman, his dad used to watch the Yorkshire leagues, and he spotted this fellow bowling and recommended him to James, who was playing at that time for Northants. Now, of course, the first-class umpire. As Code comes in and bowls, and appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire. And, I'm a great believer in, if to go around the leagues, you might just find someone. I know that in the old days, people used to go from the club around all the leagues in Yorkshire and Lancashire, and said, I've seen somebody today, let's give him a trial. It's knowing that they were so strong, especially when I was growing up. Ben Code racing in, keeper now standing up, bowls, and Callaway's forward. Plays it back down the pitch.
Yeah, of course, everything changed with things like pathways, didn't they, and academies and all of that. So the likelihood that anybody's going to slip through those nets and go and play league cricket and then suddenly be picked up, he's not strong, I don't think, anymore, Ed.
Not strong here, I can tell you, because I don't know, not many fellas have come through the Glamorgan pathway. In comes the next ball, and that's turned the batsman round Callaway, and it ends up second slip.
In Yorkshire, maybe not all the time in the last 40 or 50 years, but there's been a lengthy period where they'd have what they'd call a taverners competition. That'd be league representative side against league representative side from the various leagues, and that they'd be sort of under 15 or maybe younger than that age, and then you'd have what they call the Joe Lum competition, which would be between under 17 or 18 at various stages teams.
Next ball is appeal for LBW again. It's not given. Will that be Richard Lum's father, Joe Lum?
Don't know if there's any connection, but that's what they call the comp, and so you might get picked for your league's Joe Lum team. And then there was a kind of fallback catch-all, whatever you want to call it, of the White Rose competition, which was, I think, under 21, under 22, something like that originally. They might have tinkered with the actual age level of that over the years, but it was just in case you missed out on being noticed up to being your late teens. There was one more rep trophy where you might get
recognised. Yeah. Here's the next ball. It's an accurate over yet again from Ben Code, and there's no run for it.
So I mean, they were pretty hotly contested competitions, and you know you would be suppose looking at those sort of players, but then you'd have the schools, of course, as well, and the private schools in particular. Lots of players finding recognition through that. You'd have a Yorkshire Schools cricket team, and then you'd have a Yorkshire Cricket Association cricket team, or YCB as it became, Yorkshire Cricket Board. Two different selection processes.
As we all know, state schools don't produce cricketers because they haven't got the facilities. And if you look at the England side, I think you'll find 80% of them were educated at public schools, which is a sad state of affairs. How many good players are drifting through? And it's just as well that the clubs coach them and develop them and do their best. Otherwise, goodness knows what will happen. Got a change of bowling here.
Yep, George Hill from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's in. He's gone short first up. Bang. He puts it halfway down the pitch. He's been no-balled by David Milnes. So that will reduce the deficit to 308. 87 for 3 now. A very unusual George Hill loosener. And he banged it in, maybe just the shock tactics, and see if he can get Ben Kellaway to get his gloves at it, something like that. Here he comes again then. Bowls it now. And this time Kellaway right behind it. And there's no run. So Ben Code with 3 for 21 from 11. Miserly as ever. Matthew Fisher having a breather without taking a wicket this time around. And George, who didn't get one, I think I'm right in saying, in the Glamorgan first innings.
No.
None for 41 off 13, but had a 6 for in a sensational burst last week at Leicester. Maybe this will be the innings where he starts to pick up a few again. As can often be the case. He's aimed that one straight at the stumps, and Kellaway had to play, turned into the leg side for James Wharton to field. Still 21 overs and 4 balls left today, so a lot can happen.
I was just saying before you came in, Johnny Bairstow came up to the wickets to keep to code, which tells you that the pitch possibly is getting slower and not quite so much deviation there has been.
Here's Hill, and that's punched up to Code, who's missed it. Ben Code has let one go through his hands.
Nice
fairly routine piece of fielding, and Kellaway will get off the mark. Kellaway will get off the mark. Well, he should have stopped it, shouldn't he? He's let it go through his both hands and legs.
The chap was bowled his heart out.
He just kicked. He just kicked at the grass. He has bowled his heart out. He's just given him 4 back.
You're sounding like the old pros now of years ago.
I've just pointed out what happened. That's all. As Hill's in, oh, he's gone. That's a lovely catch by Adam Lyth at second slip. The ball dying on him. He wheels away to celebrate, and there you go. George Hill has got in and among his first wicket of the match in this second innings for Glamorgan, and means they are now 91 for 4. Still 304 runs behind. He just had a little push at it, did Kellaway, and that was enough. Going to see it again on the replay. Just angled in towards him, wasn't it? And he's just tried to play from the crease with a straight blade, to be fair to him. He's not had a big flash at that, but he's just got a thickish outside edge, and you had to watch that well. Did Adam Lyth at slip, and he snaffled it. So a wicket closer as Otis Gibson and Ali Maiden walk down beneath our commentary position, doing a lap or two.
Yes, they're making inroads, aren't they, by this accurate bowling. And Chris Cook is coming in now. And I'm not sounding pessimistic, but with 21 overs left, and Chris Cook, the last of the, you'd say, recognised batsmen, because from now on it's going to be Van der Gooten, Crane, Harris, Gorvin, and Morris. And as I often say, okay, Cook can get hundreds, but very rarely, or never, have the five after him got hundreds. So, as I say, I'm not a pessimist, but the way that they are bowling, and Glamorgan, I've been struggling throughout the season. But all credit to young Tribe. I'm certainly glad that he's still there and gaining in confidence.
And Callaway's final analysis was a sum total of 4 runs, which came from 1 boundary, 12 balls received.
Yes, he's only got 4 also in the first innings, but he's playing against, well, first division bowlers, as it very much looks like it'll be next year. And
Hill making his way in. Oh, and Cook pushing firmly to Code at mid-off. He stopped that one.
Yep.
He's atoned fully.
He's only 250, he's 100 and 150, Chris Cook, which is far below his usual stats in a season. How often you see people who are in their benefit or testimonial year often don't get the runs or play as well as they normally do because there's so much on their mind.
George in again. Ooh, he's opened the face here, to be fair to him. He's run it wide of the 3-man slip cordon. Tattersall giving chase.
Yeah, just touch it.
They're going to settle in the end on 2. It was a bit of a yes, no. Well, let's think about it. Not sure. No. Between the 2 batters. And a wicket taken over for George. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. 21 overs remaining, 93 for 4. You can never quite confidently say it with cricket, but it's sort of starting to feel like runs are now immaterial. I know you'll feel a lot more pessimistic about that than I do.
Yes,
as the team on the receiving end at the moment, but you never know with cricket, dear. Which is why we love it, isn't it?
Exactly. You never know what's going to happen.
It's highly unlikely, but you never know.
Still 302 runs needed. Or 303 or whatever it is. Target is 396. And the start of another over with again Bairstow standing up, and it's clipped away nicely on the onside, but it'll only be a single for Tribe. As Code starts his 12th over. 3 for 22. And after the first over, where my figures gone? I haven't got his figures for the first over for some reason. I can't tell you that he took 4 wickets.
For 55.
55, was it? Right. Right, now I have that.
You're probably baking Welsh cakes.
I don't. Code is in and bowls the new batsman Chris Cook, who is hit somewhere around the stomach, solar plexus.
Might have been bottom of the rib cage, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it hit. Might have been just a bit of the fleshy part. Just have a quick look at it again. That might have been, yeah. Okay.
So still a bit of nip for Ben Code.
Yeah. Here's Code again. Comes in and bowls, and that's pitched up and beaten him. It's a beautiful delivery because he invited him to drive. It was well pitched up, and then as he was into the drive, darted away, and I've got a great view because a couple of feet from where I'm sitting is our monitor, and it's a far better view than looking 150 yards away.
Good
But that
evening,
was
Mr. Cook.
Beautiful, beautiful delivery. You sense there's a wicket every ball. And he hasn't bowled half volleys or full tosses or short. Here he is again. Comes in and bowls to Cook wide of the crease this time, and Cook jabs it out to a deep gully position. As the sun comes out and shines upon this ground where they're still enjoying the sunshine over the far side, and again there's about 15 people this side.
Ben Coe with the best record post-championship, as it were, post those 14 and 15 championship wins of the Yorkshire bowlers. It would have been interesting, wouldn't it, if he'd been around at the time? Selection would have been really interesting.
Yeah. There he is again. And this is caught at the wicket, I believe. Yes, it is. Left him, and another failure for Chris Cook, who departs for 2. And half the Glamorgan side have gone. And again, it's a sorry state. 94 for 5. Cook caught Bairstow with a perfect outswinger, which we will see now. It was a ball he had to play at.
Yeah, it's a cracking delivery.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a little bit, that's all it needs to do. And that was enough to get the outside edge of Chris Cook's bat. Off with a head shake he goes, and Ben Coe now moves on to 298 first-class wickets.
Well, I did say it a couple of minutes ago, with 5 wickets down, 5 of the best batsmen. Well, Tribe, to his credit, has seen 5 players go. The least experienced of the Glamorgan top 5, and not good at the moment. Top scorer was Kieran Carlson, and Ingram made 15, and the other man in double figures is Arthur Tribe, playing only his second first-class match. He's on 29. And it'll be Tim van der Gooten striding out to the middle, batting at number 7.
.1 remaining in the day.
Yep.
Well, they might be thinking, let's just grit the teeth, sucking an extra bit of oxygen into the lungs, and have a real push at trying to finish this tonight. Don't forget, of course, the extra half hour can be claimed, or, well, I say claimed, the umpires can decide.
If the light permits, things like that.
They can go on if they think there's a possibility of a result, and I reckon if they can nip out another couple, well, maybe 2, I would say, maybe at 7 down, they might say, go on, we'll do it. 6, do you think so? Not really.
Yeah.
Well, it may happen. I've not seen it in a game I've commentated on.
I tell you, the way the cord is bowling especially, I think they've got a good chance. And Glamorgan will be picking up 3 points only from this game, and that's just 4 from the last 2 games. It really has been a dreadful run after proper cricket resumed at the beginning of September. Lost to Derby, drew with Leicester, lost to Sussex. Almost certain going to lose this one. In comes Van der Gooten, it's cold balls to him, and he plays it away on the offside. That's the end of another over. Cord 4 for 22 off 11 overs. You can't ask for more. How old is Ben Cord?
He is 30. He'll be,
got experience behind
31
him.
in January.
In his prime, really.
Yeah. And the way he's bowling is certainly, you'd suggest that. 52 wickets at 15.48 this season.
Really.
Outstanding. So, George Hill, who himself has 25 wickets at 23.36, and is in fact next man in after Ben Coe in the current Yorkshire bowling averages. He's coming in now and that one was an appeal for LBW as it disappears off the pad of Asa Tribe for 4-leg buys, signalled by David Mills, but yeah, it was always going down. Tribe remains 29. The score now moves on to 98 for 5. And they are 297 behind. That's got them under the 300 mark. There's
carry on.
Still the over 8 to deal with for Yorkshire. They're -1.
That's no problem.
Clearly want to win the match, obviously, first and foremost. They may have to forfeit a point in doing so, but if they did, it's clearly not going to be that detrimental. But having said that, Hill comes in, that's flicked off the legs by Tribe through straight mid-wicket. Morton will field, and they get 2. They went down by 1 point 2 seasons ago, so I don't like to make too many trivialities out of single points in a season as a result of that, Ed.
As I tell visiting commentators, if you've been up there, as you probably have, to do interviews, you come out of the dressing room, you come down one set of stairs, turn another set, you come out, you walk down about 30 steps, there's another 100 yards out into the middle. That's a point.
Yeah, Hill with a little bit of,
well,
looks like a bit of dot ball.
Not a phrase of that's a point, it's 1 point. And I'm sure that they take that into account.
3 wickets taken now since that ball was changed after 26 overs and 5 balls. Just about 45 minutes ago. In comes Hill again. And a good delivery, which draws an from somewhere in the slip cordon, probably Adam Lyth, because bless him, he does like a little bit of excitement in his life. A second slip. I was saying the other week, you know, that the old Bobby Charlton joke about that he'd wake up on a morning, look in the mirror and smile and say, "Thank the Lord that's over for the rest of the day," according to George Best on his road show all those years ago.
Yeah.
Dot ball there dropped into the offside by Tribe. Adam Lyth probably gets up on a morning, looks in the mirror and shouts, "How's that?" because he spends a lot of his days getting excited about that from second slip.
Lots of concentration to be at second slip most of his career.
Hill in again, Tribe right behind it to complete that 36th over of the Glamorgan second innings at 100 for 5. Neil Barraclough says played White Rose for Halifax League versus Yorkshire League around 1990. Yorkshire League included Vaughan, Silverwood and Keady. Also Michael Foster and Andy Bairstow. Needless to say, we came second. Andy Bairstow still playing, of course.
Andy
Hall
Bairstow.
Park. Yeah, Johnny's brother Andrew. Glenys McElroy, good afternoon to you, Glenys. Hope you're well. Loving the comms on the stream. She said, "Lads going well. Great news for Yorkshire with Gavin Hamilton's appointment. You just made me feel very old. I remember going to watch Ants in the Joe Lum comp." Yeah, well, I played in that as well, and it followed me a few years after, Glenys, as you know. And maybe, just a couple. As
Cold bowls, and it's just pushed forward in the offside. Yes. And of course, there was no overseas player until Sachin came to Yorkshire. And you think of that back in the 60s, they won 7 or 8 on the trot, or maybe less, championships with a Yorkshire side.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, Solly Adam, who played in teams that he captained and played against him a bit, he just brought a book out. He was instrumental in bringing Sachin over.
In comes the next ball, and that's played down to fine leg by Van der Gooten. He gets off the mark with a single, was that? Yes, he does. Yeah, you can remember that side. There was Jeff Boycott would open, and people like Doug Paget, Ray Illingworth, Brian Close, Tony Nicholson, fine opening bowler, John Hampshire, Vic Wilson, no, he'd gone by then. There was Don Wilson, left arm spinner. As in comes Corden bowls, and that's defended by Tribe.
Yeah, when you look at that side, what a well-balanced side that was.
Yeah, he's just asked Johnny Bairstow if he'll come and stand up to the stumps.
Perhaps he's batting outside his crease, maybe. What an excellent spell this is. And he comes bowls. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. That pitched and left. What a great take by Bairstow. Got the Bears off in a flash.
He did well to miss that ace of tribe, didn't he?
Oh, where do you play that from? The other end.
Yeah. He's done very well
Magic
to miss
ball,
that.
Here he is again, looking for further success as he bowls, and that's defended back down the pitch. Because you're off commentary of telling Kenny all the rubbish that's talked. Yeah, but it's only second division cricket they play in. And you get bowlers like Code, Fisher, Seals, Ollie Robinson, and all these in the second division. You go on and play them then, if you think it's not up to the standard. Now they're cracking over this. Here's the last ball as he bowls. Oh, and that nips back into him. That was the in-swinger, having bowled 4 outswingers.
Must have been thick inside edge onto pad, or otherwise he's an absolute nailed-on cert to be raising the finger there, by the looks of that.
Struggle to play this sort of thing. There's a broad smile on his face, but well bowled, young man. That's the end of the over. 101 for 5. Glamorgan hanging on for dear life and hoping to take it into the 4th day.
Yeah, what you've got to love about Ben Code is that he might have bowled a magic ball or two there, but he's not like he's kind of running in to try and do that. He's just
natural.
Yeah, it hits the seam so often. If there's a bit of swing, even better still. But it's the lengths and lines, isn't it? It's where he's dropping the ball that generally is getting the wickets, and you look at how he takes them as well. Here's George Hill firing one down the leg side first up to Van der Hoogsten. Now then, Johnny Tattersall just coming round to have a word with Ben Code, probably saying, listen, look, you've not got 5 for me yet, so I'm going to give you a breather. Got an important job to do tomorrow morning, so I'm going to pension you off for the day. You reckon?
I don't know, I'd give him another 1 or 2 of the way he bowled that last over.
I think he might be.
If I'd bowled an over like that and the skipper said to have a rest, I said no thanks.
Just checking, Cody, that you're okay to get me through to the end of the day's play with 17.5 to go. As Hill is in, and that's punched up to Code at mid-off, no run. And those sort of things as well, when you're having a good time of it, you know, you don't feel the fatigue as much, do you, when things are going your way somehow, and on other days when you're not letting it go, maybe you're not feeling so great, and that's the reason why. But when you hit a purple patch like he is doing again here, you want to try and eke out as much as you can without obviously ruining him for future matches. There's only one of those left. There's a push and a miss. Absolutely. A good delivery from George Hill.
There was one FS Truman who was always bowling something like this, and can you imagine if the skipper would say, have a rest, Fred. Try to think what the reply might have been.
I don't think so. Understand it at all.
No.
Hill, as Van der Hoogten is over the top of that, and Thompson fields. Take me off.
Yeah.
Magnificent bowler like me.
Quickest I've ever seen.
The quickest, really.
I tell you what an action he had, though. You've probably seen film of him. Magnificent action.
Yeah, everybody talks about that, don't they?
Oh, side on.
Side on action, yeah. Now he got it to swing. Here is Hill again, and that's pushed into the offside by Van der Hoogten, and Thompson again does the fielding.
Fred used to bowl 800 overs a season, you know. It wasn't so much one day. I saw a clip the other night about helmets. Have you heard that?
I've watched that a few times. That is hilarious. I would tell you what, I'd love to sort of, I'd love to memorise the words of that and have a go at it because it's fantastic. Helmets. George fielding off his own bowling, no run. But
I can't do it as well as you. But he said to the, I don't try and hit.
Yeah, with the bouncers. Yeah.
I don't try and hit them. I try and get everybody out. So, what do you want a helmet for?
No.
But it does.
The bouncer.
Yeah,
is a shock,
when you do think
shock
back,
tactic.
you know, in the day before helmets, you had some fearsome fast bowlers. Very rarely did any of them get hit. They might flick the cap on the way through, but they never took their eye off the ball. If you watch the old players play, they'd watch it all the time.
What would you do, Fred, if somebody wore a helmet to face you? Well, I'd laugh.
I'd walk off the field.
I'd laugh at me. Helmet to face me.
Here's the man of the moment, Ben Code, coming up to Tribe and bowls to him, and he plays it off the back foot to cover. There's no run.
Carl Williams with a C says that Ed asked about the strength of the Yorkshire leagues. Don't know if connected, but bowlers these days can only bowl 15 overs maximum per innings because they were allowed to bowl right through 25
each end.
And he says ordinary players asking for and getting silly money.
Yep. That's happening down with us, where there is silly money going around, you know. And what for? Oh, we've won the league. Yeah, because you paid a lot of money. And then the other counter argument is, well, if we don't sign a pro, we're going to be languishing down the bottom every year. Hobson's choice. Code 4 for 23. Tribe gutsing it out. Faced 102 balls. This Code comes in and bowls to him and hits him on the pad outside the line of leg stump. You can see from here. And there is no decision from the umpire. Well, there is a decision, it's not out. Let's watch it again. Just drifting down. Suppose on other days he might have had an affirmative. Runs really have dried up now. 294 runs. They trail by. Matter of time. Cord bowls and it's played out to cover. We've had a plethora of fast bowling, or medium fast. Perhaps a little bit of Bess and Moriarty might help. Four balls has been bowled, 4 dot balls here by the accurate Code, and he's in again. And bowls, and that's beaten him again, but fumbled by Bairstow. No wonder to me, it rose a little. Bairstow standing up to these stumps. He gets older, and well, he's put a bit of weight on. My word, he reminds me of his father, do you think?
Yeah, his mannerisms and the way he runs, that sort of thing, always do remind me of David. Yeah,
Louis.
Yep.
In comes Code and bowls again, and that's clipped away up towards mid wicket, and they will get a single. Tribe moves for 32. He's been out there for 39 overs, to his credit, and faced 106 balls. And perhaps now telling the Glamorgan hierarchy, well, okay, I know I've failed in a couple of games, but I'm trying my best and I'm gutsing it out here.
Yeah, I mean, you may see, if this goes on, probably likely you're going to see a little bit more Bess and Moriarty before the end, even if it's an over or two apiece, just in case they can make a breakthrough. But it does everything, you know, throughout this match from morning one, when Sam Northeast won the toss and stuck the Yorkies in. Everything's pointed at seam, and spin has been tried, but not to no avail. But It's not had any significant effect. And Hill coming in for the first ball of this over from the Cathedral Road end to Tribe, who blocks.
Apart from a lack of spin, I think he's been a good pitch. Yorkshire proved it by getting 360 odd. And if you're patient and accumulate, it has helped the seamers, but you've got to bowl well on it.
You certainly do. Here's Hill. This time Tribe, has flicked it away through straight mid-wicket. And the galloping giraffe that is James Wharton is round there to field, and they get back for 2. So
somebody
2 more on
mentioned
the total.
Ken Taylor. He's still alive, apparently. Good soccer player as well. Ken Taylor back in the 60s.
Here is Hill in again. That's turned out square on the offside for Tattersall to field. Jennifer's asking who's on radio commentary with myself and Ed Bevan. Kenneth Davies, who's going to come back on by the sound of things.
Yes, he's going to come back for 15 minutes or so, if that's all right with you. Then he does his Welsh bit, then I'll go on until...
Have I said something that I shouldn't say?
Yeah, probably. No, nothing at all. Just people like to know, don't they, as Hill is in, and maybe we don't give our names often enough. Tribe pushing forward, drops that into the pitch.
Kenny, there's a renowned rugby Welsh language commentator mainly, obviously does English. He has to combine. On Saturday he has to do an evening match here, drive up to Worcester, stay in a hotel and drive up to Nottingham in the morning.
Dedication.
The life of a broadcaster.
Here's Hill. Tribe defends. Richard Gibson asking about the over rate showing as -1, and what did Yorkshire finish on in the first innings, and are they heading for deductions? Well, I've touched on this a few times already now, Richard. They're -1, which is across the match. This is not just in this innings, so it doesn't matter about the first innings. This is the cumulative over rate, if you like, plus or minus. It's -1.
Is that my friend Gibbo, Richard Gibson?
I don't know.
The journalist?
Are you friends with Ed, Richard? Short ball. Ooh, tried to play the pull. Not so far from getting a top edge on it. End of the over, 104 for 5.
Richard used to be the PA cricket correspondent, and now he works for Daily Newspaper, 2 daily newspapers.
So, just to finish that answer to Richard, -1. Yes, they could be in for a point deduction. That is... There's time yet before that to level it up, and then there's a discussion and all the rest of it. And Malcolm says, talk about feeling old. Remember so well watching Leeds RL when Lewis Jones was standoff, great Aussie Ken Thorne at fullback, and magical winger Wilf Rosenberg amongst others. What a team. I don't quite know where that came from today. We were talking about that yesterday. I'm going to go and leave it with the boys.
Yes, what a wonderful player for Leeds he was over the years, the great Lewis Jones. Some gore signing in down towards the Gower. Ben Code is going to continue. Mammoth bowling spell as he bowls short this time. A very rare short ball, and Van der Goosen has punched it out towards the cover boundary, and it'll be stopped just inside. They easily get 3 runs, and he moves on to 4 and scored 107 for 5. Kenneth is back alongside me.
Yes, I may need some assistance around the 17:45 mark, where I'll be required for Welsh language.
That's no problem, Cat. I know the feeling when
when you're summoned.
It says 17:45.
Yes.
Code in this terrific spell. 4 for 27 in his 15th over. Comes in and bowls, and Tribe neatly plays that off his legs up to a wide mid-on, and they take a single.
Gutsy innings by Tribe. Nice to see him get to a 50.
Yeah, I've just been saying how good it is for him. He's been there for 40 overs, 35 not out, and he will only learn by this innings because he's facing two top bowlers here. And the other two not so bad either.
Yeah, well, you won't see better in this division. Well, so Robinson, Searles down at Sussex possibly.
In comes the next ball, and that's glided away into the covers by Van de Gooten, who is on 4. How many overs we got left this evening? 14.3. Talking about the extra half hour, you only need a couple of quick wickets, and you're into that.
Yeah, when they took 5, I thought they might have skittled through them.
In comes Corden. Bowls. This time he's played back and just misses the stumps and is going up towards the boundary. It might be overhauled, and it is. Good diving stop there. And they go through for 2.
I mean, even if they have to come back tomorrow, I think the bad stuff is predicted for the afternoon, so it should be a matter of time.
Yes. But it'll be good to see Glamorgan show a bit of fight as Tribe is showing now. Van de Gooten got a couple there. He's on 6. Could be Code's last over. Let's wait and see as he bowls. This is dug out by Van de Gooten. Played out to mid-on. And a little bit of football, and he kicked it up on a keep up beat, but then tried to catch it behind his back and made a complete mess of things. 1-1-0 for 5. A long haul for Glamorgan. 285 runs they trail by. Code in, bowls off the back foot. This is played by Van de Gooten. There's no run.
More than an able batter, Van der Gooten, and can certainly hit the ball. Powerful.
Oh yeah, he's got a couple of 50s this year. But there's nothing much on offer with these accurate bowlers. And yeah, Code is getting the tap from everybody, which signifies that he's due for a rest, and certainly so. Code, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 30.
But it'll be Hill to continue from the Cathedral Road end.
Yep. And he's, quite pacey.
So they're just resetting the field with Glamorgan 110 for 5, still trail by a huge 285 as Hill comes in, right arm over, full delivery, and that's played into the offside, and Tribe started a set off, but there was no run.
Looking at the floodlights away to our left, you'd swear that there's a couple of lights on, but they're not permitted, so that must be the sun glistening off them.
Yeah.
On the top of the pavilion. Only one ground, the 18 counties, hasn't got floodlights now. You know which one that is, Kenneth?
Hill in, and bowls that's banged in short, and that's helped on the way, but it goes square of the wicket, and there's a single. No.
Worcester.
Ah, right.
Don't know why, or if you can't afford it, or whatever.
Of course, they get terrible problems at Worcester. There's always
and well done to them, because
flooding.
They've survived up there, having had so many of their players taken away from them by, most of all, Nottinghamshire.
Coming in is Hill, and that's squirted away just behind point, and they come through for a single. Van der Gooten is 7. Tribe 36.
Yeah, this developing now.
So we have minimum of just over 13 overs to be bowled today.
Well, there won't be any more, because we should have finished at 5:30.
And that is defended by Tribe.
Remember, next week the final game starts on Thursday.
Yeah, Gloucestershire coming to Safari Gardens. That is the last championship game, last game of the season.
Yep.
Just as well as we're almost into October. Coming in is Hill, and Tribe is well forward to this one, to the pitch of the ball.
I'm doing the last 2 days. You've got rugby commitments? Or something?
I have got rugby commitments on the Saturday.
Right. See, I'm down for those 2. Say farewell to yet another season.
Yeah.
You start April the 5th and you think, yeah, this is going to be a never-ending season, and all of a sudden you're at the end of it.
Hill is in and bowls, good length ball, but that's whipped to mid-on and there's no run. The end of Hill's over. Glamorgan are 112 for 5, trailed by a huge 283, and it's well, we're in that awkward period now. It's just a question of hanging on, and Van der Hoogten and Tribe having a bit of a discussion out in the middle. Yorkshire obviously will dearly love to complete everything tonight,
yeah, of a night in Cardiff,
and without having to bother with the morning.
They say that the season is long, but of course the rugby season never ended, isn't it?
Well,
sometimes.
It's year long now. Certainly last year, with the World Cup preparation started in earnest in the summer.
Start of another over from the far end, and the first ball is pushed away. Fisher's changed ends. Well, he's not changed ends immediately, if you know what I mean, but he started in this end. And as Code is having fair amount of assistance from the pitch there, seaming it, bouncing, Fisher is going to have a crack at the rather tough end. Took 4 wickets in the first innings, hasn't been so successful as yet. Code has taken 8 in the game as in comes Matthew Fisher. Bowls, that's clipped off his legs by Van der Hoogten. He'll get a single.
Yeah, personally, it's been good to have some more cricket this year, because last year it was hampered by Rugby World Cup preparations. In fact, on my time hop on Facebook, a picture popped up a year ago. I was in Lyon when Wales were preparing to face Australia in their group in the World Cup, and duly beat them convincingly.
They're not a very good side, are they, these days?
Well,
Australia.
although Wales lost twice.
There's Fisher. Bowls. Nice looking drive there. That's going to run away for 4 past mid-on. Well played, young man. He moves on to 40. And this will certainly please every Glamorgan supporter, the coaches and everybody else, because it must have been awful for him to start with a series of noughts. Lovely shot, that.
Yep.
Was well pitched up, made it into half volley and hit it past mid-on for 4, and it disappears down by the hovercraft. But it has been recovered quickly. 117 for 5. Tribe 40, 43rd over for him to face. Still the 3 slips, still attacking. Man on the drive as well. On the offside, as in comes Fisher, bowls to Tribe. Tribe goes back and pushes it away to cover. You'll have to manage yourselves tomorrow. I shan't be here tomorrow, so take this opportunity of saying farewell to my Yorkshire friends. If you're listening up there, many of you I know, and I've enjoyed many good hours up there.
So is Mr. Webb, if needed, going to plough through tomorrow?
He'll have a crack because he's got to work on Saturday.
All right.
Fisher bowls half volley-ish length, and this is driven to cover. Yeah, I think he said, don't worry about it. And I said, look, I've got things, of all things, I've got to go to a funeral tomorrow. And he said, no problem, I'll give it a go. So I hope he doesn't give it too much of a go with that throat of his.
Yes, but it could be the case that we might not see much tomorrow.
You never know. You never know. 278. Fresh Mr. Code in the morning will be ready, and the fresh Mr. Fisher.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Fisher in, bowls, and this is squirted away down towards third man, and it's going to be stopped halfway to the boundary. And there are further 2 runs as 12th man comes onto the field and gives George Hill something. Oh, he's having a drink and a tablet. Van der Gooten is not out 8, and Tribe has been there since the start, faced 122 balls and is not out 42. North East LBW code for naught, Ingram caught Wharton, bowled code 15, Carlson bowled code 41, Callaway caught live ball Hill 4, and caught Bairstow bowled code for 2, and it will be Fisher, Hill rather, to continue, as will Kennedy.
Hill is in, and there's no run off the bat of Tim van Ochten. Still good conditions here. And if they do need to come back tomorrow, there's potential of cloud cover in the morning.
Good for bowling.
Good for the partnership of Fisher and Code, but it's Hill coming in, and Van der Gooten right behind that one. Rocks back. What have we got? We've got 11 overs
After this, yeah.
after this, yeah.
You go and do your piece at 1:45 and then nip back and take it to the end,
Yeah.
as you did last night. And I'll vanish down the M4 towards the end.
George Hill coming in past the umpire, bowls, good length delivery, and
Nice
that's
shot.
a nice shot for nothing, unfortunately, for Van der Gooten, as it goes to a wide-ish mid-off. Tribe in discussion with the umpire. Probably saying, keep going, lad.
Yeah.
Yes, he's showed a bit of grit, determination and character, it has to be said, especially after losing Ingram cheaply for 15. Hill coming in, bowls, he's banged that one in short, and they claim that there was a glove on it, but nothing of sorts.
Yeah, it's the young professional in Tribe thinking, there's runs here, but it's a canny delivery, because we saw a wicket fall in that fashion in the first innings. When Crane had been scored 40, I beg your pardon, 29.
Caught by Bairstow.
Leaping catch, good catch it was too.
Hill coming in, 3 slips in, and Van der Gooten is right behind that. Rocks back.
Looks confident enough, doesn't he?
Yes, firm striker of the ball, Van der Gooten. Powerful hitter in T20 cricket.
He is, yeah.
As Hill goes back to his mark, coming in to bowl at Van der Gooten, who just leaves that outside off stump. There's no danger, and that is the end of the over. Maiden it was for George Hill, so the score remains 119 for 5. The end of the 40.
See a shot of the
Four?
bronzed men, excuse me interrupting, can you, on the far end of the ground, decked in shorts, t-shirts, polo shirts. They're rather warmer than we are.
Yeah, they are.
You ever gain that, son, you go back bronzed.
Or red. Some of them will be without
It's
sunscreen.
late summer, no. If you go there sort of May and you get a day like this, they are like tomatoes. Start of a new overs. Fisher comes in and bowls, and this is defended just on off stump line. No run. Matthew Fisher in his 12th over, 0 for 29, accurate bowling, but wicketless at the moment. And the run rate has gone under 3 now, is 2.69. Let Glamorgan try and bat it out if they can. Till the close. Beautiful evening. Really is glorious. Fisher is in, bowls, and that's clipped away. Nicely timed out to mid-wicket. And they go through for a single.
I might sidestep away, Edward.
That's no problem.
Jonathan will come into my place for my Welsh language duties.
I'll tell you what, Ed, he reminded me of Phil Bennett, the way he got out of that potential tackle there.
What a man he was.
Good cricketer too, Phil. Played against him in the leagues. And as you may imagine, he fielded at cover. That was quick as a whippet. And one of the nicest men you could wish to meet. Worked for many years with Phil as a summariser.
Yeah.
And can't tell you what a gentleman he was. And a wonderful player.
Sidestep his own sidestep, couldn't he?
Yeah.
So light on his feet.
Fisher's in, bowls. This nips back into Van de Gooten, who just tells everybody, yes, it was the in-swinger. And there are 2 balls left. Because the umpires, every umpire I see, hold their 2 fingers up at the end of the over, which some might interpret as being rather rude, but that is the reason.
You bet.
Just to remind each other, get things right.
Led a privileged life, haven't you, Edward Bevan?
Privilege.
Commentating with people like that, and you get to share the box with Nick Webb on a regular basis.
Yes. Oh, that's bowled off stump. He hit his off stump back, and that moved a bit. That, as I said earlier on, I think the reason why Fisher came out that then, because Cole did a lot of movement. The 6th wicket goes, we're still in extra time mode, I would have thought here. As Van de Gooten goes, ball Fisher for 8. And yeah, oh, it's an absolute beauty. Nip back and hit the off stump.
That is an absolute beauty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Angled in and just to order, just holding its line off the seam, squared up. Too good, and Van der Hoogten, it's just the way he walked off. It was just like, oh, fair enough, okay, off.
As a bowler, he knew.
Yep. So another one bites the dust. 4 to take. You might be right. They might.
Well, look,
certainly,
the weather's perfect.
If they get it, yeah. If they get another one between now and the day's allocation of overs, 10.1 overs, then you would think with 3 to get, they might say, "Go on, then. We'll let you have a go." That was a beauty.
Mason Crane is the new batsman who defended quite well, and he has had a couple of 50s this year. He's on 20. He made 29, and then Harris got 40. Gorvin got 23 not out, so there may be some stubborn defence. But I mean, when I finish this long stint, I shall, with a 45-mile journey, probably leave.
I better go now then.
Yeah.
200 and odd.
You wouldn't have gone back tonight if the game finished, would you? A good time to drive.
Probably
it gets a
not.
bit dark this time of year, doesn't it?
Well, there's still plenty to do after a game.
Yeah, of course you are.
And not only that, but everything's back in the hotel, so probably be easier to get up and enjoy a final breakfast and then get on the road in the morning, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. As I've found, the best days of all to travel Saturday and Sunday nights.
You think so? Well, not always, because loads of roadworks on those sort of times, because they think nobody's on the road, and they always forget the likes of you and I.
Yes, I hate those diversions when it's dark.
I'm not so keen on them when it's light.
Fisher has got his first wicket, 1 for 30, in his 12th over, and he's about to bowl to the new batsman, Crane. Goodness me. Tribe has an opportunity to bat and throughout the innings. And comes the first ball down the leg side, and it's a tumbling stop by Bairstow. End of the over, 120 for 6. Glamorgan are going to face a heavy defeat and a second successive innings defeat, having lost to Sussex last week by an innings and 87 runs, but I fear this is going to be much more, much more.
Cricket Mad, as in Lily, says Hi JD, Edward and Ken. Yorkshire can win the game tonight, but Benko bowling really well. Of course, they've taken him off since then. Good line and length as always, as Jordan Thompson now replaces George Hill, who had a pretty good blast and picked up a wicket from the Cathedral Road end, and also good afternoon, or is it now evening? Well, late afternoon, to Graham Emerson. More in a moment, because in comes Thompson to bowl here to Tribe, who leaves one wide of off stump. Afternoon, Graham. Hope you're well, he says. Enjoying the stream, and in particular the bowling of Ben Code. Another great effort. Come on, Yorkshire. May get the win today, but no rush with another day. Promotion, fingers crossed, will be well deserved. Yeah.
Any relation, Mr. Emerson, to the well-known commentator from Durham?
No, he's not. No. Graham is a Leeds lad, although he spent far too much time, I reckon, Graham Emerson, in Lancashire over the years.
Oh.
As Thompson is in, and solidly behind this one, Asa Tribe, turning it towards Dan Moriarty, who does the fielding. Dan's mum, Elaine, sitting over in the far corner there. Exchanged hellos with her when I was on a wander round earlier in the afternoon. And Mason Crane with a job to do here. What do you do if you're Glamorgan in this situation? There's still a full day tomorrow.
You just
plus
play
this.
for the morning.
You just basically got to play each ball on merit, which I guess is what they'll say about any situation anyway. But Thompson's in, and Crane pushing into the offside, no run. But do you just play your natural game, Ed, or if it's there to hit it?
If it's there to hit it,
you've got to do, haven't you, really?
But you're professional. You don't want the opposition to win, and if there's heavy rain tomorrow, I don't think there's going to be, but if there is heavy rain, you deny the other side winning, and that's the hard way to play. Had the game been in a different situation, i.e. Glamorgan on top, I'm sure Yorkshire would feel the same way.
Yep, Thompson is in. Ooh, Crane leaving one. Just wide of off stump. No run. Yeah, I think that's right, and that's professional sport, isn't it? Push the opposition, make it as difficult as you can for them. They've not really done that in this match per se, because in particular of the home bowling in both Yorkshire innings, which was friendly, I reckon is probably a good way to describe it, in the early part of both innings. Oh, Mason Crane, you lucky man. 4 runs with a big inside edge past the left hand of Johnny Bairstow along the deck.
Harrow Drive, I think we described that with.
could have crashed, dear me, could have crashed that onto his stumps. He didn't move his feet one iota, and he was playing at a ball. It felt like it was about a yard wide of him. So Thompson goes for 4, 28 off him so far. He's got 1 ball remaining in this, his 6th over. And he comes again, shirt flapping in the breeze. Short ball this time, Crane. Oh, it's a good short ball as well. He's no idea where that's going.
Spot to bother there.
Fortunately for him, it drops into the offside, short of Johnny Tattersall coming in from point. Going to be speaking to Johnny Tats at the end of day 3. So it will be interesting to see what the skipper makes of the situation so far. Things are pretty much, I'd say, Ed, going according to plan when you've got the opposition 6 down second time around and a day theoretically to get the other 4 wickets.
Absolutely.
And another 270 runs to play with.
Looking at your side for next year, it looks quite certain now that Johnny Bairstow will be available for the whole season, doesn't it?
Does it?
I wouldn't think he'll play for England. He seems to be written off because you've got Jamie Smith in front of him, and there are other keepers talked about.
Maybe.
So
you'd be thinking IPL in the first instance, so that takes up the first block of championship games, doesn't it? Pretty much.
Has he played IPL, has he?
Johnny, yeah.
First ball of the next over, bowled by Thompson, is pushed up to mid-on.
Played plenty of IPL.
Does he? Oh, right.
So if he gets the deal,
that goes into the end of May, doesn't it?
yep. if you qualify for the final.
That would be a boost for him to play.
Of course,
the season.
One thing I omitted to mention, which my friend David Wilford has just pointed out, staying down tomorrow, Cardiff versus Leeds on Saturday, of course. Leeds United.
Yes, the next ball, that's a half volley, which is driven out to cover. I don't want to go there. Stay away from that.
To be honest with you, we've talked about Wales supplying the north of England with rugby league players, but I can't think. Can you think of a half-decent Welshman who's played football for Leeds United in the past, Ed?
I can think of a few decent. The great John Charles. Springs to mind.
Yeah, I was just trying to wind you up there.
You got Dan James here at the moment.
Ordinary player. He can only play centre-back and centre-forward.
In comes the next ball. That's wide and left by Tribe, who's 44 not out. Been there since the start. I wonder if he'll carry his bat. The great John Charles. Yeah.
Terry Yorath.
Yep.
Brian Flynn.
Brian Flynn, I was just going to say. And this young lad who went from Swansea, he's there now. Get his name.
Gary Speed.
Goalkeeper, yeah.
R.I.P. Gary Sprake, you're thinking of.
Gary Sprake. And Gary Speed, yeah. Here comes the next delivery, which is left. Showed great patience. So it's been a little nursery. Welsh players to go there.
I went to see an evening with John Charles at a local cricket club probably 20 years ago now, I would guess. Might have even been more than that. I can't remember when John...
What would be worth now?
You're better at
my word.
on that front than I am, really. It'd be an astronomical amount, wouldn't it?
Short, the next ball is cut away and he'll get 4, which takes him to 48. He's got the treatment. He got right on top of it and got played a very good shot, as we will see on the replay. Yeah, and this does show that Tribes certainly has some class, and he's remained patient. Glamorgan will remain patient with him, and needs 2 runs to get 50, and he'll get some applause, I fancy, if he does get there, although I don't want to put the kiss of death of the young man.
My dad had a season ticket when John Charles was playing for Leeds, and said he, up to the point that we lost him, which was in March this year, said he was the best Leeds United player he'd ever seen.
Yes, here's the next ball, is driven up to mid-on, and there is no run, and that is the end of the over. Well, he went out to Juventus, didn't he? He was never booked. He was kicked to death. And they worshipped and still do worship him out there. And I just wonder what those great players would have been. Leighton James, who played for Burnley and Swansea, what would he be worth now? And all the former great players.
Yeah, Leighton James did play for Derby as well, Derby County.
He did?
Yeah.
Burnley mainly. And played for Swansea in the first division as it was there when John Toshak was manager.
Alan Curtis, of course, up at Leeds as well.
Alan is still
on stage
at Swansea, life member and ambassador. There's another the nicest man.
Here's Thompson. Meanwhile, bowling to Crane, who turns that into the leg side. Fielded there by Moriarty. There's no run. Starting to get, well, the sun is losing a bit of its shine, if you like, a bit of brightness. It's still bright enough at this moment in time, but there's still 7 overs and 5 balls left today, and the possibility of a further half hour if the umpires deem it fit to do so. Here's Thompson, good delivery, and draws Crane into a tentative push forward, which hits him somewhere around the hip area, drops out into the cordon.
I don't think if the umpires ask Yorkshire if another wicket fell, they'd say yes, because they'd like to get it done tonight and relax and go home in the morning.
Yep. Thompson coming in past umpire Milnes, and this one on the rise as he meets it from the crease. Mason Crane, he's just got the 4 against his name so far, but doesn't matter, does it? It's just about taking the game deep. Bit of Welsh pride, or Glamorgan pride maybe. Not everybody Welsh in the Glamorgan side.
No, unfortunately.
Let's not start that debate again as Thompson's in, and that's pushed towards Ben Cliff, who's out there as a substitute fielder at the moment, coming round from cover. Yorkshire lad says, so if Shan comes back, Johnny B's given the gloves. Does that mean the most successful captain in recent times is dropped next season? Hashtag discuss. Well, it's a big if, isn't it, really, at this moment in time, Yorkshire lad. So you want a discussion on the back of a big if? Yeah, Shan is the club captain, but not been seen for a while. Oh, chance. Oh, what a catch. Brilliant catch. Finlay Bean diving to his right. And that's the end of Mason Crane. How on earth did he get his hands on that?
I was looking down towards the
outstanding effort.
Fantastic catch.
129 for 7. Crane gone for 4. Thompson strikes for the first time in the innings.
Having a look at it again.
It is, and again, and again. Oh, what a brilliant catch.
That's one of the catches of the season to me. And those are the catches, the old adage, wins matches. My word.
So now, well, two things. A, will they need to take an extra half hour? Still 7 overs and a delivery within which to get 3 more wickets. But it's getting closer, isn't it, that? Sun behind cloud at the moment.
Mason Crane, caught Finlay Bean, bowled Jordan Thompson for 4.
So 129 for 7, 266 behind. Yeah, still 43 balls left today. James Harris, by the sound of it, yep, coming out down the steps.
And what a disjointed scoreboard this is. Tribe 48 not out, 15, 41, 4, 2, 8, 4. I think I'll end on that spot. It's been a long day. My thanks to Ken and Kenneth and to Nick, but also Jonathan. Great to see you, my old friend, and hope we cross paths again in some cup match. If we do, and I'm sure you will get promotion this year.
Are you telling me you're not making the 45-mile drive back tomorrow?
No, I have, unfortunately and sadly, I've got a funeral which I really have to go to. But as I speak, the light isn't getting any better, is it?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, the sun's gone behind cloud at the moment, and that's changed the
future
complexion. Thank you very much. Pleasure to work alongside you once again, and yeah, don't forget, take a week's holiday and come up to Scarborough. And
might well do that. As Ken comes back.
I'm sure our friend Bill Musto will be happy to allow you in. We'll get you on the commentary. Final ball of the over is pushed into the offside by Harris, and that is that for Jordan Thompson's 7th over. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28, so wicket maiden as well there, and 1 in each innings so far for Jordan. Mason Crane, and let me just remind you that he made 4 from 10 deliveries, and during that time he hit 1-4. So it's going to be Matthew Fisher.
So are they going to claim the extra time here? Because as Edward mentioned, the light will be dimming.
Yeah, I'm not sure they get through all of that, but they might just say, well, we'll go on and, you know, up to a maximum of 8 if we can, and if it happens to be 2 or 3 and they can't get it finished, they can't get it finished.
So Fisher coming in, bowls, and that's played on the offside by Ace of Tribe, the only one to show certain steel and grit and determination in terms of the Glamorgan batters, and would be nice to see him rewarded for his efforts with half a century. He's almost there.
And you can pass on that Bill Mustoe, Scarborough president, has said to Ed that the invitation is there for him to go to Scarborough.
As Fisher's in. Oh, he will indeed. They run very quickly, and they come home, Tribe eager to get to that maiden half a century.
Apparently Bill's granddad was Welsh.
Oh, well.
So you're all in fact.
He'll have to take that invitation up.
He'll be rigging the fixtures for next year to make sure Glamorgan go en masse to Scarborough.
I can't remember when I was there last, years ago, on the coast. James Harris is taking guard. He's yet to get off the mark. Bowled well this morning, 5-4. As Fisher comes in over the wicket, and slightly streaky, but through mid-wicket, and they'll get a couple here. 132 for 7. So it's this awkward time for Yorkshire, who would have dearly loved to have wrapped things up this evening.
Yeah.
But a question of when, not if, even if we come back tomorrow morning. Harris faces Fisher.
And it certainly helps with the celebration, doesn't it, if you finish on an evening that with a spare day, sleep off the celebration and then get on the coach to go back up north. If you finish on the final day, then never quite the same in that respect.
Well, they've got a few options in Cardiff, especially where their hotel is situated.
The likes of you and I just think about it from a selfish, at what point of the day do we have to drive point of view.
Well, that's true. Fisher right up at the block hole, and that's well played by Harris. It's gone to the vacant long-on area. It's not going to go all the way, but they'll collect 2 runs.
So Friday, you kind of, any time after midday, you don't particularly want to be getting in your car for a 4+ hour drive, because you're just going to, you're going to be spending half of that.
End of the over, and Glamorgan 134 for 7, and they still trail by 261. But it's just a question now of how long they can hang on for. And when, hopefully, Tribe can get that single to get to his 50, which has been tough, but he's stuck at it. And he's on strike.
Yep, and Jordan Thompson bowling at him with his tail up after a wicket in the previous match. There's an appeal for a caught, strangled down the leg side, and
There's been heart in mouth there.
Yeah, well, Johnny went up, and I think Jordan Thompson joined in, and a few others thought they better do as well to add a bit of weight to the numbers, but never felt like a confident appeal. Jim Green says, Jonathan, if Johnny Bairstow wants to regain his test place, would go into the IPL help. Other questions for next season: will Masood return? What cricket will Milan play? Milne's bowling for second team against Middlesex. Does this mean he'll play next season? Well, maybe. If he can remain fit for when next season starts, I think is point number 1 on that front, Jim. No ball, as Jordan Thompson banged that in, and it went way up high. What cricket will Milan play? We're not 100% sure on that front either. Certainly white ball, possibly red ball. Will Shan Masood return? Not sure. Maybe you need to address an email on the 1st of November to Gavin Hamilton, as Thompson is in and Tribe turns that into the leg side and gets to 50, which is
well done.
Yeah, a rare positive in this Glamorgan second innings. 50 off 138 deliveries. Credit to him for sticking around. He's had a pretty tough time of late. Of course, got a pad in the last week. 6 4s and a 6 involved in this innings so far. And Yorkshire lad said, you said 60 overs or thereabouts, and you won't be far wrong, JD. Well, 49.2 when we were talking earlier on today about how long it might take to bowl the opposition out, given what the match has shown us so far. There's one that spits a little bit and has caught somewhere up near the shoulder of James Harris's bat. It's down to third man for 2, Tattersall chasing. Yeah, so those asking about all those things, there is a new general manager of cricket, and there will be a new coach, and so you would expect that all of that will be either already being discussed, probably most likely, or will very soon if it hasn't already been discussed. Thompson in, that's turned into the leg side, Moriarty to field. If for example, David Millan did play red ball cricket next year, there have been rumblings about that, then would there be a need for Shan Masood to do so? But Shan is the club captain, and as far as I'm aware still contracted, so then why wouldn't you carry on with that? It's questions for other people to answer. I'm sure you've got your own answers yourselves, folks, and your own solutions as usual. Short ball from Jordan Thompson. Harris ducks underneath this, and there is no run. But out of that message from Jim, would go into the IPL, help Johnny Bairstow. Well, it's not going to help his red ball cricket, is it? But certainly help the bank balance. And Matt Milnes, well, I just wish him all the best, really. We've had him on commentary a couple of times when he's been unable to play, and you don't like seeing people out for long-term injuries, whatever, really. So it'd be just good to see him back and his body standing up to the rigours of playing and be able to get some longer-term cricket in. As that was a single off the final ball of the over to Harris backward of point. So Jordan Thompson, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. And Glamorgan 140 for 7 are still 255 behind. And the other important point on the scoreboard at this moment in time is that the overs remaining today officially are 5, but they may be able to get more in if the umpires deem an extra 8 overs, half hour is necessary or possible. Dan Moriarty is going to turn his arm over from the river end of the ground. I'm going to need to go, I'm afraid, in the short term, because I've got a 6:05 update to do next door on BBC Radio Leeds. Back shortly.
And equally, I will have a quick update just after the hour. Thanks, Jonathan. As they turn to spin in the shape of Moriarty, who comes in around left arm, and Harris is onto the pitch of the ball and defends resolutely. Harris scored 40, possibly out dubiously so. Possibly a bit of bat was adjudged LBW in the first innings. Facing Moriarty from the river end, and he tries to cut, and it almost went through the gate and bowled him. It missed everything. Moriarty then continuing from the river taff end to James Harris, who clips that into the onside, but there is no run. Light dimming over Sophia Gardens here with Yorkshire pushing for victory. Moriarty coming in and bowls, and that's just helped on the way down to the 45, third man. And there is a single taken. 3 wickets required for Yorkshire. Question of if, not when, but they would like to clean up this evening and avoid coming back in the morning. Glamorgan still trail by 254. course, they were 122 in arrears after the first innings and have never really recovered. As Moriarty comes in, there's 2 slips in now with Bairstow standing up. Tribe tried to play that to the onside. There is a short leg in, and that is the end of the over. Glamorgan 141 for 7. Tribe, the only one to show any resistance. Ingram went for 15. Carlson 41. And then, unfortunately, Callaway went for 4, Cook for 2, Van der Hoogten for 8, Crane caught bean ball, Thompson for 4. So it hasn't been nearly enough as Thompson comes in from the Cathedral Road end. And that's a cracking ball, Jaffer of a ball that brings a wry smile from James Harris. Flew past his off stump and taken by Johnny Bairstow. Yorkshire pushing for victory, with Middlesex winning earlier by an innings against Derbyshire. Thompson wheels round, coming in and bowls. Good length delivery, and again peppering that off stump of James Harris. Good length delivery once more. Been tough on Glamorgan, and they've been under the pump really from the first morning, and have been dominated bat and ball as Thompson thunders in from the Cathedral Road end, and Harris leaves that one go past and through to Johnny Bairstow. Radio Wales bulletin in a few seconds. Glamorgan hanging on at the end of the third day's play. The home side currently 141 for 7, 254 shy of the target required to win the game. The home side have offered little resistance in their batting, apart from Kieran Carson and young Asa Tribe, who showed some steel and determination to get his well-deserved 50. James Harris is on 8, but Yorkshire pushing for victory will probably need to come back tomorrow as they aim for promotion, but it's a question of when, not if, as the visitors have dominated in every facet. Glamorgan 141 for 7, 396, the unlikely target to win the game. Thompson from this Cathedral Road end in the 52nd over, coming in, and that is left outside off stump by James Harris, and it goes through to keeper Johnny Bairstow. The end of the over. So this awkward time as the sun sets over the Welsh capital. It's a Tribe top scorer, and it will do his confidence no end of good, Asa Tribe, after going cheaply in the first innings. He's stuck around. He's seen partners come and go, and he would have been under pressure, especially after Colin Ingram went for 15. First time Ingram hasn't scored a 50 or above this season in Championship cricket. This is Moriarty, slow left arm to continue from the river end. And there's some oohs and ahs as Tribe pads up outside off stump, and there's no run. So we have 2.5 overs left this evening as Moriarty comes in. Tribe is forward once more. So it looks as if they'll have to do it all again tomorrow. Men round the bat, short leg, leg slip, there's a slip in. Tribe drives towards a wide-ish mid-off, but they elect not to run. There's a bit of rain in the air, forecast for the afternoon, but Yorkshire should have plenty of time to wrap things up. Bit of width that time. Tribe struck it well, but picked out the man at deep cover. Moriarty coming around, and there's a shout there from Moriarty. Nothing coming from the umpire. Tribe still on 50, and Glamorgan, well, the target is irrelevant at this stage with so many yet to get, and Tribe cuts into the offside, but he's found the cover fielder. That is the end of the over. Just two to be bowled this evening before we return tomorrow for the last day's play. And Yorkshire, it has to be said, have dominated throughout. Good bit of bowling this morning from Glamorgan to reduce Yorkshire to 273. That after being 120 overnight, and that is that, I think. They are taking the light, and there'll be no more play this evening. There's a bit of a conflict between Johnny Bairstow and the umpire, but that will be that for the day's play, which confirmation from the PA. A play has been suspended with Glamorgan 141 for 7, and they won't be coming back out this evening, so they'll have to do it all again tomorrow morning. Yorkshire almost over the finishing line, and it started this morning. Glamorgan whittling Yorkshire out. They did well to reduce them to 273. Very good bowling performance. They made up for some poor bowling last night. James Harris especially taking 5-4, accompanied by Tim van der Hoogten, who took 3, 1 apiece for Ben Morris, who took his first in first-class cricket, and Andy Gorvin. But since then, unfortunately, the batting has been slightly substandard, with only Kieran Carlson in the numbers with 41, and Asa Tribe showing a bit of resistance, and he got to a well-deserved 50, showing some character and determination in doing so. But it's been all the bowlers. Ben Code has been the pick of the bowlers. 4 wickets for him, and they've been on top of Glamorgan like a rash throughout. So the scorecard reads Glamorgan 141 for 7. They trail by 254 runs. Yorkshire will have to come back tomorrow to Sophia Gardens to wrap it up, and they'll try and do that in quick time. I hope you can join us tomorrow on BBC Sport Online. Thanks very much for your company. Until then, a very good evening. No star.